Welcome to the Wooper Club Season 11 Draft Recap Extravaganza. Probably should have written that last part on there. I am IllLogic, coach of the Buffalo Bouffalant. I am joined, as always, by my co-host Steve, coach of the Waterdeep Wobbuffets.
I'm back.
As well as, returning as well, the Season 10 champion, Route 1 Birbs coach, Michael. How are you doing, Michael?
Hey, ready to prove it was all a fluke.
Hey, that's what we're all here for. So we are diving into Season 11, going over the full draft. We got some nice little slides we're going to go over here. Before we start, I'm springing this on my co-host. However, I thought we'd talk a little bit about what this season brings. Every season we tend to have some kind of unique gimmick or something, and Steve, this season we decided to give coaches a few more points. As one of the commissioners, what do you think, or what do you expect that change to bring to the league overall?
After last season using the low tier mons, this will very much allow us to use the high tier mons and build around really whatever we want. The extra 200 points really allow unbridled amounts of versatility in picking up what you want in the higher tiers, with the only really limiting factor being the other coaches. And, you know, as we did go through the draft, we did find that it was very tight up there with a lot of the higher tiers. Running out of mons quite quickly.
That's true, Michael. We've talked a little bit about this as Season 10 champ. Maybe you don't want to be going back to some higher tier mons, rather stick with the low tiers, but 14 coaches has made it a little more tough than usual. I've been in some 16 round leagues, but it feels like this is even tighter than those. What has your experience been so far in the draft as we're finishing up here?
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. This entire season is the draft is kind of a blessing and a curse of opportunity. There's just few enough coaches that you can snag a couple of the high round picks, but there is enough of them that you don't feel comfortable about it. You have enough points that honestly during the draft I might usually, after like my one or two, maybe like three or four picks, I'm like, okay, I know exactly, what tiers I'm pulling from next. But it was just points, and math failed me for this draft, and it wasn't until the end until I started figuring out, okay, here's the path. So it's been a wild one.
It's a little tough seeing stuff go before your eyes and stuff being there that you didn't expect to be there. That's kind of the path that we're going to take you through here with the draft recaps. So let's get started. Here we go. The first overall pick went to a new coach, the Wooper Troopers. Spoiler there. The Wooper Troopers, new coach in the league, although they just swept through the beginner league last season, and they were awarded with the first overall pick of Celesteela. This is a 200-point mon that seems to be much more popular in our league than others. This thing is just versatility on legs, just a perfect mon for draft league, even if I don't even think it's OU in this current gen, but it is that good in draft. We see just a couple things it can do over there on the side. We've got a leftover set. We know how annoying it is with the Leech Seed. We've got an obvious weakness policy, so you can set up with something like Autotomize and then sweep from there. Power or Meteor Beam, this thing has sets upon sets upon sets, and it's so tough to deal with each and every one of them, let alone just one or two of them if you're expecting that. Steve, first overall, though, that's kind of strange.
I mean, she used it last season. It's definitely a mon she's comfortable with and did very well in the beginner league. And I also know there were other coaches within our league looking for it for this season. So, great pick if she wanted to use it once again.
Any thoughts on this one, Michael?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's not what I would think of as like a number one overall pick, but it makes sense for like moving up to the other league and you wanting something just reliable, did well for you last season, and you can't go wrong with it.
And it's such a solid steel type, which we'll see populate the draft all throughout. Going on to the next pick, we spoiled a little bit earlier, but Steve, the Kanto Kingler snagged Landorus, the Menace.
Yes, Landorus, of course, a staple of competitive play since it was released. That Intimidate ability being annoying as always, pairing with that 145 attack, being able to rip through things. There's also a lot of utility it brings with Stealth Rock and U-Turn especially, being a consistent pivot that can annoy the opponent team throughout the match with attack drops, rocks, some removal perhaps, item removal. Just an overall really annoying threat that, of course, has the potential to be a massive breaker if needed. Michael, what are your thoughts on this pick?
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts of it as I think it's always an interesting for what it does for your draft if you have it as your first pick, because it's not really like a focal point of a team. It's always just like an outstanding supporting piece that has bulk, has offense, has versatility, but it's not a flashy Pokemon like some other, number one overall picks you might have. So, it just gives you so many options going forward to react to, kind of what gets picked by other people in these opening rounds.
Yeah, I do definitely agree. I've spoken with Chad a little bit about this, how dominant it is in current OU, 49% usage, but in Draft League it's a whole other beast. You'd think having the roll compression that Landorus brings would be that good to make it worthy of a number 1 or 2 pick, but it feels like in Draft, I think you hit the nail on the head, Michael. It is a complementary piece in all situations, but a complementary piece, really, not the flashy piece that you may want in the first round. That being said, its stats and everything that it brings to the table are good enough for a first round pick, so real solid pick up there by the Kinglers. Definitely customizable. We'll see what he can do with it. Now, for what is generally seen as the best pick that is available in these kinds of drafts, Michael, we've got Dragapult going third overall to another new coach, the Lorraine Laron.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's widely considered, to be one of, if not the best Pokemon in Draft League. Incredible typing, incredible stats, incredible versatility. I mean, this is what you want out of a number 1 pick. It does everything, and it does them all well, and it, puts pressure on your opponents just by existing.
At that 142 speed right off the bat, too. You don't need to draft anything faster than that. A myriad of sets, U-turn to bring it out. Even enough bulk to make sub-disable work. This thing is a monster, Steve. How do you feel about prepping for that?
Not great. Ghost definitely being a very strong offensive type that a lot of teams struggle to really get necessary resist or immunities to. They definitely exist, but I know I myself just find myself stacking up weaknesses to it. So Dragapult's definitely a mon that terrifies me. So we'll see if I'm able to handle it when the time comes.
And maybe on the opposite side of the spectrum, your number 4 pick goes to returning coach, the Boulder Bulldoors. They pick the Rillaboom of pure grass typing. We all know what this thing does. It sets up Grassy Surge and it clicks Grassy Glide. Has obviously a few other things it can do. Brings some nice U-turn and knockoff versatility to the table with some Sword Stance and such. Grass typing itself, maybe not the best offensively. Obviously in OU it started to go down in usage a bit with things like Steel Flying types being abundant. But not everybody has that kind of answer, and that just brings Rillaboom's value up. Steve, we've seen how valuable this thing has been in our league in particular. It seems like Rillaboom is wanted by everybody.
Oh yeah, definitely a staple of the league. The grassy terrain and the passive healing, as well as just the offense and consistency it brings. Really excited to see what it's able to do this season. Any thoughts, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to, the Landorus that we just talked about, in that, it's not a flashy piece, but I mean, it's gotta be like number 2, if not number 1, best priority you can get. And in Draft League, where you're patching speed tiers, where you're, not OHKOing things perfectly, but you're, getting great chip on them, it's absolutely devastating and oppressive.
Maybe Grass will end up being a better offensive type in draft as well. Definitely not against the next pick. We got the Akron Agrons, number 5, dipping out of 200 relatively quickly. Steve, I know he was hoping for the Rillaboom, but he's got a nice pick here with Victini as 5th overall.
Certainly. Victini is a very solid Pokemon. Very even stats, but what really highlights it is that powerful V-Create it has access to. Also 100% accurate with its Victory Star ability, just being able to click a button and murder things. Of course, it has other options it can run, specifically, pivoting with U-turn, has access to Trick, so it can, cripple opposing walls that might try and come in and wall it repeatedly. Very versatile Pokemon, lots of options, something the Agrons can definitely build around. Wouldn't you say, Michael?
Oh, definitely. This was actually, what I was hoping for my first overall pick. It's just, it's just so powerful. V-Create is just, who made that move? It's absurd. The surprising bulk you can give it, the amount of support options it has. You mentioned, Trick. I believe it gets Trick Room. It gets status moves, and the fact that, it can be equally threatening on the physical and special sides. It's just, you can do so many things with it. You're going to have a great time no matter what.
Absolutely. I love the coverage on this thing. The physical Bolt Strike, I don't think could be overlooked at all there. So many sets, Scarf Band, Substitute, Expert Belts. Amazing one for 180, and the Fire typing is a bit tough to come by. So definitely valuable pick there too. We're going back up to the 200s, though. The Summit County Psyduck Spike will pick the Urshifu Rapid Strike. The single strike is banned, but the Rapid Strike's still at 200 and still probably worth it.
Oh, definitely. I mean, this was probably my dream Pokemon. It was never going to get down to me, but if it did, I was going to have a field day. It's just, it's so reliable. It has so many different things you can do that are just going to annihilate the other team. The solid checks to it are incredibly limited with its access to physical coverage, and it's just insane stats. 97 speed, not, crazy, but fantastic to, get through, threaten most of your opponent's teams with just smacking them with, a banded close combat, banded, surging strikes. It's got U-turn, it has, ice punch. It's got so many things. And its stats are just fantastic, and so many ways you can support it.
Everything that we wish Poliwrath could have been from the water fighting type coming to fruition in Urshifu. Also, probably should mention protective pads on there as a potential item. It's easy to bring Helmet every week to try and get through this thing, and then suddenly it doesn't take that chip damage. With support, this thing will rip through teams, Steve.
Oh yeah, and of course packing Priority and Aqua Jet to help clean up at the end too. One way to mitigate that. Sometimes challenging 97 speed, but yeah, definitely a threat through and through.
And we get to move on to the halfway point of the draft with 14 teams. Oh, look, it's Steve and the Waterdeep Wobbuffets. And your first pick, dipping down to 180 again for another fire type. It's that Heatran. Been able to use this thing recently before, and just in this league, Heatran has had incredible success. Not so far in the past there. Only a couple of different weaknesses there. Obviously, ground is the big one, but this is one you can easily supplement. This is sort of that supportive piece that we've talked about before. We'll see how you end up complementing that in the future. But look at all the annoying things this thing does with Leftovers and Magma Storm. I absolutely love that. A very reliable stealth rocker every single week. A Tauntmon that you're going to love bringing every week too. And just when you think you have it figured out, it's going to surprise you with Scarf, Specs, something crazy. Bring that Resist Berry as well. Heatran is an awesome pick. We just moved it up to 180, and it was still worthy of a first-round pick, Steve. What do you think about your pick?
I mean, I think you definitely hit the nail on the head there, mentioning especially, the ability to transition to a more offensive set. Thinking about Heatran, at least I always think about a more defensive piece, which its typing really leans into. But the ability to look at the matchup and say, hey, Heatran really would excel in a more offensive role here, whether it be Scarf, Specs, or maybe something else, Expert Belt, or I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it too much yet, but overall, really excited to use it and see what I'm able to do with it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a great pick. It's got a surprisingly versatile role. Like you said, it can be offensive, it can be defensive, and it's an incredible steel type, which can't be under stressed how good it is to get your good steel type out of the way nice and early.
Absolutely. We'll kind of see the steel types scrambling to be taken in a little bit. Now we're going to move on to another dragon type that was picked. The Ice Dragon Kyurem, newly minted into 200 as well, and still picked in the first round by Chad and the Steamler. Steve, what do you think about this one?
Fantastic pickup. Kyurem is such a great offensive piece with both 130 attack and special attack. Dragon and Ice moves on both sides, as well as a little bit of coverage on the special side. But the ability to really just break through whatever you need it to break through. Also, as an Ice type with access to Freeze Dry, isn't worried about water, which is one of the main resists to Ice. Able to set up with Dragon Dance. Has impressive bulk. What you see, the 130 attacks, and you would expect it to be frail, but has base 90 defenses with 125 HP. Overall, just a fantastic mon, able to really do whatever Chad will need it to do. Michael?
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic Pokemon. I mean, Freeze Dry is just so insanely oppressive, and coming off of these stats, it's a nuke. And, Draco, also a nuke. And then, just when you think you've prepared your special walls, it can Dragon Dance on you and completely wreck you another way. It's a fantastic pick going on here, and, I think having a powerful Ice type just snagged with something else incredibly useful like a Dragon type is so wonderful for your draft looking forward, and having that great offensive Ice stab already locked up in your team and not trying to fit it in somewhere else.
Yeah, one of the reasons we've been emphasizing that steel type is how tough it is to resist that freeze dry. Another thing I want to go back to Steve saying the bulk on this thing, along with Roost. Oh my goodness, it's just annoying to try and get through. Substitute Roost, and suddenly you realize how difficult it can be sometimes to break through a dragon type, even whenever it's combined with ice. Definitely one of the bulkiest ice types we have access to, along with the just incredible pressure that it provides from the attacking stats. Awesome Mon, it's kind of surprising it didn't work its way up to 200 points until now. However, we're going to dip back down to 160 for John in the Close Combats Club first overall pick, Corviknight. Michael, I think you were looking at this one. Was this worthy to go at number 9 overall?
It was definitely another one that I was looking at. It is, I think, it stands out a little bit as an odd choice as, a team's first pick, but I think it fits that role actually fairly well, looking at, where we're kind of in the middle of the draft here. And, we've been talking about getting your good steel types out of the way and secured. And, this is just kind of like Landorus, such an impressive supporting piece with, great hyping, has, can run body press, can run bulk up, it can just, be a solid, hazard setter remover. It can, it can do a lot of different things and will always serve you well. And gives you a valuable piece in a steel type that you're picking up here now, a steel type that isn't weak to ground, and lets you see, kind of what other people pick before it comes back to you, and get, something that's a little bit more niche but really powerful for your second pick.
Absolutely, this works so well in cores. It still works very well by itself too. We see the U-turn support. You can sit on just about anything. Defog support for your entire team. Really solid for 160. If it ends up being this valued in the future, Steve, I wonder if we're going to consider moving it up to 180.
Yeah, that is a definite possibility looking forward. This past season, especially when we were looking at moving things around, we considered usage, and Corviknight, of course, is always going to get used. So we'll see if there's a point, assuming it's in the next games, of course, where people will no longer want to get it early. But it is such a key piece with the consistency it brings, and can kind of serve as the glue to bring the team together.
Definitely agree with that. We get to move on to the Buffalo Bouffalant. I know I can speak personally that I was so excited to see Tornadus Therian make it all the way down to pick number 10. This was one of my most hopeful picks that I wanted to try and get. Having a base 121 Speedmon with Regenerator, with all the goods that I love, the defog at the 200 point level, U-turn for support to also get the Regenerator back, knockoff to get some item removal, taunt to stop everything in its path, and just when you think you figured it out, it can nasty plot and bust out the Hurricane or Air Slash and some surprising coverage that we may have to keep secret for just a little bit. The overall stats are awesome. It's a glue piece for everything that's coming after. The great support piece that's very fast. Absolutely love Tornadus Therian. Steve, talk to me about how good my pick was. Come on, please.
I mean, yes, it's definitely a strong pick. Something that I naively hoped would make it back around to pair with Heatran. Very unlikely, I was aware, but the ability for this flying type, great pivot with Regenerator. Again, another glue piece that can hold the team together and serve multiple roles in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing about it, it's a Regenerator mon that can force other things out offensively, which is, kind of crazy. And paired with the speed, why does Tornadus get faster when it goes from being, a genie on a cloud to a big old fat chicken? I don't know, but it does. It's got crazy speed and has so many tools to abuse that speed. And just when you think you've got an answer, it U-turns out and only gets healthier. It's a fantastic pick.
I hope to annoy all of you in the near future with this. However, we now get to move on to the Route 1. Birbs' 11th overall pick. Steve, this is a familiar face, so Zero Aura. Love this thing.
Oh, yeah. Zero Aura, definitely a staple of competitive play, and, has been used throughout our league. One of the highlights, of course, being that blazing fast 143 speed. As we mentioned with Dragapult, once you draft this, you don't really have to worry about getting a super fast mon anymore. You are covered there, and notably also outspeeds Dragapult by 1 point. So that is fantastic there. Volt Absorb, not only picking up the resist here, but also the immunity to that common electric typing attack. And then, yeah, the fantastic offensive piece with, not fantastic bulk, but enough that can also be enhanced through bulk up and investment to really wall a completely physical team. But yeah, a fantastic choice. Michael, what are you looking forward to using it for?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely something I scrambled for a little bit here, but I'm very happy having got it. Definitely the speed, like you were talking about. I already have my, Dragapult check and my Tornadus check, so, I'm not upset about that at all. It's fast, it's powerful, it's got good coverage, it gets close combat, it gets Blaze Kick, it gets Play Rough, gets bulk up. It's not the most versatile, but kind of talking like we had just about Tornadus. It's an incredibly fast pivoter that has a lot of options on it, which is just going to give it so much value week to week.
I would definitely not underestimate the special move pool as well. Just enough there to make it a little bit appealing. Hitting something from the special side if you need to with an Aura Sphere or a Grass Knot, as well as, of course, Volt Switch to switch out. I absolutely loved using Sierra Aura in the previous league and hope you do it this time as well. Moving on to another newcomer into the league, Diet Titan, the New Britain Rockruff. Well, this is kind of an interesting one. Michael, we just bumped this up a couple of tiers based on chat's performance on this, but Slowking Galar in round 1 at 140?
Yeah, it seems really surprising, dipping that far down this early, but I kind of like it. Even just the strategy of going down that way, we're, in the back end of the draft here, a lot of the top is starting to get thin, and with so many points, you can just practically build an entire team of just like 140s and 120s, which is going to be so incredibly solid that, I don't think necessarily missing out on one of those super high point Pokemon is going to be bad. And when you get as versatile a piece as Galarian Slowking here, you can certainly splurge in the later rounds and grab something that was a little that just barely made it through the pack before.
Yeah, in terms of Glowking itself, too, just nailing down a couple of key roles, having a big ol' fighting resist, having something that you could bring AV on just about any week and wall pretty much any single special attacker, while still being a little more versatile, potentially, than something like Chansey or Blissey. Great mod to pick up this early. I wonder if maybe we should try moving this up earlier, Steve. Glowking really coming through in the first round.
Chad was definitely talking about how it was all him that we moved it up, but it seems other people think this is still a deal at 140. So maybe it wasn't just him.
It's tough to get that poison offense too from anything quite like this. So really nice pick this early. We're going to move on to the Cincinnati Incineroar, and they picked up a round 1 Clefable. Fairy types are very tough to come by. The very good ones are very tough to come by, too. Picking up something versatile like this early is, I think, quite a big boon. Having Magic Guard on, so you're not really worried about the hazards. You've got the Stealth Rock support. You've got Wish support immediately, too. Got Heal Bell support. Also has the ability to go offensive with Calm Mind. Don't forget that Magic Guard can also make the recoil from Life Orb nothing. So the Clefable able to catch up quite a few teams by surprise in quite a few different ways, and while also just being annoying to break through at all, no matter how much planning you put to it. Steve, is this going to be the start of the Incineroar's comeback season?
I mean, if you were to ask the Incineroar, it certainly is the start of the comeback season. Fantastic glue piece to build around with its ability to, with Magic Guard as well as Unaware, being able to just have an answer to any boosters on your opponent's team that you can just, send out to Clefable, and it's a fantastic check to such a thing. All sorts of supports options. Just a great glue piece that Matt will be able to build the team around. What are your thoughts, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm not a huge fan of the pick. I mean, not that I don't think it's worth it. I think it's great. Clefable's a little boring to me. It just is so reliable that it gets a little old in my mind. But because of that, it's gonna live. It's gonna help everything else live. It's gonna annoy you with status and hazards, and it's not gonna take damage from hazards. It's just so impressively oppressive by just sitting there. So it's a fantastic fairy to get out of the way right now.
Indeed, there's definitely two factions, pro-Clefable or anti-Clefable. Some people find it so boring and annoying they want it out. However, I think we'll find out if we can manage in which camp we fall into after we play Matt this season. And then rounding out the first round, it's the Newport Noctels, Steve Komo'o. We bumped this down to 160 to try to get someone to pick it, and well, here it is, round one.
Here it is, and I'm excited to see what this Mon can do. Very notable having that stab body press off of, I believe there's a typo on the slide. I think it's 125 defense. Able to just smash through things with that impressive defense stat, as well as then Clangor Soul and being able to boost up, get that Omni boost, and then throw in a sweep from there with the impressive bulk with over 100 in defenses and attacks. 85 speed going up after the A +1 boost. Just threatening a sweep from there with enough bulk to take a couple hits along the way. Ton of options for it, and the Noctols have now a history in the league of taking these mons that weren't really used and showing a fantastic way to use them. So I'm excited to see what comes of it. What are your thoughts, Michael?
Yeah, I'm terrified of this in the hands of the Noctowls, especially in Draft League, where you can manage that quad fairy weakness a little better. You know what your team has coming up, what you need to remove to be able to get that Omni boost up, and then just absolutely wreck things. That it's undoubtedly going to have a great showing, I think.
I would love to see the versatility it brings too. We talked about the Clangor Soul set, but I love just a standard bulky defensive set with Stealth Rocks. This is super reliable at several different sets. Absolute monster, must bring every single week in some capacity, some way, shape, or form. And as we've said, knowing the Noctowls, this will put in the finest of work every time it does come. And that's going to wrap up round one. We've got the recap on screen here. Steve, what stands out to you? What would you like to talk to us about from round one?
I mean, I'll talk about the point spread of the teams. With the first round, there's not too much to talk about here. A lot of teams picking 200s or 180s. Of course, we talked about the Glow King coming in at only 140, leaving the New Bryn Rough with the most points working with for the rest of the draft. But after one round, there's not too much of a difference in available capital for the draft.
All right, Michael, what are you seeing about some of the types being picked here? We've talked a little bit about a couple of them, but what stands out to you?
Definitely, you think of getting your cores out of the way at the beginning. And we see, out of 14 teams here, we have 3 steel types and 3 dragons drafted. So, people are getting started on that Dragon Fairy Steel core. Not as much on the Water, Fire, Grass, but we do have 2 fire types out of the way already, and there aren't a ton of those in the higher tiers. So we'll see what people start ending up with as the draft progresses.
Fair enough, and I would like to highlight just a couple ones I think stand out here for sure. I think we heaped a good amount of praise on the Komo'o for a good reason. It bumping down to 160, it felt like several people threatened to pick it up round one. It didn't happen. Oh, there it is in round one in very capable hands of the Noctowls, and for only 160 points means they're going to have quite a bit of capital left over for later picks. The other one I like to highlight, I mentioned it before, Dragapult tends to be the best mon in drafts and going down. It doesn't seem very far to slip down to 3, but that is such a solid beginning for anyone, not having to worry about anything else. Dragapult is such a good mon. I think it's worth it to highlight it, that it made it all the way down to 3, and those are kind of my standouts for round one. Alright, with round one out of the way, got a couple more rounds here that we're going to go through before we take a quick break. It's going to be the beginning of round two, back to the Noctowls, because we've got our snake draft. And look at this. We've got Volcarona coming out to complement the Komo'o. There's the fairy resist you were looking for, Michael.
Oh, definitely. And, the other thing is that, you look at Komo'o, and there's your rock resist. It's surprising synergy here, and you have now 2 incredibly oppressive setup sweepers there between Komo'o and Volcarona, and also, too, that can be surprisingly bulky and just sit there and annoy you. So he's got a lot of options with just these 2 mons together.
Absolutely. Even with Volcarona itself, yes, you're going to have Quiver Dance on it, but what kind of Quiver Dance is it going to be? Is it going to be an offensive one or defensive one? Is it going to provide roost? Is it going to have boots, or is it going to go a little more greedy? You have to be prepared for each and every one of those options. Steve, what happens when Volcarona isn't sacked off every week?
I wouldn't have any experience with that. Every time we've seen the league, it has been sacked off quite frequently. But yeah, joking aside, very scary to see what this can do. Something else I wasn't really aware of until recently, though, that U-turn on Volcarona, having that pivot option. Usually think of it as coming in and quiver dancing and sweeping, bulky or just a sweeper. But that U-turn pivot option there as well really increases the versatility of the Mon.
Absolutely, got that stab U-turn. Don't be sleeping on it. And we're going to go back to the Incineroar for their round 2 pick. After the Clefable, we are indeed starting to see the forming of a core here with Jirachi as the next pick up for him. Another Wishmon, another Mon with a ton of bulk that's very difficult to try and break through. Look at these two supporting each other so well. The ability to U-turn and teleport out into each other. Another reliable Stealth Rocker as well. A good Trick Mon as well. Jirachi is the definition of versatility and a Steel-type Mon. This thing has so many things it can do. Serene Grace brings it to an ungodly level of annoying as well with Ironhead. Steve, is this the most annoying team in the draft so far?
So far, yes. Tons of defensive options here, just going to be a pain to get through. Also, both of these Mons having pivoting and Wish, able to keep themselves, other Mons healthy. It's really looking to shape up to be a pain. And not looking forward to seeing what else is paired with it to keep this pain going. What are your thoughts, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like you said, it is an incredible defensive piece together with Clefable. Only thing I'm concerned about is, at this point in the draft, we're at one end. It's going to be a while before it gets back here. And he hasn't picked up anything, very flashy and particularly offensive. So with that great, pivoting and defensive options, it's going to be interesting to see what he can still find when it gets back to him to really make use of all of that positioning he's got.
Totally fair. You can go to each other all day long, but where will it get you? We'll see if we get something that can take advantage of that later in the draft. All right, back to the New Britain Rawcrofts, and after their start of 140, Steve, it looks like they've elected with one of the remaining 200-point Mons, a Garchomp coming out.
Really excited to see Garchomp go. I know Matt was in the call as we were, just hanging out watching the draft and saying, I wouldn't be surprised if Garchomp wasn't drafted, and immediately drafted. And I certainly agree with the pick. The fantastic items that Garchomp brings, that 130 attack with the Dragon Ground typing is fantastic. Of course, Rough Skin with the ability to run Rocky Helmet to punish physical attackers. Rock Setter, a sweeper with Swords Dance and Scale Shot. And then, impressive bulk too. 108 HP is really easy to overlook with, not fantastic, but good enough defenses. And that speed to just put it over that crowded base 100. Really a great choice, and excited to see what it's able to do in the league.
Definitely. I mean, I think the thing that I am always surprised about is, like you mentioned, that bulk. Why is something so offensively threatening as Garchomp also just so bulky? It always, prepping for it, I always feel like, this is my answer. Wait, apparently that's not quite an answer. Well then. So, I think it's a fantastic threat to pick up here, and yeah, I feel like it's been a little underappreciated in the league, and I have a feeling that might change soon.
Absolutely, with a coach this good too. He already has a very nice fairy resist too in the Glow King, so some pretty nice synergy there. Reliable rocker every time, reliable just damage dealer every time. This is looking to be a little bit scary. Wonder what he's going to pair up with these two next. All right, we get to move along to other direction there. We've got a Ferrothorn to be paired up with Zero Aura. Michael, what led you to Ferrothorn as your pair up?
Definitely, was the steel typing, number one. I was scrambling for a little bit idea, what do I go with for Zera? Zera's not a member of any type core, so, I have lots of options to go, and just getting a good steel out of the way, again, on the steel that's not weak to ground, which is hard to come by, has fantastic bulk, has fantastic hazard play, has fantastic move coverage. It's just the sheer versatility of picking this up here, since I know it'll be a while before it gets back to me, that, with these two, I have a feeling that no matter what gets picked, I'll have some solid options to go with when it gets back.
Fairthorn, I think the hallmark of some good balanced play there. It's got bulk, and it seems very annoying, but this is something that plays into the strengths of something that I think you end up liking to play a lot. Reliable rocks and spikes every single time, knocking off something you can very easily pivot into, and it will do something productive every time it comes in. And as we said, starts off a couple of different cores. Steve, I don't like facing this thing. What do you think?
I mean, Fairthorn is always a fantastic defensive piece, very consistent, very much in the way, has some very exploitable weaknesses, but things that can certainly be planned around with. So it'll be exciting to see what we come up against week to week.
And I think I liked that pick so much that coming up next, I'm also going to go with a Grass Steel type Kartana, except this is the exact opposite kind of Mon that Fairthorn is. This thing has about 2 or 3 sets that all accomplish the exact same thing. I think you already know what we're talking about. It's that 181 attack that is absolutely bonkers, backed up by 109 speed. Oh, and by the way, I have that Tornadus Therian to help pivot into it and help support it. So I'm so excited to be able to have a Kartana. I started looking around the league a little bit. This thing can melt through just about anything that anyone is going to bring. I don't know if we've really had experience trying to wall this thing properly, Steve, and I hope to make you quiver in fear of the paper.
No, it certainly is something I have considered when the rest of the draft looking for what could be a reasonable switch in. But yeah, it's definitely a fantastic offensive piece, able to cut its way through just about anything. And even when you think you're safe, 181 attack is a lot. Pairing that up with a boosting item or move, and it really doesn't matter. Even if you resist, it might not be enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that goes a mile for this is it's not particularly versatile coverage, but it's got the coverage it needs. It can hit basically anything for at worst neutral, if not super effective. And when you're talking about a sky-high attack stat like this, that's really all you need. So it's walling it is gonna be hard no matter what you have on your team.
Which I suppose should bring up, even though this is a steel type, definitely not the typical steel type, so we'll see if maybe I can make up for some of those deficiencies later in the draft, but for now I'm excited for paper. Moving on once again in the opposite direction, Close Combat Club picking up the Latios to go with Corviknight. Steve, Latios at 180, this doesn't seem like we've seen it enough.
We really haven't. The league has consistently slept on the Lati twins, and here we are seeing Latios. Hopefully, we will stop sleeping on it, and it will do something impressive. Fantastic Mon, Levitate, great typing, pairing well with Corviknight, starting to form that Fairy Steel Dragon core. Fantastic attacker as well. Tons of coverage options, going with that 130 special attack. Also, a good amount of support moves and good speed here. Overall, a kind of fantastic all-around choice, and excited to see what John's able to do with it. What are your thoughts, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, it pairs fantastically with the Corviknight. Corviknight resists the Fairy, Latios resists the Electric. It's, great synergy there, and with as, solid and dependable the, defensive piece as Corviknight is, and as versatile an offensive piece as Latios is, I think this is a fantastic start to his Fairy Dragon Steel core right off the bat. I really, can't find anything to fault with this pick here.
And we were talking a little bit with Corviknight. What is it going to be pivoting in on and then U-turn out into? Well, we have our first answer here, Latios, something that could take advantage of that every time and just dish out the damage. A little bit of expanded coverage in the last couple gens, too. So we'll see what he can make do with that. Now we've got another interesting one here, dipping down to 140 for the Steamrollers to pair with Kira. Michael, we've got a somewhat early Tyranitar, but this thing has some stats.
Oh, it has stats for days. It has options for days. It can be bulky. It can be offensive. It sets up the sand, which, I think, alluding to it being a little bit of an early pick, I think it's a little strange to see someone, going for weather this early, but, with, being kind of in the later half of the draft here, making sure to pick it up now. If you see, reliable value in sand pieces down the line, then, this is a 140 point Mon. It's, friendly to your budget and it gets you a whole bunch of value later, I can really see it. Only thing is, with the Curum, having that fighting and steel weakness on both of them could be rough, so we'll see how he fixes it in the future.
Definitely still seems like a Chad pick, though, for sure. Got just enough versatility that he can mold it to what he is trying to do. He's really playing off of the raw stats and abilities of Tyranitar. If there's anyone that I can trust to make it work with the Kyurem as the other pick, I think it'd be Chad. And wonder if maybe you could even make Weatherball Kyurem work with the Sandstorm. That'd be kind of interesting. Steve, what are you seeing with the Tyranitar pick?
We've touched on it. Tyranitar setting up the sand, opening the door for future sand picks. Also, just a fantastic defensive piece with that sand boosted special defense, decent HP, great defense. Overall, a fantastic defensive piece that Chad has really leaned into in the past, having something he can reliably switch in on a lot of threats and then pivot out to what he prefers in at the time.
Right, and speaking of just sheer power, moving on to your next pick, Steve, it's the Thunderous Therian form. We talked a lot about the Thunderous forms and how they haven't been picked up and potentially moving them down, and here it is in round 2. Base 145 special attack, also being immune to the ground moves coming at Heatran, so already some nice synergy there. Got a variety of sets, but really it's based all around that 145 special attack and the sheer amount of power it brings. Also, don't be sleeping on the physical attack stat too. You're worried about the Volt Switch being blocked. U-turn will still chunk more than you think it will. Knock off as well. Just enough coverage to be just threatening enough, even with hidden power gone. Thunderous Therian, Steve, this is a mighty strong pick.
Oh yeah, definitely something I was very excited to use. Very much looking forward to it. That massive special attack stat, the ability to boost that up even further and or boost its speed to really sweep, the immunities it brings, the pivoting options. Really looking forward to using it and hoping I'm able to, make some waves with it.
Yeah, and I think, something just want to touch on was mentioned a little earlier. It's the obvious ground immunity to pair with your Heatran. But Heatran is the ice resist to pair with this. Thunderous is the fighting resist to pair with Heatran. It's incredible synergy from these two picks, and both of them are instantly threatening. So it's a real scary pair you got here, Steve.
Interested to see how you're going to supplement on the physical side next, and this could get out of hand very quickly. Next up, Steve, we've got Zapdos coming to Summit County Psyducks here. An interesting pair up with the Urshifu. I kind of like where this is going.
Oh yeah, Zapdos definitely a key member with its typically defensive profile, but having the options for some extremely threatening moves. Volt Switch for pivot, of course, access to Hurricane to hit very hard. Pairs pretty well with the Urshifu as well, covering things like the flying and grass weakness, the rock, and then Urshifu covering things like the rock and ice weakness. So again, we're seeing some synergy there. Both pivoting options in Volt Switch and U-turn, defog. Overall, just kind of a glue piece to kind of glue the team together, pivot around as needed. And I'm excited to see what else Zach can pick up to pair with it. What are your thoughts, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, I see this complementing Urshifu very well in that, they do somewhat similar things on different sides of the stats. Urshifu is a bulky, physically monstrous Pokemon with a lot of coverage and pivot. Zapdos has very solid special attack, very solid bulk. Not a ton of coverage options, but, just electric and flying will get you a whole lot of places compared with, also with added to some, support options and stuff that, I think these two together are going to put a lot of pressure. Being able to switch in and out of each other and other Pokemon.
I love the ability that Boots brought to this mon to be able to come in and defog reliably, along with the longevity of Roost. Good luck breaking through these two as they break you down probably just a little bit faster. Really nice complementary pair to each other. And the electric train just keeps on rolling after the 180 pick from the Agrons. He goes up to 200, Michael, to pick up the Tapu Koko that we were all eyeing throughout the whole round.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you terrain, it gives you options, it gives you coverage. It gets defog, which, I mean, sure, it's bird enough, I guess. It has taunt, it has 130 speed, which isn't, blistering. I'd say, 130 is kind of that, what I think of a staple for an incredibly fast mon. So it's meeting that and getting your speed requirements out of the way. And, a great fairy type just to start off. It's a fantastically versatile pick here.
Yeah, although it's doubling up a little bit on the ground weakness, I love that Joey was able to go and grab that 200-point one. As you said, getting a fairy early, I think, is extremely difficult. I think fire and fairy may be two of the toughest types to go get, and he just got them both knocked out with very good, very solid higher tier picks, one after another. Nice pivoting that we're seeing going on here, too. Victini into Coco and back and forth, and they're both, unlike what we saw earlier with Matt, these two are both offensively threatening in their own right. Steve, what do you think of the Coco?
Coco is, the what I think of when I think of a pivot. That blazing speed, getting in, getting out, volt switch U-turn. Fantastic piece for Joey to build the rest of his team around. Looking forward to how he's able to use it.
And we're going to keep that terrain game just moving along here. To pair with the Rillaboom's Grassy Surge, we've got Feeney with the Misty Surge. Two terrains, one right after another for the Boulder Bulldors. Interested to see all of your thoughts on this one, but talking about Feeney first real quick, this thing is just an absolute pain to try and get through. We've seen how it can sell out games with the leftovers set. We see how it can set up on those sets as well. But you also cannot be sleeping on the staple Scarf set. This thing has surprisingly good offensive abilities, with Water and Fairy being very tough to resist both of those. And the ability to trick that onto someone else too. This thing provides so much interesting versatility and bulk, knockoff, and taunt. Able to see kind of an interesting payoff to Rillaboom here, being able to go into this. Also, the start of a grass, water, fire core here as well. Really bulky piece. But Steve, what do you think about the synergy of the two terrains together? That's kind of interesting.
It is very interesting. One nice thing about that is with terrain and weather abilities. It's sometimes you get into a situation where you want to send out your mon, but you have to wait an extra turn because their terrain's about to expire, and you want to make sure as they re-enter, they're resetting it so you get the full benefit. I could certainly see the benefit of the multiple terrains, giving the ability to kind of reset the terrains and go back and forth so you have the terrain you want active when you want it active, especially with both of these terrains providing support to the opponent as well as yourself. The healing from grassy terrain, perhaps you're about to try and pivot into one of your flying mons and you want to stop by Feeney real quick to stop healing your opponent. Maybe you want to try and use status, so you want to turn off your misty terrain and get some grassy terrain up. The ability to kind of go back and forth so that the opponent can't depend on a terrain being up really could be key to the Boulder success this season. What are your thoughts, Michael?
And I want to, take that a little bit further of, you can run both of them and still only run one terrain. Can you imagine a Rillaboom being out, you bring out your powerful fire type or your ice type or whatever to threaten it out, it U-turns out into a Tapu Fini that's running telepathy, so it swallows your hit and then has lefties and grassy terrain healing? That sounds absolutely terrifying.
Well, now I'm a little bit scared too. I really hope that the Boulders are not listening to this and get that idea. But wow, there's some cool stuff you can do with multiple terrains. I think there's some interesting things here. Melmetal's the one that we've talked a little bit about, Steve, that hasn't really been used to too much success, but in the second round paired with Dragapult, this is terrifying.
It most certainly is. I mean, Melmetal really does one thing. And that is, that really high HP attack and defense, and clicks double Iron Bash. I understand it might have more moves, probably some coverage options, but that's it. And I know I myself am kind of dissuaded from picking it just because that's all it does, but it surely hits hard. And having, Dragapult to kind of fall back on, forming the Fairy Dragon Steel core with it, and then, the 143 attack and defense. This thing is hitting hard and is a fantastic physical wall as well. Although, it's maybe not the most exciting piece, it's still going to be a monster out there, and hopefully I don't have to fight it. Well, what are you thinking about it, Michael?
I mean, you have Dragapult, one of, if not the best dragons in the format. You have Melmetal, probably one of the best steel types in the format. we're looking at the beginnings of an absolutely monstrous core. And I think, a piece that synergizes with Dragapult is surprisingly its speed. You now have both sides of the speed spectrum covered pretty well. You've got an insanely fast Dragapult. You've got a very slow Melmetal. Maybe you try and, make yourself less weak to Dragapult by trying a fun Trick Room strategy, and now you've just set yourself up to get swept by Melmetal. They go fantastically together.
Yeah, I want to re-highlight the bulk of Melmetal. This thing is so tough to go through. It really doesn't need too much other than Double Iron Bash as mentioned, so imagine how easy it is to put an Assault Vest on it, or just when you think Helmet is going to be the answer, it's got those protective pads, not to mention something like Rest to give it a second lease on life. Wow, is Melmetal going to be obnoxious to deal with? And imagine trying to prep everything into that and Dragapult, and this is just the beginning of the draft. This is looking real good so far. We're going to move on then to the Kinglers, who pairing up with the Landorus Therian, Michael, it's a Magnezone. That's kind of an interesting one to trap steel types that Landorus already kind of deals with a little bit, but I love Magnezone.
I mean, I think this could have been, a bit of just, looking for value and types where you can get them as things start to get picked over. Because, Magnezone we've seen a lot of steel types already, and they're starting to get thin. So I think this is a fantastic steel type to manage to pick up, even if it's in a little bit of a weird position in his, overall draft picks. But, it is super weak to ground, which Landorus covers. Landorus is super weak to ice, which Magnezone covers. And, Landorus is a bulky, supportive, physical piece that can do a lot of damage. Magnezone is a generally bulky, very specially offensive piece, which, covers the other side of the defensive spectrum there. So I think they go together pretty well.
Absolutely, and I think Magnezone takes care of a lot of the flying types that Landorus actually struggles a little bit with, and potentially it can knock them off, put them on a timer with Toxic, but that may be just about it. Magnezone puts on maybe that little bit more pressure that Landorus would have a tough time putting on. You also see some fun Iron Defense sets as well from the Magnezone, and the pivoting game continues from the Landorus as well. Steve, I really wanted Magnezone, and I'm a little upset that it's not mine.
I mean, yeah, the options it brings is fantastic. The pivoting as well as trapping. Scary Mon. We'll see what else the Kinglers pick up that they really wanted this trapper for.
And we're going to move on to the last pick of the second round. And oh boy, it's pairing with Celesteela. A Toxapex, are you kidding me? Let's take a look at the weaknesses of Toxapex. We've only got Electric overlapping with Celesteela, and otherwise this is just a nasty core. Celesteela immune to those ground attacks. Toxapex resisting the fire attacks. Celesteela also taking the psychic attacks. And just look at those defensive numbers and that little thing above it that says Regenerator. This is an obnoxious mon to deal with. You need that strong stab move in order to get rid of it, and even then you might not be able to. If it gets some T-spikes up or Toxics you, it can stall just about any mon out. Knock off to help with that a little bit. Haste to stop you from setting up on it. Recover to stall you out. Regenerator to go back out into the Celesteela on a bad matchup. Disgusting. Amazing to see it with the Celesteela. How is this going to be going, Steve?
I mean, you've covered it fantastically there. This is the start of a really strong defensive core. Excited to see what the Wooper Troopers are able to pick up to complement these first two pieces and what offense they're going to be able to generate after this really bulky, annoying core they formed.
Yeah, and, earlier we've been talking about, well, what if the bulky Feeny had, terrain healing in addition to its bulk and lefties? Okay, what if a Celesteela sets up Leech Seed and then goes into a Toxapex? I'm on the verge of breaking down already.
Just disgusting. Is that the most disgusting? We're going to take a quick look here at the round 2 recap. As we can see on the screen, we're getting quite a few more big picks off the board. Steve, how are we looking points-wise?
So points-wise, there are a couple teams now that are in the worst and a couple more in the best. There's still only a 40-point spread. So, teams like the Lorraine Laron, the Agron, Summit County Psyducks, and the Buffalo Bouffalant, both picking those high point mons for multiple rounds, that 200 and 180. They're kind of at the low end, and there are still over half the teams sitting at 960 points at the most. So really not too much variance yet in the points available.
Michael, what kinds of types have been going? We see a few patterns on here, but what can you tell us?
Well, if you we've been harping on it over and over, But at this point in the draft, we have 14 teams looking for steel types, and 8 are gone already in these first 2 rounds. 8 steel types and 5 dragons. That type core is starting to get real thin. Still only, we have 3 fairies picked, so people might be picking those up soon, but wow, if you didn't grab the steel type in these opening rounds, you might have been pretty worried about it.
Definitely true. A couple mons that I will be pointing out as what I think are some of the best values at this point. I really love seeing that Garchomp being able to go in round 2. I love the synergy it provides with the Glow King. Knowing the coach of the Rockruff is as talented as he is, I think we're about to see a couple really solid follow-ups to that as well. Garchomp for 200 in round 2. This is just amazing. The other one I want to point out is that Melmetal as well. We saw how bulky it is, how well it pairs with the Dragapult. It looks just a little disgusting, and not sure I want to deal with any of that. That's going to do it for round 2. We're going to take a quick break here, and we're going to come right back in just a bit. Alright, we are back, and we're going to move right along into round 3. The start of round 3, we get is a mon that we just bumped up to 180, Steve, and it has already been picked, Dragonite at 180.
And I mean, that Dragonite definitely worth 180 points. Such a versatile Pokemon. Key feature here, of course, being multi-skill, the ability to almost certainly guarantee living 1 hit, and then all sorts of things it can do with that, whether it be an offensive set, setting up with Dragon Dance, taking advantage of its massive attack stat, as well as moves like Extreme Speed with a choice item, as well as some defensive sets, roosting back up to re-trigger multi-scale, providing Heal Bell support. Dragonite really is a versatile Pokemon, and I really like the pick. It's a fantastic mon. Definitely gives the Wooper Troopers here some offense that they were kind of missing before this point with, Celesteal and Toxapex. What are your thoughts on this pickup, Michael?
I mean, it's a fantastic Pokemon, no two ways about it, but I do think it's really awkward with these other 2. Primarily because, it's a dragon type that doesn't actually resist electric, and you already have a big electric weakness in your steel type and your water type in, both of those primary type cores. I think it would have been really nice to have gotten a dragon that, was a solid electric resist, but I mean, it does have multi-scale. Not that it would really need it to survive an effectively neutral electric type attack on it. So I think it'll be really interesting to see how the troopers cover that electric weakness with the rest of their picks. But otherwise, I mean, you can't go wrong with this Pokemon.
I agree, and I would definitely love to see at least another Defogger in there too. It seems like with a big, bulky defensive team, one of the best ways to pick through it was with some of these hazard plays, and to maybe not force Dragonite to have to wear boots or carry Defog every single week. Would love to see a little more versatility with hazard removal, but it's a pretty solid start, I think, aside from that electric weakness we identified. Of course, speaking of electric weaknesses, Michael, it's just not going to be a Kanto Kingler's draft without rain, apparently, as Pelipper goes in round 3.
It is. Here it is, the Pelipper boy himself, the Rain Setter Pelipper. I mean, like you said, you see Pelipper, and apparently this is going to be a rain team. Pelipper, of course, a staple of those with Drizzle, as well as solid, decent bulk, decent special attack, ability to throw off Scalds and Hurricanes, U-turn, Defog, Roost. It's got a solid ability to support the rest of the team, as well as, bringing out the rain that will make the team shine. A little strange, I generally think of, I think, Pelipper signaling this is a rain team. He doesn't really have any rain abusers yet. So we'll see what he pulls. But I mean, with Landorus and Magnezone being excellent, electric immunities and resists to support the plethora of water types we could expect to see here, it's a good start.
Yeah, I definitely like seeing the Magnezone as the steel typing here. One of the biggest weaknesses of a rain team, especially with something like Pelipper and the particular abusers, is a big freeze-dry weakness, and something like a sturdy steel type. Obviously, fire not working too well in rain, so having a Magnezone there will hopefully help quite a bit, as well as some more pivoting potential here, all 3 of them with U-turn or Volt Switch. Anything else stand out to you, Steve?
I mean, you mentioned taking Pelipper this round without any abusers, But I definitely like that pick if you're trying to set up rain. If you start drafting abusers and then someone else takes teleport, even for a mini core, you're kind of left out there in the dry, quite literally. It's nice to get your setter now. No one else really is going to have eyes for the abusers, and pick them up as you're able to throughout the rest of the draft.
This should shape the rest of this team's draft for sure. We're going to move along to the next pick. It's Lorraine Laron picking up a Slowbro here. A fine defensive complement here with a lot of amazing resistances and that very key teleport as well. We're starting to see a little bit of something here. Dragapult at the very top of the speed tiers, of course, at 142. But these other two, Slowbro with some Trick Room potential, kind of interesting. Couple ways to be able to pivot into the Melmetal as well, which is just something that's so strong. Slowbro seems like a pretty solid fit for that. Something else that can take some of those big hits. Really only seeing the Ghost and Dark weaknesses starting to stack up a little bit. What are you seeing from this pick, Steve?
Just grabbing another fantastic standalone Mon. Of course, you do mention a little bit of weaknesses stacking up, but there's still plenty of time to fix that throughout the rest of the draft. Also notably grabbing something with some recovery and a lot of longevity to go with Melmetal and Dragapult, who are both lack recovery and really just are hitting hard, and that's about it. Michael?
Yeah, no, I think together with the Melmetal, it's pretty terrifying. Resisting the fighting type and the fire types for it, as well as the ability to set up Trick Room and teleport into something like Abandoned Melmetal, sounds pretty scary. And going along with that idea of choice items, Melmetal and Dragapult are both excellent Pokemon to slap choice items on. In which case, then you can find yourself needing to switch out of them a fair amount, and having a Slowbro that's got Regenerator that you can just keep switching and pivoting it into as you need to change the moves you're locked into. It's fantastic synergy there.
And speaking of choice items, moving on to the Boulder Bouldors, they've already completed their Grass, Water, and Fire core with the Blacephalon, Steve.
Oh, yeah, picking up one of the strongest fire types in the draft right here, Blacephalon, with that amazing 151 special attack, and really complementing the Fire, Water, Grass core as a whole. Rillaboom here bringing a lot of physical offense, Feeny bringing a lot of bulk and defensive utility, and Blacephalon now here with that sky-high special attack. Just a fantastic mod, really complements the core here. Honestly, great first three picks. Excited to see where the rest of this team goes. What are your thoughts on this pickup, Michael?
Yeah, no, I love it. It's a really solid core you've got here. The bulk on the Feeny, the excellent priority and versatility of the Rillaboom, and now you've got, some real, snowballing potential with the Beast boosting Blacephalon. It's just excellent, coverage of roles there. The Feeny with the Fairy type resisting the Dark type for the Blacephalon too. It's just a great series of picks here.
And the Fairy typing for Feeny as well. The Fire, Water, Grass core, of course, do complement each other well, but none of them can hit Dragon super effectively, so it's a core that can struggle with Dragons, and having a top-tier Fairy type in the Feeny to complement all that is really nice. You can see quite a few interesting mind games potentially coming out, and as you said, Blacephalon, I love that it gives them the potential to snowball out of control. Really cool, really fun pick. On the other side here, Michael, we've got the Agrons picking up Skarmory to complement their first couple picks. Got some hazard game going on now.
Oh yeah, no, I think it's an excellent pick here. At just 140, you're getting rocks and spikes and defogging with some abilities to run Brave Bird, Body Press. It's got a fair amount of versatility, and just it's incredible value as far as bulk and a great steel typing at this point. Going with the Coco to start building out the Fairy Dragon Steel. I think it's just a solid Pokemon overall. You have anything to add, Nate?
Yeah, I love that. The Victini and Coco, while very strong together, both weak to ground, and now you've picked up a Steel type that is immune to ground. Really nice synergy with the Steel pick that you did absolutely need to pick up, and I love the pressure that a good hazard setter can provide to can certainly make those V-Crates suddenly hit much harder, potentially turn those into Okos because of those extra hazards. Anything else you'd like to add on to this pick, Steve?
Definitely like the addition of a bulky mon to complement the more offensive Victini and Coco. Excited to see where the rest of this draft takes us.
Now we're going to finally dip into the 120s here as the Summit County Psyducks pick Zarude third for their draft. We're starting to see maybe a little bit of clumping of speed tiers here, but we're already also starting to fill out some well-needed cores here too. The grass and the water starting to come together already, and we see a lot of really good pivoting from these three mons as well. Love some of the synergy with having a couple of flying weaknesses. We have one of the best flying resistances in Zapdos there as well. Really starting to build things out here. Steve, what are you seeing from these three mons?
I mean, you definitely mentioned the speed clumping, all three mons being 97 to 105. Getting a little crowded there, but still plenty of time to get some additional speeds. There's also building a little bit of a fairy weakness, so that could come back as a couple of these top tier mons here are being weak to fairy or neutral to it. So would like to see a fairy resist coming in the near future from the Psyducks.
Yeah, no, I just want to pull attention to, we had talked on the Psyducks last pick, about the kind of theme of kind of like a bulky offense going up here, and Zarude with a slightly limited move pool being down at 120, but you've got the 120 attack and the 105 speed on the slide, but it's got 105 HP, 105 defense, and 95 special defense too. This team is bulky and can also dish out a lot of pain.
It's very fun to pair up with the Roost Zapdos and Jungle Healing Zarude too to give that longevity. Starting to look a little spooky, but we see with the playstyle that is coming out. Alright, moving on, we get to have Steve talk about his next pick, Terrakion, just another big offensive presence on your team.
Yeah, after Heatran and Thundurus, really was looking for something to apply some physical pressure, and Terrakion is a fantastic mon that I very much want to use. Of course, the rock and fighting coverage here, nearly unresisted, kind of requiring some abilities to really resist, providing a ton of offense. Has a couple of support options, rock and taunt, but really, it's going to be very much focused on the offense, whether it be Sword Stance to take that attack sky high, Rock Polish to outspeed things, and then using the stabs quite effectively. Really looking forward to using it and hope it does well for me.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a monster of a Pokemon. I mean, if you want a wall breaker, it's hard to find something more, archetypally wall breaky than Terrakion. Those were words I just said. It's just a monster. With a Sword Stance up, you are pretty much sacking something to this thing, and you have to choose what. So I just love the pressure it's going to be able to put out for you.
In general, I see ground types potentially being an issue for Heatran and Terrakion. However, I think the coverage and just raw power of some of these mons means that ground types aren't going to be able to switch in maybe more than once against this team. I would like to see maybe a little bit more to help fix that up, which I'm sure you'll do in the near future. But these wall breakers are starting to look just a little bit ridiculous. And speaking of wall breakers that actually work in the sand, we've got another just classic pick from Chad. Some synergy with that Tyranitar there, Michael.
Oh, it's fantastic Pokemon. It's actually something that I was really hoping to pick up this round, but nope. The Landorus Eye, the Sandurus as I call it, it's an incredible Pokemon. It has Sand Force, so in the sand with the Tyranitar, it's going to be boosting its ground-type moves, coming off of 125 attack and 115 special attack already. Those are going to be hitting like a truck. The resists of Landorus are fantastic. It's a flying type that's immune to electric attacks. It's just crazy. It has a great move pool. It can run a whole bunch of items, can fill a bunch of different roles, and with the Tyranitar already being there, it's something I'm very scared of.
It is really cool to see a mon like this where you take away the thing that made it an Uber and it still has so much functionality. It wasn't just the sheer force that made it busted, that pushed it over the top, but the amount of different things it can do, the amount of different sets and items it can run. This thing is a versatile monster. Definitely a classic Chad mon, don't you think, Steve?
I mean, he's used it before, and he's familiar with it, and now it's going to be even stronger with sand backing it up.
Moving along to the Close Combat Club, I believe this is the last 200-point mon to go. It is the Tapu Lele, which overlaps a little bit already with the Latios, actually. We do see a lot of firepower coming out from Lele. This thing is so stupid strong with 130 special attack, same as the Latios, except that it boosts itself up with the Psychic Terrain, as well as the Fairy move with Moonblast, which together means you really only have Steel types as a possible answer. I would like to see some ways to break through Steel types, and doubling up on Psychics isn't necessarily the worst, but you're probably going to need some way to help with those as well, potentially some dark type help, even with the Fairy here. It's kind of interesting to see, especially a Latios that doesn't necessarily benefit from the Psychic Terrain by being in the Psychic Terrain because it has Levitate there as well. Do you think maybe that a move should be incoming here, Steve, or do you think he can make this work?
I mean, well, he'll definitely give it a try for a couple of weeks would be my expectation, see if it works. Although it would not surprise me to see a move later on. But yeah, you definitely mentioned the strengths of it, and they do share very similar roles, and they're both filling out that Steel Dragon Fairy core there. So it might be hard to see one of them go unless they're able to pick up a replacement piece to help with that defensive core.
Yeah, and I mean, as far as Steel types go, you do have Corviknight, who can eat Steel type attacks for days and body press them back. But we are building up a little bit of a ghost weakness here with the Psychic type Latios and Lele, as well as, the Lele being neutral to Dark that the Latios is weak to, so your Fairy type isn't a Dark resist in this case. So definitely be a little looking to see him pick up some pieces to shore up that defensive typings, but it's a fine start here with these three Pokemon filling out a core.
Sounds like you might need a bulky dark type. Speaking of which, your Buffalo Bouffalant, Steve, picked up a Hydreigon. That's a lot of points gone, but the Hydreigon pick up in round 3.
Oh yeah, definitely a steal for the round. It's a fantastic mon. Something I've used before. That dark typing is something it's really easy to overlook how valuable it is. So easy to stack up dark and ghost weaknesses, and the dark typing giving you the resist to both, as well as coming from such a fantastic mon here. Not necessarily bulky, but not frail at all, having those pseudo-legendary stats, keeping those defenses high. The 125 special attack, able to launch off Draco Meteors, or boost it even higher with Nasty Plot. Fantastic coverage choices, pivoting. Only thing that really holds it back is a little bit in the speed. Being just under 100 is a little awkward, but it's definitely something that can make work and easy enough to pair up with the Choice Scarf Remedy as well. What are your thoughts on this pick, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic Pokemon. The sheer versatility of it, being able to, being immune to Psychic and Ground types, as well as, just the plethora of resists that Dragon gives you. Its ability to defog, its ability to U-turn, its ability to hit hard. The speed holds it back a little bit, but the sheer versatility of it gives Nate so much to play around with, and I'm terrified of all the different things he's going to find to do with it.
I do like these speed tiers we've got here. It's about 10 points in between each of them, but we're slowly building up there a little bit. Just got to watch out for the ice weakness that's starting to build up, but I'm sure I can find something to take care of that. And I love the special offense that the Hydreigon and Tornadus both provide with Kartana. We've got 2 Nasty Plotters and a Swords Dancer right at the beginning of the draft, all with pretty good speed, so good luck dealing with that. Of course, one way that you might be able to deal with something like a Kartana is with some strong fire offense, and Michael, you're able to snag a Volcanion in round 3.
I sure am. Another Pokemon that I wasn't really expecting to pick up. Same with my first 2 going into the draft. The fire types I had my eye on were Victini and Blacephalon, which both went, and at this point there weren't a whole lot of other fire types I was interested, so I decided to go and snag one of the few remaining ones that I was. And, it's a fantastic Pokemon. It's so much fun. It's got Fire and Water Stab, which has all kinds of weird coverage. It's got fantastic bulk and special attack. It's got Water Absorb on a Fire type is so useful. It's got a funny defog. Only thing I don't really like about it is don't have much right now to combat ground types, or to at least resist them. So definitely something that I may or may not be worried about for the rest of my draft.
but I am really liking a lot of these types that are just seem nullified from the first 3 picks. Water types really not doing much of anything to anyone here. The steel types, no, there's no offense, and you have a pretty good time breaking them. This is also a really nice special offense to pair with everything. It's another mon that really appreciates the hazards that Ferrothorn can set up to, similar to what we talked about earlier. Just being able to possibly convert some 2-hit KOs into 1-hit KOs with that hazard play. And Steve, this is also 2/3 of the Grass, Fire, Water in one mon.
That's finishing up that water core with the Ferrothorn there, and just 2 mons. Of course, combining some of them does some weird things. You depend on certain types to resist certain things, and perhaps in combining them they won't. However, this mon seems to make it work. I guess the only notable exception is you now have a freeze dry neutrality instead of a resist and a super effective. So, overall, it seems it's a great mon, a fantastic offensive piece, and bulky enough to definitely sustain throughout the battle.
And speaking of some bulky water types that are starting to make waves in OU in recent times, we've got the Newbert and Rockruff picking up the Rotom Wash form in round 3. Really cool bond. We find that just increased synergy with each pick going here. This is an amazing ground immunity for the Rockruff. The ground typing being very tough to resist for something like this. Having only 1 weakness in Grass, Slowking Galar obviously eats those up for days. We've got a little bit of trickery going on here too. Love the status conditions that this can provide, and just an amazing pivot for something like the Glow King, be able to Volt Switch out into that. Something that can take advantage of the hazards a little bit. A lot of interesting things you can do with the Rotom. And I love just the typing and ability, everything about the Rotom form, Steve. You know I'm a big fan of.
Oh, you certainly drafted almost all of them before this draft. Rotom Wash has always been one of my favorites, especially with the Rotom forms. The fact that you only have a weakness to Grass, similar to that ground water typing, except you don't pick up the 4 times weakness, it's just the neutrality. You do, I guess, have to watch out for Mold Breaker mons to bring out that ground weakness, but there aren't too many of those anyways. Fantastic pick. Complements some things that the team were looking to kind of struggle with a little bit, and excited to see what else the team can pick up here to plug some more of those weaknesses.
Yeah, I love it. Like you said, it's got the ground immunity for the Galarian Slowking, as well as resisting all ice moves except for a freeze dry for the Garchomp. With a real bulky, specially offensive piece, and then a bulky, physically offensive setup piece with the Garchomp, having, something that can spread Willows, can, spread Tricks, can defog hazards, something a little more kind of versatile and supporty in the Rotom Wash, I think is a fantastic fit. As well as, 2 140 picks here in this team. They're going to have a lot of points to play with to fill out the rest of this team.
Definitely true. Of course, a team that has been building a very high tier and very annoying core would be, of course, the Incineroar, now completing their core, Steve, with a Salamence.
Yep, there it is. The fantasy core all filled out there, and Salamence, what a fantastic pickup. A very versatile piece. Being able to, of course, use that 135 attack in physical attacking sets, whether that be with Dragon Dance or choice items. Also, has a special attacking set, 110 special attack, and fantastic move pool on the special side, plus Intimidate and ability to run defensive sets with Boost and Defog, running support, Tailwind. Really, Salamence can do whatever Matt needs it to. Complementing here the Clefable and Jirachi, really annoying group of mons, really no clear way to break through them, bunch of resist, only type not resisted by one of them is electric, hopefully Matt's able to pick up some resist there, but even then, no weaknesses to electric either. So, fantastic rounding out this core here, excited to see what else the Incineroar are able to do.
Yeah, we had previously been talking about, Clefable and Jirachi, great picks, great, defensive pieces, great at pivoting around, and, what is he going to make use of all that pivoting for? And something like a Moxie Salamence is certainly going to make use of that, as well as being, surprisingly bulky with a surprising amount of supportive moves. If the Incineroar fill out like a fairly offensive water fire grass core, Salamence can just sit there and be bulky with the rest of this Dragon Fairy and Steel core. So I think it's a great pickup here.
If he wants to continue doing this, he certainly can, because he's got now 3 Wish users. Just disgusting. Not looking forward to having to break through any of these, let alone all 3 together, and he still has 8 more picks. Ugh. Now, of course, another team that we need to be talking a lot about is the Noctowls, and the last pick of round 3, the Weavile, which a lot of people had their eyes on, Michael.
Oh yeah, it's a staple Pokemon. It's got fantastic speed and attack, a very powerful and very fast knockoff, which is just invaluable, as well as strong priority in Ice Shard and the ability to run something like a Band or Swords Dance to just go fully offensive. It's a fantastic Ice and Dark type, which you tend to kind of have to fish for, on secondary typings and stuff. Those are generally things that aren't like the Fire, Water, Grass, Dragon, Fairy, Steel that you're going after, gung-ho. So having them both here on an incredibly fast and reliable Mon is fantastic.
I love the priority from Ice Shard on this thing as well. The speed tier creeping up above the Volcarona even. It feels like the Noctowls don't necessarily pick up pieces like the Komodo and the Volcarona that sometimes need to set up in order to be good. Weavile is definitely much more their speed, so a nice little comfort pick to go with a couple other mons that you may be trying out that could result in a lot of damage, but having a reliable pick to fall back on still, Steve.
Oh yeah, and definitely something that I and many others are terrified of seeing how it ends up being played throughout the season.
A few of us have some accumulating ice weaknesses. We don't want to fall prey to this, so we can do a quick round recap of round 3. Here we go, everything on the board. Steve, how are we looking points-wise? I'm sure some teams that are doing a little bit better in points than others.
Yep, that is correct, and you would know anything or two about that, being you are currently in the worst position points-wise with 740 points remaining for your 8 last picks. At the top end right now, the Steamrollers, Route 1 Birbs, and New Brand Rockruff all at 820, nearly 100 points above. Still all within 100 points, but we're starting to really see that split up where the teams that have, kind of splurged at the beginning on 3 high-tier mons are dropping, while some of these teams that, have taken some value picks in lower tiers still have plenty of spending room to look forward to the rest of the draft with.
We're starting to run out of some of those top tier mons, but they are still available for anyone who has the points to do so. Michael, what kinds of picks were we seeing taken? What kinds of trends were you able to find?
Well, there were a lot of water types, a lot of flying types taken this round, several dragon types. Last round we'd been talking about all the steels. Only 1 steel type taken this round, but it's still 9 steel types taken in total. Definitely running out of those options, and now up to 8 dragons taken. People really going after that core, but only 4 fairy types in total taken so far, so definitely looking for people to catch up on that type.
Excellent, and a couple of mons I want to highlight here is nice value picks. As much as I'd love to be able to talk about myself and my Hydreigon, I will refrain from doing so to be able to chat a little bit about that Rotom Wash again. Just 140, but again, it's starting to peak a little bit more in OU usage. People starting to see the value of everything that a Rotom form can bring, especially as we talked about, one with only 1 single 2x weakness and the ability to pivot out and around and provide all the extra utility for your team. The other one I want to talk about, of course, the Landorus Incarnate from Chad. Great synergy with the Tyranitar to make use of the ability that it still has and everything else that it can still do on the physical and special side, which seems to be a theme with him. Kyurem, obviously you think of the Freeze Dry, but it can still run a Dragonite set to attack physically. In Tyranitar you think physical, but it obviously has a big move pool on the special side that is more than usable, and we're starting to see how difficult it can be to prepare for a draft like that. With round 3 finished, we're going to move on to round 4, where we go back to the Noctowls, who pick up the Slowking for their team. Awesome pick here, because again, we've talked about how Psychic types are a little tough to do pick up early with their big weaknesses to Ghost and Dark. They're tough to resist. We've got Weavile as kind of a soft Ghost resist, and Komodo as a hard Dark resist, and Volcarona with the Stab Bug as well to help pick up the Dark weakness. It'd be a little tough to run things like that against it, and this is also a really nice pivot. Komodo, obviously without a pivoting move, Volcarona U-turn, you don't really think of it. Weavile doesn't have one. Having a very reliable, bulky teleport mon like Slowking seems to be a perfect fit for a team like this, Steve.
Oh yeah, we've definitely seen what the Noctols have been able to do in season past with those bulky regenerator mons. Thinking about the last full season with the Tang growth that was really taking names there. Excited to see what Slowking's able to do. Still has kind of the bulk more on the special side now. Still has a fantastic attacking stat to run off of it, but maybe a little more support options than the Tang growth had. So excited to see what he's going to do with it. What are your thoughts on this pickup, Michael?
I mean, it's a fantastic Pokemon, no two ways about it. I think I would have liked to see the Noctows pick up a Steel type here. We've been talking about how they've been going, and right now their Fairy Resist is Volcarona, which has bulk, but generally you think of it as more of a setup kind of sweeper that you don't want taking a bunch of chip damage. So I'll be interested to see how they perhaps flesh out that defense going forward.
Definitely true, and if we're talking about trying to shore up some things. We've talked a little bit about the speed from the Incineroar, and oh boy, did they fix that right up, Steve, with the Regieleki.
There you go. Nice to average speed, surely at this point. Regieleki with that blazing fast 200 speed, the only thing worth highlighting about it. Fantastic support and offensive piece. Being able to come here with the base 100 attacks and transistor boost to really do massive damage with the electric type attacks, but also has a fantastic supporting move pool, able to get up screens very quickly, able to spin away hazards, pivot with Volt Switch, and, as we mentioned, patches up that kind of lackluster speed for them with just 2 100s. Great pickup to plug some holes and another threat on this team. Michael, what do you think of this pickup?
I mean, we had just talked about the Salamence filling out some offensive opportunities for the Incineroar, and well, you've got Regieleki, which has the speed to run Modest, and the move pool to not care that it's locked into electric type moves if it wants to run some specs. So it's absolutely a monstrous thing to be able to pivot into from things like the Clefable and the Jirachi. Has the ground weakness together with the Jirachi, but we've gotten immunity in the Salamence, so this is shaping up very strongly, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's, I think, a good bit of pressure on the Salamence if there is a ground type, for example. Also, Regieleki, one of the things I like most about it is how it's practically a prankster screen setter. However, right now, really, it's only the Salamence you're setting up screens for, potentially trying to help maybe set up a Clefable with Calm Mind. I would love to see a little bit more offensive pressure that the Regieleki can help supplement and support perhaps something a little more anti-ground as well. But Regieleki, a great fit into most any team that's looking for that little bit of speed or something to get the jump on literally anything. With that, we move on to the New Britain Rockruff, and oh boy, Moltres Galar. We're seeing a couple of these mons that we just bumped up, Michael, already picked up by the Rockruff. What's he trying to do here?
Oh yeah, no, Moltres Galar, after having somewhat lackluster showing in the league, had a breakout season last season, and at 100 points is incredible value. Crazy special attack and special defense paired with, the special attack is a crazy start, but you have an ability in Berserk which is going to boost it, as well as the bulk to be running something like weakness policy, as well as just straight up nasty plot and agility. This Pokemon can set up fast, and afterwards combination of dark and flying stab hits a lot of things very hard. So I think it's pretty nice here. Weak to the electric that the Garchomp is immune to the ground type that the Slowking is weak to. It's another ice weakness here, but they have the Rotom Wash. It's filling out pretty well, especially with all of these budget picks coming together and being just as threatening as some of the higher tier picks we've seen.
And a big bulky dark type for the high pick psychic type as well to resist ghost and dark. Would love to see another defogger here. There's a little pressure on Rotom to do that so that Moltres is free to run something else like that weakness policy to actually let it sweep unexpectedly. But definitely agree this is a solid pick that seems to synergize quite well with everything so far. Again, maybe an ice resist and a defogger would be nice. Anything else on this pick, Steve?
Yeah, and you guys mentioned it. Fantastic pick. Definitely a steal for 100. We should have moved it up further.
We talked about it, and, well, we're going to find out whether that was a mistake or not pretty quickly, I think. Next up, the Route 1 Birbs. Michael picking up the Latias to go with this. Tell me if you've heard this before. Zero Aura and a Latias in the draft together. Pretty nice. Again, a ground immunity was something that we were just looking for, and this is it. Another fire resist for the Ferrothorn to help swap around with that. being able to provide a lot of support for the team with screens. This is definitely the supportive complement to a Latios, although it can potentially sweep on its own. This may be even a better weakness policy user, and I know Michael likes to dip into that pool a little bit too. The ability to defog alongside the Volcanion is really nice too, and a little longevity on the team with the Roost is something else we were talking a little bit about, so that is a pretty cool little aspect of the Latias there. Starting to get some nice synergy together. The Dragon type is something that was definitely needed too. See what kind of fairy you can find and potentially the lower tiers here to fill that out. Steve, what are you thinking of the Latias?
Another fantastic element of this pick is the speed. Between the first three picks, there was, of course, speed gap there, 70 to 143, Volcanion to Zeraora. Latias kind of getting in the middle there, breaking up those speed tiers even further, giving you another mon above 100 with some room to get further break up the speed tiers down the line. Michael, what do you think about your pickup here?
I was very happy with it. This draft has been incredibly, scrambled together. Latias, another Pokemon that I picked because what I had wanted to pick was taken. I've been thinking about that Salamence pretty heavily, and Latias was one of the few Dragon types left I wanted to use, so I grabbed it. And for, just kind of grabbing all of these four Pokemon, just where I could find them, it's actually come together rather nice.
Some nice accidental synergy, but you still take that all the same. Next up, we get to go back to the Bouffalant as we're finally dipping into the lower point totals after spending a lot. And this is, Steve, the Swampert, getting even more synergy with the flip turn.
Yeah, definitely love the flip turn here for a pivot, and just kind of another bulky mon here to kind of complement the offense you've seen. A pivot to get on those massive breakers, a rocks setter, and also, just a defensive piece to help with some of your weaknesses. Tornadus being weak to electric, picked up another immunity. Kartana's weakness to fire, picked up another resist. Swampert, of course, with that grass, with that water ground typing, only weak to grass. All three of the previous mons resist grass. Fantastic defensive synergy. Does add another ice neutrality and a freeze dry weakness. So ice is still looking quite problematic. But other than that, fantastic pickup. Definitely going to be useful as a bulky mon to pivot into those big hitters. Michael, what are your thoughts on this pickup?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's great for all the reasons you've mentioned. We've got crazy defensive synergy going on here, as well as, just fantastic utility from the ability to pivot, as well as set up rocks and other annoying things. I think it just fits on the team so well.
I kind of like the idea of being able to stack up these 4 times weaknesses and then being able to pivot around them, have other big resistances to them, and being able to accumulate resistances rather than weaknesses and make it a little more tough to break through things like this. Also have the customizability of both Swampert and Tornadus. You can build them physically bulky, especially bulky. You can run Helmet on them pretty easily, Assault Vest as well. So I really love the abilities that these bulky mons should bring to the team. Next, we're going to move on to the Close Combat Club. Uh-oh, Michael, I think we've seen the Corviknight Blissey core before.
Speaking of bulk, yup, it's here. It's Blissey. We all know what it does. It sits there and has far too much HP. I really like it here, being a kind of specially defensive counterpart to the physically defensive Corviknight. So, the Latios can be run more offensively, even though it has some solid natural bulk. We finally picked up a Rocker. We picked up a Cleric. It's, a solid pick here. We'll be interested to see, they have that Fairy Dragon Steel Core, and, went for a normal type here instead of dipping into, the other type cores. So we'll see what their plans are, but it's a Blissey. It's always going to do Blissey things, and it's always going to be good at them.
And it's also a nice little ghost immunity for the couple of psychic types we just picked up, so helping that core out a ton there too. Definitely want to highlight the Stealth Rock there, again, definitely appreciated. And also a small little thing, this picking the Blissey over the Chansey means it's a little less weak to something like Knockoff, which is otherwise very good and very spammable on the team, so potentially a little bit of a disincentivization to spamming something so good there against the team. Steve, what are you seeing with Blissey? How do we break this core?
We've seen Corviknight at least Chansey before, and the key seems to be, physical electric moves, physical fire moves, and maybe fighting moves. And I mean, here it is. The fantastic physical power of Coordinate, special power of Blissey. They really are a fantastic pairing. You mentioned the Ghost immunity for those psychic types. Great pickup to kind of get the bulk, round out their physical, special, defensive core, and can really start building on some offense and other typing options moving forward.
Speaking of some of that offense, moving to the Steamrollers, getting another really nice value pick here in the Scizor, moving up a tier after a couple of 140s. Scizor, another mon that's immune to Sandstorm to help synergize with that a little bit. We're seeing a little bit lacking in the speed. We've got 101 from the Landorus, 95 from the Kyurem. Scizor isn't fast, but that Bullet Punch, I think, is huge for this team for sure. Bullet Punch provides so much power just for what it is. It's invaluable for just about any team. But pair that up with the ability to go very defensive with a Roost set, mostly on the physical side, but still providing a nice longevity. Also finally getting a little more pivoting with the U-turn from this and the Landorus, and the spam ability of knockoff. And look at the amount of items this thing can run. The Scizor actually surprisingly customizable. It's not necessarily the steel type you would think of as being your kind of bulky steel type to resist everything that doesn't get rocks, but he's got plenty of that already, so Scizor seems to fit in quite nicely, don't you think, Steve?
It most certainly does. Of course, with Scizor having that massive fire weakness, right now only has Tyranitar as a resist, with Kyurem, his dragon type, having a weakness to offset it because of ice. But a fire, that fire weakness can surely be worked around throughout the rest of the draft. Really, just a great mon here. Strong priority moves are essential, and having that Bullet Punch available is really going to be key to the success of Scizor this season.
Yeah, and I really like it as picking up an ice resist here with the Tyranitar. The Landorus is certainly going to be a focal point of the team, I think, so picking up an ice resist here is great, as well as, incredibly strong U-turn, which on a weather team, being able to pivot around and get your weather setter in when you need to is certainly incredibly useful.
Definitely, and we're going to move right along to the Wobbuffets again. And Steve, I believe preseason you had talked quite a bit about this mon. Starmie went down to 120 points. You were sure to snag it up in round 4.
Yeah, Starmie was a mon I had been eyeing up for a while now. Rapid spin. Really like having a spinner, as well as that spinner being able to pivot with flip turn and teleport too for the slow pivot. Starmie's a pretty versatile Pokemon. It's not exceptional in any role, but it does really anything. Decent defensive stats with a low HP admittedly, but has access to recover, to sustain, and have kind of a defensive role. Also natural cure to ignore any statuses. And then on the other side of that has pretty good 115 speed and 100 special attack, paired up with analytic and boosting items with fantastic special coverage, most notably Bolt Beam along with Water Stab to be an offensive piece. Really can go either way based on what I need, and is able to slowly increase my clustered speed tiers there above 100. But excited to use it and see what I'm able to do with it.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to catch some people by surprise, especially its fantastic move pool. Like you said, being able to be a little bulky, being able to be offensive. I'm sure that you're going to have some matches where people are going to prepare for one kind of Starmie, you're going to bring the other, and it's going to mess them up. And 100 special attack, certainly respectable. But with, the diverse move pool and analytic triggering on switch outs, you're going to be able to make some incredible predictions and swing some games very quickly with that.
I see the 3 weaknesses of Heatran being fighting, ground, and water, and I see Starmie really not caring about any of them and threatening them out. Also really want to highlight the ability of Starmie to invest max HP and be able to run recover, and suddenly being very annoying bulky sense if you're not prepared for it. It can soak up some close combats and be able to fire back with an analytic boosted move or recover up to be able to take that again the next time. Actually underrated versatility from a mon like Starmie. And we're going to move along to the Summit County Psyducks, Michael, which picked up that fairy resist you were looking for in an unorthodox way in Nihilego.
Yeah, no, Nihilego Very interesting here. Fantastic special bulk going along with kind of the theme of bulky offense here. And, when you think of fairy types, you have Play Rough, and there's certainly the users of it, but you're usually thinking about those Moonblasts and Dazzling Gleams. So the special bulk on Neolego is very nice. Of course, it has the severe weakness to ground type attacks, but you've got the immunity in Zapdos and the resist in Zarude. So I'm really liking how this is playing, as well as, being able to set up some strong hazards, and that you already have a incredibly reliable remover in Zapdos. Your hazard game is looking great. And, the ability to set up Beast Boost on a special side compared to, having the Urshifu and the Zarude on the physical side it's a great fit here.
And generally, the physical bulk comes from Urshifu, Zapdos, and Zarude. They all like building physically bulky, not just because the physical attackers can build bulk up, but it seems they are just naturally more bulky that way. And Zapdos, of course, with statics, having something playing in the special side is nice too. We'll see a little bit of lack of move pool in the first couple of mods there, and Neolego brings something entirely different to the table than any of those can provide, with the strong rock and poison and some of that special grass coverage. Doesn't get too much else either, but it's entirely different from what the other ones provide, and I really like the pickup, although again, Steve, we're seeing a little bit of speed clump up here.
I was definitely taking a look at that here. Does not expand from that 97 to 105 speed, 103 getting slotted in the middle there. There is some gaps here, so if you're trying to outspeed something in this area, you might as well outspeed all of it. But it's all here. You're not forcing anything outside of those 95 to 110 mons from investing speed a certain way. So hopefully the Psyducks are able to pick up something a little faster and slower in the next couple rounds.
We certainly get to see something slower here with this next pick. The Aggron's picking up the Tangrowth, another physically bulky piece to go with the Skarmory, and another great pivot piece that we've talked a little bit about before, considering a Regenerator. This thing has a ton of versatility with things like Sleep Powder and Leech Seed to be able to annoy opponents, especially when paired with something like a Rocky Helmet. Could be incredibly obnoxious to try to deal with. And then on the other side, potentially you could run an Assault Vest and just run things like Knockoff and the surprising coverage it gets with things like surprisingly strong Earthquakes or even things like Focus Blast. Really cool mod. I'm a little curious about having a second physical wall that's also weak to fire. Kind of interesting there. Definitely want to see a big bulky water type, something like maybe a Milotic in the near future to help round up this little bit of core that we've got going on here, especially because we're 2/3 of the way to the Firewater Grass core. What are you looking at from the Tangrowth, Steve?
I mean, yeah, the Tangrowth pairs well with the Victini for a lot of its weaknesses, covering, of course, the water weakness, the ground weakness, but of course those additional weaknesses from Psychic as well as the rock weakness aren't really covered. Rock still hitting all the team neutrally, but the Tangrowth's a fantastic piece. Pivots kind of gives the Aggrons the choice really every week of Skarmory or Tangrowth, maybe both. But it could be nice to say, hey, based on my opponent's team, I want the higher physical defense Steel Flying type, or I want the Regenerator Grass type based on the matchup. I'm excited to see what he's able to do with kind of this slight overlap and roles here. What are your thoughts on the pickup, Michael?
Yeah, and you can even kind of diverge them a little bit. You don't have to lean into the overlap. You can go with a very bulky supportive Skarmory and go with something with like an Assault Vest, kind of more offensive Tangrowth that can still work well with it. Only concern I have here is that he's going to be looking to pick up a very nice water type with the ice weakness that his Steel type in Skarmory isn't covering as well. I think he's gonna really want that, because right now he just has his Victini, which can certainly be bulky, but I think he's going to be looking to use in a more offensive capacity.
Speaking of steel types that don't resist ice, I know you love these transitions. We've got a Steelix coming up from the Boldore, Steve. What are we looking at there?
Steelix. Previously, the A tier mod bumped up to 100 because it kept getting picked, and here it is getting picked in the 4th round yet again. Really a staple defensive piece, though. That sky-high defense, able to really shrug off physical attacks. Fantastic steel typing paired with ground. Able to just be that consistent piece. Set up rocks. Smack things with body press using its amazing defense stat, as well as provide some physical offense on the base 85 attack, especially with things like Earthquake. Just a great core piece to fall back on when you need something to take a physical hit. Gets him that steel resist that everyone always wants. compiles a couple weaknesses. Ground, a little questionable, but then again, there's Rillaboom with the grassy terrain, weakening Earthquake's power, so maybe not an issue there. Really, it works well with the team, gives them the hazards they're missing. Next up, probably look for some removal of the opponent's hazards.
Definitely would like to see them pick up some removal. I really like the Steelix here pairing with the Feeny. Feeny, of course, being bulky all around, but being a little bit more specially bulky. Compare that with the Steelix. The Steelix is going to cover that electric weakness, so I think that's pretty strong here. And at 80 points, it was just absurd value. At 100 points, I think we're still going to see it put in the work.
I'm a little bit concerned about how one-dimensional this team's starting to look. You see Rillaboom doing about the same thing every week, maybe just change up the item. Bouffalant, definitely the same thing. And while Steelix has an okay move pool, it definitely leans towards doing the same thing. Again, all three of those mons are very good at what they do. Just wanted to see the Bulldors be able to mix things up a little bit with these mons and what they do. Feeny really the only real point of versatility here with an offensive or defensive set. Steelix still provides something really valuable to the team, and we cannot knock that. Next up, the Lorraine Lairon, getting something very different. It's a Alolan Ninetales, Michael, leading into the Hail course that we have used the past couple seasons.
Oh, God, this team just gets more and more disgusting with every pick. We have filled out that Dragon Fairy and Steel core with an interesting Pokemon here because, both it and the Dragapult not particularly bulky. Melbenel being fairly bulky, but, being more offensively oriented move pool-wise. We do have the incredibly bulky Slowbro to start filling out a fantastically bulky Fire, Water, Grass core to complement that, which I'd like to see them do. But you've got Ninetales here, which is an incredible offensive Ice type and Fairy type, as well as being able to set up the Hail for any Hail abusers later, as well as just setting up Aurora Veil to make that bulky Melmetal and the bulky Slowbro never die, and make the Dragapult being able to sit there and pivot into things day after day. I really like the pickup here.
Yes, we don't have any water weaknesses. However, water is still a very tough type for this team to break through, especially if you can sit on, say, a Dragapult's Draco Meter, absorb it with a Recover or something like that. It's a little tough to break through. Having that strong Freeze Dry really helps a lot, as well as the Hail Chip from the Alolan Ninetales. This provides a nice speed tier as well. We only have the extreme top and the extreme bottom. We're starting to fill out the middle just a little bit here with the Alolan Ninetales at 109 speed. Great speed tier for what you're looking for here as well. Anything else you'd like to add on, Steve?
Just want to continue emphasizing that Freeze Dry. Alolan Ninetales, I believe, being like the second highest tiered user of the move, at least that is specially oriented. Very much was looking at it for that same reason, as well as providing a Fairy type. Fantastic pickup. Scared to see what it's able to do for this team.
Next up, we see one of the few true counters to this mon. It's the Aegislash, a very strong, bulky Steel type. And this is actually the second Steel type that the King Lords have picked up, and I believe the second to last 180 mon to be picked up overall as well, which means you only have Necrozma left in that very high tier. We're going to start seeing some lower tier pickups. But having a second Steel type this early, if there's any team that would appreciate it, I did highlight earlier how tough it is to be Freeze Dry weak as a Rain team, especially starting with Pelipper. Having that second big resist is really nice. Also, having the priority from Shadow Sneak is incredible. We see, especially with the lower speed tiers overall here, we have Swift Swim to potentially outspeed anything, but we need something else that doesn't just rely on rain to be able to revenge kill, so I really appreciate that as well. Plus the versatility that Aegislash has, attack from the physical side, the special side, be just a big annoying wall with Toxic Stalling and substitute the King's Shield. Ooh, I really love this mon, Steve. I wish it had come all the way back to me.
Aegislash is, of course, a fantastic piece. Definitely complements the team here. Once the Rain team gets built out, there will surely be plenty of fire resist to mitigate that. In terms of fighting, that natural ghost typing takes care of that. And for ground, the other weakness of Steel, 2 flying types on the team already. Really fits in here defensively, able to absorb some of those attacks, provide offense as well. Another mon in that low speed tiers, the second mon at 60, second Steel type at 60 to be precise, Pelipper at 65. So a little bit of clumping in the speed tiers, but definitely expect that to be resolved with some Swift Swim abusers to be picked up likely in the next few rounds.
Yeah, no, I think that Stance Change gives this Pokemon an incredible role here on this team. You know, a Rain team is definitely going to have their Rain abusers that they really like to get in and do their thing. And if the opposing team has, you know, one or two key Pokemon that can switch into them fairly reliably and check them, you know, the bulk that Stance Change is going to give Aegislash on a switch in, as well as eating, you know, a hit from something that goes before it, before the incredible attack stats that it gets and the fantastic offensive ghost type, it's going to be able to force out, if not just revenge or take out those key pieces on the opponent's side. So I think it fits very well here.
And wrapping up round 4, Steve, this is a bond that you've drafted before and dropped. It is the Raikou, trying to add a little bit of offense to this team. What do you think?
I mean, even though I did drop it in the past, I still think it's a fantastic mon. Also, it's been lowered in points since then. So excited to see it try again. I know last time we talked about this team and they're kind of building electric weakness. Raikou providing a little bit of an answer to it. Not necessarily the most bulky mon, but on the special side, at the very least, having a little bit of bulk to provide some resistance there. Also, in terms of speed, being able to get something above 100 now, up to 115. Raikou providing great electric coverage and the pivoting and volt switch. Some setup ability with Calm Mind. Some sneaky coverage moves like Skull to pick up burns, as well as that water type coverage. Overall, I particularly like the mon. I think it's interesting. I hope it's able to do well and doesn't continue falling in tears if it falls flat on its face again.
Yeah, it's definitely a Pokemon that seems great on paper, but hasn't really had the actual experience play out in the league so far to kind of back that up. So I'd like to see them make great use of it this season. You know, we said, you know, they needed some electric resist. Here's one. They have a ground weakness on the Raikou and the Toxapex, but immunities on the Celesteela and the Dragonite, so that's not terrible. And the ability to Volt Switch and pivot into reliable and bulky things like the Celesteela and the Toxapex, I think is very nice. So I think it's a promising pick here, and one that I hope really can shine.
And that 115 speed helps out a ton. Really slow team overall before then. Yes, we have Autotomize on Celesteela. Yes, we have Dragon Dance on Dragonite, but you want something that starts off that fast, and this is the mon to be able to do it. A little more bulky than you may think as well. Try a Calm Mind out and see what's going to end up breaking your sub, and suddenly you become extremely annoying to deal with. Raikou, kind of interesting fit on this team as a potential setup mon or just raw Volt Switcher as well. And that's going to bring us to the end of round 4. Here is your quick recap on here. Steve, we saw a first 100-point mon go, also saw a 180-point mon go. How are we looking overall with points?
Well, the Newburn and Rockruff are still leading the pack in terms of remaining points, picking up, again, something on the lower side in this round, maintaining the highest points available at 720. On the other side of that, there are now 3 teams at the least. Of course, the Buffalo Bouffalant, despite stopping their spending on this round, still are a little bit in the hole relatively from the previous rounds. The Kinglers picking up that Aegislash for 180, and the Close Combat Club, all of them dropping down to 620 points remaining. Difference now of 100 as the points continue to fall. It'll be interesting to see what these teams are looking to do in the next couple rounds to hopefully stabilize and have some points remaining for the rest of the draft.
We're starting to see a lot of the 120-point mons going. We'll see if that trend continues. Michael, what are you seeing in terms of typing? It seems like a mixed bag here.
Oh, it was an incredibly diverse round. Only 2 types in Fighting and Fire going undrafted, and a great spread of everything else. The most of any single type was drafted was 3, and that was both in Steel and Water, bringing us up to 12 Steel types drafted and 10 Water types. There's certainly a plethora of great Water types in the game. No worries about getting one of those, but if you need a Steel type, those are getting real thin here. We start seeing, you know, some of the other types starting to kind of even out. We've got 9 dragons picked, 8 electric types, 9 psychic types. So we're starting to see things fill out, and I think people are just going to have even more diverse drafts as the draft goes on.
For a couple of standout picks, I want to highlight that Scizor again, a little bit later to get the Steel type, but wow, still a nice value and still something that fits in very well with the Steamrollers on that building up Sand team, and the value of Bullet Punch cannot be understated. Also want to shout out the Noctowls with their Slowking. This pivot is something they desperately needed. It covers a lot of their weaknesses, and it just seems like a mon that he will use incredibly well. Another regenerator mon that you know the Noctowls are going to be comfortable with. That's going to finish up round 4. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back at it soon.
Just a sec.
And we are going to be back and move on to round 5. Michael, Zapdos Galar took a little bit of time to get going for this 160-point mon, but here we go.
Yeah, no, it's pretty interesting here. It's another electric weakness, but it's another ground immunity. So this team is really building those out. However, it is just a very powerful Pokemon. It's got great attack and great stabs. It's got good speed. And, its ability to just punch holes through things with either its signature Thunderous Kick, reducing defense, or just Banded or Scarf sets, running things like Close Combat and Brave Bird. It's just a solid pick. Defiant is pretty interesting. In a draft league, the intimidates and such are spread around much more thin than you would just be seeing, laddering, but still can be very fun to bring to some of those key matchups.
Yeah, it's a little interesting to have something this strong without too much pivoting, especially from those defensive pieces. It feels like something that would benefit from a few more offensive partners. We'll see if we end up getting that. Anything else from this Zapdos pick for you, Steve?
Like the pick, great mon.
Easy enough, and we're going to move on to the Rain team, and I say that because obviously it's not going to be a Rain team without the Kingdra. There's some obvious synergy here. Of course, we got another Flip Turner as well, which is really nice. More of that pivoting around. Would have maybe liked to see wait a little bit on this pick. There are a couple more key mons that I think a Rain team needs, but it's obviously not a bad pick, Steve. There are a lot of things you can do with Kingdra in and out of the Rain.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a fantastic mon, well-rounded stats. One of the most threatening sweepers in the Rain. Everyone knew it was coming, and here it finally is.
Yeah, no, I just hope that we get to see Kritra. You have Scope Lens up there on the slide. I really want to see it. It's just always fun. Draco Meteors that don't care about dropping your special attack.
Sniper is pretty good. We're going to keep moving with the weather abusers, though, Steve. We've got the Arctozolt up next. We're having wrecking havoc in the OU and now in our draft.
Yep, Arctozolt, another abuser here, this time of hail, with Slush Rush getting up to a decent speed, although it's rather low, base 55 to start. Bolt Beak being an insanely powerful electric move, especially when going first. Overall, just a great piece. Stabs on the Bolt Beam coverage, although not typically using Bolt Beam itself. Overall, great pick. Builds out that nice small hail core there. Great choice. What are your thoughts on this pickup, Michael?
Yeah, no, it's the dual stabs are just incredible together. So, for 100 points, when you've already got the Alolan Ninetales, it's going to be a tremendous threat every week. And, don't discount the possibility of a cheeky Volt Absorb one week. We'll see if that catches anyone.
Also true. It's just kind of painful to try and break through a substitute set where it gets a free sub, gets a free hit off something. We see a little bit of pivoting to go into this, which is really nice. We've heard the memes of Arctozolt, ice and electric can't be walled. Well, it looks like it's finally come true. Next up, we have yet another abuser, Michael, except this time it's of terrain, the Unburdened Hawlucha in round 5.
Yes, the Unburned Hawlucha, able to run something like a Misty Seed with the Tapu Fini to, as soon as you get sent out into that terrain, double your speed, your ability there, and on top of, having solid attack, the ability to set up with Sword Stance, the ability to use, Flying Press, which is still the only dual type move, and do some funny things, as well as just, straight close combats and other things. It's a very versatile mon and very powerful on a team with both grassy and misty terrain. You can choose what boost you want from the seed before you get fast.
Definitely, I love the ability to choose which one of those you want, and be able to choose kind of pre-matchup which kind of threat you want to be able to get this mon in on and sword stance up on for potential sweep. A little bit of potential for other things too. The U-turn before terrain comes up to be able to pivot around taunt potentially. If you use this as a little bit of a lead, got a little more versatility than you might think. What do you think here, Steve?
Yeah, these guys have definitely covered it. The speed also, even without the Unburdened boost, 118, fastest on the team here, and still a fantastic speed. But really, Unburdened really takes that into new levels when you're ready to sweep.
Very true. We'll run something like Adamant too. And speaking of some Adamant mons, it's the Crawdont. We just asked for a Water mon from the Agrons, so we've got some nice, strong priority here too, which is really nice. Not the bulkiest mon, but having a Dark type to help for the Victini, who is of course weak to Ghost, and the knock-off moves is pretty nice. This is something that's very reliable. It's going to do about the same thing every week, but wow, is this an awesome answer to be able to pivot into if you have Victini or Coco and you're expecting an answer to come in. Going into something like Crawdont with a very spammable knockoff and water moves and such is a really nice payoff to that. Steve, this is a strong one I do not want to deal with.
Yeah, it's a great pickup, complements their team well, gets a lot of resistances, especially also with that Dark typing, picking up resistances to Ghost and Dark. Really complements the team. Great pickup here.
Yeah, the only concern is that, the Dark typing brings some more weaknesses to it too, and with the not tremendous bulk or speed, that can be kind of lead itself to getting, revenged by a lot of things if it's not able to just, threaten them back with powerful Aqua Jet. He's got a lot of resistances on his team that cover those, but it'd be interesting to see how the rest of the team fills out to be able to enable this mon.
Next up, we've got the Summit County Psyducks and a Metagross pickup here, Steve, in round 5.
Yep, Metagross, fantastic mon, great attack and defense stats, fantastic move pool. Really excited to see this mon. I've kind of been hoping to get it and or see it do something, so hopeful here. Also nice to see the Psyducks breaking out of that 97 to 105 speed, grabbing now something at 70, getting a little more versatility and that speed, which we have been requesting. What are your thoughts on this pickup, Michael?
Yeah, it's a little interesting. Going right after the Neolego with the ground weakness, we now have Steel type, which is going to be generally weak to ground, but you want them as part of, those type cores. He's still got, ground resistant immunity, so it's not too bad. And Metagross, I think, for a relatively budget Steel type at only 120 is very cool. It's got all kinds of offensive capabilities as well as, ability to be support, and don't underestimate it running a weakness policy and rock polish and just absolutely ruining your day.
I love the sheer versatility from Metagross. Maybe not your typical Steel type that you're looking for that big bulky wall, but honestly, the base stats lend it to that as well as an offensive set. Love the Metagross pickup here. Now we get to talk about Steve's next pickup, Michael, the Haxorus for 140.
For 140, you have Haxorus, a dragon type that is so threatening. Ability to have Dragon Dance and Sword Stance on, Pokemon with, you have it there, 147 base attack, as well as, powerful Dragon Stab and decent coverage options. It's, as far as a lot of the dragons go in, kind of some of the flashier, very high tiers. Down at 140, this thing is not to be underestimated. And, Steve, if you run Rivalry 1 week, you'll have my vote.
Just that little bit of extra power anywhere you can get it. That is the name of the game with it. This is something I see similar to Crawdont, where it's a nice payoff for something like the Flip Turn and Volt Switch, except this one has a little bit of that raw power and a little bit more speed potentially here too, to punish opponents with either a Sword Stance or a Dragon Dance. Steve, you're not going to bring this against me, are you?
I mean, it was drafted in my top 6, so it seems maybe a little likely. Really great mon, excited to use it. I know some people have had concerns with it and have motioned to move it down, but I wanted to give it a chance and see what it can do here because I don't think the league's used it yet. So really excited to see what we're able to do with it.
And terrified of it too. And speaking of something we haven't seen used too much recently, here is the Keldeo for 160 points on the Steamrollers. Really like this pick a lot. We've seen Chad pick up some mons that have kind of fit within something like a Gen 5 metagame. Keldeo is something that we saw on sand teams way back then, probably to counter rain teams, but honestly, look at all the extra tools and things it's got, and look at all the interesting and fun synergy we have too. It's a cool little rock resist, cool little dark resist as well. Fire resist for the Scizor 2, ice resist for the Landorus. It's got everything that you need with the 108 base speed 2, finally breaking out a little bit there too, along with the Landorus. So, and thank goodness for that. We've got more pivoting with flip turn. This thing can set up behind a substitute with Calm Mind. It can just slap on some choice items. Keldeo is very, very strong for 160. Steve, this is something I was hoping to pick up myself at some point here, but Chad snagged it relatively late.
Yeah, I mean, great pickup. Another one of those great offensive mons that really plays to Chad's style, as well as having access to pivoting, which he has really prioritized, at least verbally said he was. And now he's starting to pick up a lot of those pivot pieces to get into those bulkier mons. Excited to see what he's able to do with it.
Yeah, I really like what this does on the sand team, as far as, sand being very powerful in draft because your opponent, it's just great chip, and your opponent isn't going to have a whole lot of different options to go into to avoid that chip. And Keldeo punishes the grounds, rocks, and steals on your opponent's team that might be able to be bulky and switch in on some of these threats in sand and not take that chip. So it's a great pickup here.
Speaking of type synergy, we've got the Close Combat Club picking up the Silvally for 120 here, Steve.
Yep, after getting the Fantasy Core, drafting a normal type, picking up another normal type, but this time it can be any type. Really, just trying to hedge their bets, make sure they can cover whatever happens through the rest of the draft, have type coverage, as well as, impressive capabilities from this mon. A great pivot with U-turn, as well as parting shot, access to defog, gets some boosting moves, and, you can't forget about the base 120 stab move coming off of whatever type you want it to be. Great coverage option to fix up really any matchup. Great pickup here.
Also, no matter what its type, an excellent, a relatively good switch into a knockoff, not being able to have its drives knocked off. It's tons of versatility, and I love it. It's just a mon that can fill your hole. If you realize going into one matchup that there's a hole on your team you didn't realize you needed plugged, this thing can generally plug it for you.
I love how much it does, no matter what form it is. The move pool is very wide. Take a look on the special side. Got the bolt beam coverage for some reason there too, on top of literally everything else. Also, would love to see it come in the normal form once or twice. There are a couple of interesting items you could run on it. I have the Scarf and Band listed, but you can also see interesting things like AV or Lefties on it too, which could be a lot of fun. And next up, Michael, we've got the Slurpuff dipping down to 100 for my fairy.
Yeah, no, Slurpuff, very fun mon. It has, it's somewhat gimmicky, but it has multiple gimmicks, which works for it. So, of course, got decent bulk, it's got sticky web, it's a cleric, it has, wish and such that, can be kind of a very supportive piece, but also has belly drum, it has unburden, it has, powerful stab that, it can be a threat in and of itself. So it really depends on how you feel like running it that week. And I think, to go with the Kartana and the Hydreigon to round out this core here, it's a solid pick at only 100 points.
Don't forget the Calm Mind as well. Interesting move pool on the special side, and that's, I think, my main point with it is to try and force a lot of prep. You have to have an answer to deal with Belly Drum. You have to have something to deal with if it's hitting on the special side, but of course it can also set up the sticky webs or provide other clerical duties as well. Steve, how do you prepare for all of those?
Slurpuff does have a little bit lower base stats. You definitely need to prep for the Belly Drum, as that kind of requires impressive... it requires something. Having 4 times attack is fantastic, but the rather limited move pool, it is a little predictable in which way it's going. So once you figure it out, special attack or physical attack or cleric, you more or less have a good idea what moves it's running.
Totally fair, and we get to talk about another fairy type here as Michael's picked up Primarina for his fairy of choice, another water type to go with the Volcanion on the special attacking side as well, but does provide a few key differences. Really love the power of the fairy moves coming off, another potential specs user, but also in a very different way, and I love the versatility of something like Flip Turn as well. Flip Turn being able to pivot into these mons that he really wants to see a little bit more often, and something that could be bulky on a little bit more on the special side, something that maybe works with sub, potentially a little better, something that's not weak to rocks, and provide something just different enough from the Volcanion that this thing is going to be a threat in and of itself. Water offense is very scary, Steve, and having two strong special attacks like this, watch out.
Yeah, great pickup. I mean, great mon. Flip Turn is one of my favorite pivot moves here, and of course, coming off the lower speed, being able to get into those other mons on the team, while also being able to be quite threatening itself. Great pickup. Excited to see what happens with it.
Yeah, no, this was definitely one of the fairies I had on my radar going into the draft just because it looked so fun to use. It's got great stats, great stabs, and a pretty good move pool, so I really hope it puts in the work.
Next we get to have a mod that we know Steve is pretty familiar with, the Lycanroc Dusk form on the Rockruff.
Yes, Lycanroc Dusk. This mon, I really like this mon, and it's definitely a steal for 140. 110 speed, 117 attack, and that also important Accel Rock. Priority stab rock move is just fantastic on it. It is on the frail side, but you can typically patch it up with a Focus Sash or run a boosting on like Life Orb as noted, and just hits so hard. Great coverage, Tough Claws, of course, the boost, both Accel Rock as well as its coverage moves like Close Combat to ridiculous levels. Great offensive piece that the Glow King and Rotom Wash are going to love pivoting into.
Yeah, I mean, standard Lycanroc was probably the MVP of my team last season, so I have to love picking up Lycanroc Dusk, which is just Lycanroc, but honestly a little bit better. It's got just Tough Claws. It just is so good. It hits so many different hard-hitting physical options with the ability to boost that Tough Claws just makes it scary at any point in the game, and I love it here.
You need to have an answer to +2 Accel Rock at all times. Also love that the priority move that it does get is a rare one in that it does not have any immunity, so it will guarantee get off quite a bit of damage, again, as we've said, with all those different boosts calculated in as well. One thing that it specializes in not taking too much damage, however, is Chansey. We now have both Blissey and Chansey gone, Michael.
We sure do, and this Chansey is with a Clefable. Oh my gosh. This team, we talked about how, Salamence was, could be bulky, but was generally offensive. Regieleki definitely offensive, and we're returning to the bulk that he started with his Clefable. Chansey, I think it's a solid pick here. It's a difference from Blissey is that, it's vulnerable to the knockoff, but, Clefable resists that, and I have a feeling that you would be seeing them together somewhat often. So it's, the ability to have a lot of the same cleric utility as something like Clefable or Jirachi allows those Pokemon to run maybe some cheekier, more offensive options. So I think it's pretty interesting here.
I definitely love that ability to set up something like a Calm Mind with Clefable or have like a cheeky Meteor Beam set with Jirachi because you have Chansey doing this. Steve, I think we're just ignoring the speed tiers this time around, though.
I mean, speed tiers on Chansey, it helps a little bit, but, not much of a split here. Adding 50 to this spread doesn't do too much for him. We'll have to see how he continues to develop that in the next couple picks.
And to finish off this round, we have Wheezing Galar, one of my favorite fairies as well. It seems like they're starting to go a little bit here. Provides poison and fairy, multiple great abilities. Got Levitate and Misty Surge here, not to mention it's specializing in neutralizing gas. Maybe better in doubles than singles, but still potentially worth to note. A lot of bulk whenever I've had this in the past. You tend to run a little more special defense investment because your physical is already so good. Lends itself perfectly with something like a Black Sludge or Helmet. And look at all the different moves we have access to. Having a nice T-Spikes user, something that can be grounded whenever you want or need it to be to absorb T-Spikes is also very nice. A weird little aromatherapy can go a long way on this too. Another defogger to help out with the Volcarona on this team. Steve, this is a really nice fit for the Noctowls.
It certainly is. And I mean, you mentioned speed tiers last time. Again, with this great pickup for the speedsters, actually. Slotting in between the base 30 of the Slowking and the base 85 of the Komodo. Getting, a very nice split in there and developing these speed tiers even further.
Yeah, no, I generally think of, this mana as, having something like Levitate to cover the poison weakness, but Misty Surge actually does a lot for this team, having some of those pieces that you really frequently are looking to status, something like Toxicking a Slowking, or burning or paralyzing the Komodo, or, Toxic or paralyzing the Volcarona or the Weavile, those are all mons that status is a very viable and common answer to, and Misty Terrain is going to make those answers no longer work. So I really like it here.
And with that, we have completed the round 5 recap. Steve, we see a wide variety of points taken here. How are we looking overall?
So yeah, after another round, we have, a definite, at this point, a leader and someone behind on points. The Wooper Troopers, after picking up the big Zapdos Galar here, have taken the least points remaining at 480 points left. They've really stacked up those top couple mons. And on the other end, still leading the way is the new Bren Rockruff, having 580 points still available after 5 rounds. 100-point difference, lots of teams in between, but still relatively clumped everyone. Everyone's still trying to grab at those higher tier mons while they're still available.
And Michael, what are the trends we're seeing in types with those higher tier mons?
Yeah, well, we've got several waters going, but that's still, it's a very common type and is paired with a lot of things, so it's not that surprising to see. But we are seeing, 3 fairies and 3 fighting types drafted here. So I think the fighting you see with is a good type that just, pairs with a lot of the high base stats of a lot of the higher tier mons, and kind of these, mid-tier mid-high tier mons that you want. You're trying to get the extra value of having something just like a very powerful stack close combat. And of course the fairies finally starting to go. There's 8 drafted in total now, catching up to the 11 dragons and 13 steels. So expect to see more of those go soon.
And for the mons that I want to highlight, one of those fighting types, the Keldeo from the Steamroars, he keeps making good pick after good pick. Is this finally going to be a season where the Steamroars have a good regular season? Potentially, the Keldeo, I think, works so well with the Sandstorm team. As Michael pointed out so well, its stabs work perfectly in dismantling other teams' immunities to Sandstorm. Fits perfectly on that squad. The other one I really want to highlight is that Haxorus. The just raw power that comes from this thing seems to be rounding out what Steve is looking for from the top of his team in terms of points. Everything is just a threat unto itself, unto each other, and it's going to be so tough to wall all those threats. Speaking of threats, as we go into round 6, we're going back to the Noctowls, and Steve, he has picked up the Thunderous Incarnate form, which we've talked a little bit about points-wise.
Yeah, Thunderous Incarnate, a great pickup here. 2 great abilities in Prankster for more support set, and Defiant to make use of it. Not as good as special attack, but still very good 115 attack. Really great mon, versatile, access to boosting moves like Agility and I believe Nasty Plot. Gets fantastic coverage. Knockoff mentioned here, pivoting with U-turn, electric coverage. It's just got fantastic move pool to take advantage of that. Good special attack, Defiant boosted attack, speed. Just a well-rounded mon, and also helps out with the speed tiers, breaking up between the 100 to 125 that Noctowls previously had.
I love this mon. Honestly, it's probably my preferred Thunderous, just because you lose out a little on the power, but 111 is such a nice speed, and Prankster is just so useful. So I think it's really strong on this team. It offers an offensive and very annoying support and disabling piece to mess with his opponents, and I'm terrified to see how he uses it.
And do not underestimate the move pool and both offensive stats on all of these genies. A little bit of an interesting physical move pool with the stats to back it up a bit, and we've already mentioned Defiant a bit as well. I really love the extra pivoting that this provides for this team in particular as well. Now, a team we don't like to see get any bulkier is, of course, this Buzzwole pickup for the Incineroar, Michael.
Hey, it's here. It's an interesting choice. A bug fighting type generally isn't something you think of, going after to, fix up your team. But here we have it. It's got fantastic boost. It's got fantastic bulk on the physical side, as well as great attack, and of course, Beast Boost meaning that it can really snowball out of control. And the ability to have things like Roost and Bulk Up on top of a base 107 HP stat, it's right here with the rest of the bulk. And so I'm interested to see how this mon plays out during the season. I'd love to see it really become a threat it can, and we'll just see how it goes.
I do like that it helps cover the ground weaknesses a little bit. Again, Aleki's only real problem is breaking through ground types. We have not only the flying type Salamence, but also the Buzzwole that can soak up earthquakes with relative ease. Also love how this is a more proactive approach at being very tanky and bulky. Not only do we see that giant defense stat which complements Helmet very well, but also just 139 attack. Don't even need to invest too much into it to be able to get a lot of value out of it. Steve, what do you think of the big muscle bug?
I really like the pickup here. It also pairs very well with his previous pick of Chansey. We've talked about in the past about the just physical special defensive core, and these two form it well. While Buzzwole also provides additional offensive capabilities off of its 139 attack. Speed-wise, this is also a great pickup for the Incineroar, breaking up that gap they previously had between 60 and 100, really getting at least a nice spread. Gaps in the 20s in the lower speed tiers. Now we just need them to pick up something between their Salamence and Jirachi, and Regieleki going to flush out those higher speeds.
And next up, we have one of the better answers to Buzzwole. We've got the Sylveon as the Fairy-type pickup for the Rockruff. I really, really love this pick for this team. I'm so surprised that this Fairy-type was still available at this point, but we already talked about how many points the Rockruff had left. Look at what all Wish does for this team going into what is overall a bulky offensive team. Something like Moltres getting a second lease on life, a second chance to nasty plot up. Garchomp took a couple of hits, got Rocky Helmet and Rough Skin damage off, and is back up to full. You really want this strong Wish Cleric to help out the team. We also love to see, once again, the Heal Belt helping out the team. I see a Garchomp that's been burned, a Moltres that's been toxic, and you're not running Rest that week. Sylveon provides a lot of great support. The Fairy coverage is also really nice for this one as well. Steve, the Rockruff's team is looking really solid with this addition.
Yeah, another great pickup for them. Again, another mon in the 60s helping out with speed here, splitting up the previous speed gap between 30 and 86. Great pickup. Sylveon's a fantastic mon, able to use both offensive capabilities as well as support. Really excited to see what they're able to do with it.
Yeah, a Fairy Dragon Steel Core with a Garchomp, a Sylveon, and something to be drafted. Those first two pieces are incredible pieces by themselves, and I really am interested to see with what kind of value you can flesh that out with.
Next up, we're moving on to the Route 1 Birbs, picking up the Obstagoon. Steve, Zero Aura Latias and Obstagoon. Is Michael trying to copy my Season 8 team?
Yes, that's it. That's all I gotta say. No, Obstagoon's a fantastic piece. That Guts or Defiance boosted knockoff really just can devastate teams. Iron removal is so good. A great speed tier also for this team, 95 slotting in between the 70 of Volcanion and the 110 of Latias. Really kind of getting that middle ground there. Dark types, love dark types, picking up that immunity to complement Latias' ghost weakness, as well as the dark resist to help there as well. Fantastic mon, very powerful, something you definitely have to watch out for when team building. How are your thoughts on this mon you have drafted now, Michael?
Oh, I'm very excited to use it. It's another one that, kind of going into the draft, I thought, that'd be fun to draft and use this season. I'll see if I can get it. And this was the point when I decided to do that. Having the resist to Dark and Ghost was very nice. I might be planning to continue to build weaknesses to that. So it's very nice to have, as well as just incredible knockoff. And it's just fun. I'm excited to use it.
Yeah, maybe even more so. We'll see if you can end up picking up a little bit more help for the fighting types. We have the Latias and Primarina, but it's already one of the few answers to Ferrothorn and also an answer to Obstagoon. But I would also say don't look down on the bulk this thing has. Its highest stat is its physical defense, so even if you're trying to burn yourself, you can actually tank 1 or 2 hits that you may not think you can, and you can add the surprise KOs back with Facade, or being able to just spam knockoff. Really strong types to be able to spam too. And we're going to move on to your Bouffalant, picking up the Arcanine to help round out that Firewater Grass score, Michael.
I love this Pokemon and this pick. Arcanine is fantastically versatile. It's got solid bulk, which is just improved by being able to have Intimidate, as well as access to Healing Move and Morning Sun. But it's got surprising physical coverage and powerful physical attacks to run off of a base 110 attack if you want to be more offensive, as well as extreme speed. And if you're worried about a particular fast, frail sweeper on your opponent's team that week. And I'm not underestimating the Flash Fire to bait in a fire attack on their Katana and then power up your Arcanine. So, very fun pick.
Yeah, I really love how bulky this thing is. Just the fire typing in general has improved more and more, resisting fairy moves, getting heavy-duty boots, and I am constantly surprised whenever I look at this thing and look at the physical move pool and special move pool and everything it has access to. I'm really looking forward to using a bulky Arcanine piece here, Steve.
Yeah, it's a great pickup. Excited to see what happens with it.
And we're going to be able to move right along to another fire type. It's the Blaziken down in tier 80 for the Close Combat Club. Maybe saving a few points here, but honestly, Blaziken, it does something that the Arcanine also does, which can attack from both sides, which is something you cannot underestimate. Yes, we see Swords Dance, which is very appealing. You probably want to invest a little bit into attack for something like Knockoff and U-Turn, but being able to also pair that with something like an Overheat on the special side is really cool. You can also run some interesting substitute sets. Defog is a really cool option this thing has, and provides a nice little physical and more so, I guess, mixed piece to what is overall a bulky team. Steve, what do you think about it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great mixed piece, does well for the team. Speed-wise, gets a little bit of a nice split here, getting under those 95s and above the 67. Diversifying that speed very well. Should do good for them.
Yeah, it's a fantastic budget fire type. Love this Pokemon, love all its options. It can be a little bit awkward to use with its speed stat and wanting to, perhaps set up something like a Sword Stance, but then, not without the speed to boost, not being able to shore up its speed at the same time, as well as, what coverage it wants to bring to the match. So it can be a little awkward to use, but it's got so many options that it's going to be able to put in work so many times this season. Love it.
And speaking of the base 80, next pickup for the Steamrollers, another high-value pick, the Togekiss, Steve.
Togekiss, this is the round of great speed tier fixing up. Again, fixing up the mid-speed tiers here, slotting in between the Kyurem at 95 and Caesar at 65. Great pickup in regards to that. Also, just a fantastic mon in general. The bulk needed to be kind of that cleric piece with Wish, Heal Bell, as well as Defog for support. Fantastic ability there, as well as the ability to go offensive. Roost, Serene Grace, Air Slash with access to Thunder Wave as well for para flinching. Can just be a fantastic all-around piece. Really can do whatever you need it to. Picking up, that quad fighting resist to pair well with Tyranitar. Just overall, great piece. Really like this pickup for them.
Another fairy type that I'm stunned made it this far into the draft without getting picked up. It's got so many different options that it can do between being supportive and bulky and surprisingly threatening on the offensive side. Someone's going to die to Paraflinch this season, and I can only pray it's not me.
Really like the defog ability of this too. Scizor is something you don't necessarily want to put that on, but Togekiss's two main sets are going to be that Cleric Roll with defog as well as Scarf. And I do want to highlight for what I really like about this team is how many different mons you can feasibly see Scarf on. Pretty much everything except Scizor at this point can run that relatively easily. And that's just a credit to Chad building up the speed tier so far as he has done. We've reached the halfway point in the draft, everyone. We're going to make it, I think. Next up, we're going to talk about another fast mon here. It's Steve's picking up of Crobat, Michael. This was an MVP in a finals match pretty recently.
Yeah, no, it's a surprisingly versatile Pokemon with 130 speed. It's fantastic on the being on the fast side of, pretty much all of the Pokemon in the draft. It's got the ability to be bulky. It's got the ability to be offensive. It's got, some supportive options. Has Roost, Defog, Taunt, like you have up there. It's got surprising options. It can be physical or potentially a very cheeky special set. I know, Steve, this wasn't what you meant to draft in this exact round, but I gotta say, it's pretty nice here.
And I do like what it provides. As we talked about with the Togekiss previously, what it does for the fighting resistance is something you can switch and on fighting and ground moves that should be incoming to something like Heatran every single time, be able to get away with it pretty easily. Really like the very fast taunt that it has, the ability to then roost up on something that may not be able to touch it very well, the ability to U-turn out, defog support. Steve, this is a really solid pickup for this team, and once again, helps out your speed tiers.
Yeah, does help out my speed tiers. I'm glad you think that this is not what I wanted to pick up this round. I'm glad my performance was able to sell that. But yeah, I really like this, especially for its defensive utility. Really kind of helps with the speed tiers as my middles really well fill out, but I wanted something to kind of on that high end here, which Crobat does great. Gets me more pivoting, more taunt, reliable defogger in addition to Starmie's rapid spin. Overall, I thought it was a great piece to really complement the more offensive core I have been building so far.
And speaking of one that you'd love to see to become immune to ground moves here, the Flygon pick up, which again, we just talked about the Neoligo and the Metagross being picked up, weak to ground moves. We've got a little bit of an answer to that. Flygon, it has to stand out again that this falls within that same speed tier that we were trying to avoid earlier, but this is also something that can maybe boost its speed a little more reliably. You see a lot of cool Dragon Dance sets. There's also a great Scarfer. We've also seen to success just last season some defensive sets and some setup sets for other mons because it is relatively bulky if you want it to be with something like Roost, as well as U-turn to pivot out into those other great teammates it's got. Flygon can be a piece for itself or for its team, Steve. So in that sense, I do kind of like the pickup.
Yeah, definitely like the pickup here. It does add some common weaknesses with previous members. Ice is starting to build up for this team with the Zapdos, the Rude, and now Flygon all weak to it with only 2 resists. Something could certainly be addressed, but as you know, we're kind of moving out of those high tier point mons. It might not be a little bit of a weakness this team kind of has to deal with unless they're able to address it through free agency.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting here, the pickup. It could be that, we're reaching for a, budget dragon type to, pair with the Metagross here. Could be that we're looking for something specific that Flygon offers. Flygon, I think, is an interesting Pokemon because it's kind of a jack of all trades, master of none that I really enjoyed in the low tier season, but with the rest of the high tier mons, it'll be interesting to see how it's used and what it can do.
Definitely true, and we're going to move along to the Akron Aggron, Steve, who picked up a defensive water type to go with their offensive one in Vaporeon.
Yeah, Vaporeon is a great defensive piece here. We definitely saw a lot of it last season with the ability to wish pass to the entire team, heal bell keep every one status free, and of course something I wanted to see more of last season and I'm hopefully going to see more this time, flip turn to pivot. Really excited to see this mon in action. Does have a different role than that Crawdont we were mentioning before. Crawdont being kind of a more offensive piece, doesn't really have enough bulk that we would like in kind of your bulky water. Well, here it is, kind of doubling up on that water type, which is so easy to do with so many of them, and definitely will be able to take advantage now of a truly defensive water type.
I really like this here. The ability to pass off massive wishes to this team, I think, is fantastic. Being able to, pass those off to Victini and Coco, and being able to, bring them back in on, some more hits that, they don't have incredible bulk, at least how they're traditionally run. Victini, being generally thought of a little more offensive, especially if you're drafting it, number 1 here. You're probably drafting it for its power. But being able to pass it to those Pokemon, keep them topped off, as well as, make your Skarmory and Tangrowth live forever, I really like it here. Loved it last season, hope it puts it more.
Yeah, the only issue I'm having is we're starting to build up a little bit of an electric weakness. We'll see if they'll be patched up in the near future, but otherwise I really like the general special bulk of Vaporeon compared to the physical bulk we've seen building up with Skarmory and Tangrowth, so it seems a nice complement there. Of course, we have another big special defensive piece coming up here. A tier 60 taken here, Michael. Cryogonal. We just bumped it up.
Yeah, we bumped it up because it always seems to get drafted because I think it's one of those Pokemon that you never really think about until you see it on the tier list. You're like, oh, that's a thing. Oh, that has options. That's interesting. I like it. It's got fantastic special bulk. It's got great speed. It's got access to freeze dry. It can run both rapid span and defog if it wants to for some reason. But it at 60 points, it offers fantastic value, I think. And, as being a solid ice type to go to with Freeze Dry being so good all the time, it's just incredible value. You can never say it was a bad pick.
I love the boulders picking up a rapid spinner here in particular. If you're relying on defect fog to get rid of hazards, then you're threatening your own 2 terrains that you've got. So rapid spin is something very important to have for this team in particular. Steve, freeze dry is very important too.
Freeze dry is. I'm curious if the boulders saw Mr. Rhyme and Mr. Mime Galar at tier 40. They both bring similar offerings, slightly different speed and bulk. Not having knockoff, but they are 20 points cheaper. But all in all, Karagon still a great pickup, and hopefully it does well for them this season.
Shout out to the boulders. I know you're watching. We're going to move on to the Lorraine Laron picking up the Registeel. This is kind of an interesting pick to me. We already have a pure steel type, but the Registeel does offer something relatively different. I'm mainly looking at the ability to set up Stealth Rocks reliably, which is something that was very much missing from this team because I still don't see any hazard removal, I believe, and this is the first hazard setter that we've got aside from Hail as just a general sort of thing. So a good, reliable Stealth Rock setter. My concern is that if you can handle the Melmetal, then you're already kind of preparing yourself to beat the Registeel as well, and in that sense, I'm a little confused by this pick, but otherwise having another steel type isn't necessarily a bad thing considering how the Melmetal is being supported right now. Steve, what do you think about this Registeel in round 6?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely mentioned kind of the same role it fills here. Also doesn't get much diversity in speed, not being too far away from Arctozolt at 55. Although Arctozolt, you're probably investing in speed, while Registeel, you're not. Something else I'd really like to see this team pick up is a ground resist and immunity, and probably many of them. Second steel type here, in addition to having Arctozolt with no resist right now to ground. There's a lot of physical bulk to handle it, but something like a Earth Power coming from, say, a Sandurus, that could really just ruin this entire team. So looking for the Laron to address that issue in the future.
Yeah, I can only agree with what you guys said. It's a strange pick, I think. It's not a bad Pokemon, but does this team really need it? We'll have to find out how the rest of the draft shapes up to see whether or not it was the right choice.
Speaking of bad Pokemon, you guys know that transition was coming. When the next one up, Steve, is Armaldo. A little bit early potentially, but a Switch Swim Mon.
Yeah, Armaldo, this is a mon I was hoping to get. We moved it down to tier 20 after not being used, and I was against it. I thought this mon was good at 40, so looking at it for 20 was great. 125 attack, pairing that with the ability to rapid spin, you get knockoff, and of course some stab and coverage moves. Of course, the reason it's on this team is that key ability of Swift Swim, getting another Rain Abuser, which certainly is something they will be looking for. So not sharing that water typing is also nice. Not building up any common weaknesses there or even more freeze dry weaknesses is always good. Hoping to see this Pokemon do something and show people why they were mistaken for moving it down.
It was all my fault. Why did I say to move this down? I know why, because I just feel bad for Armaldo. It's got such a crazy design. It seems cool. It has options, just never seems to actually ever get any love. And, well, I think it's going to get a lot of love this season because, it is on a rain team, and suddenly it's actually quite scary. Why did I do this, Nate?
Because the speed still isn't actually that good. Every time I look at Armaldo, I want to really like it and love it, but it always seems to, just not quite do enough for me. On paper, it looks like it should be good. We see all the different cool options. Got Rapid Spin. Imagine Rapid Spinning in the rain to boost up that speed more. Got a Spinable knockoff. We'll see if that's enough to make it work. It is a 20, kind of a little tough to get in and tough to pivot out too, but if there's a team to make it work, it might just be in the rain. And finally, a mon that we really wanted to see picked here, Michael, the Delmise going at the end of round 6.
Oh, I love this thing. I had thoughts about drafting it going into the draft. My plans started to shift towards other Pokemon, but it seems so fun. It's got, solid bulk. It's got great attack. Its ability giving it essentially 3 stabs, along with powerful moves like Poltergeist and Power Whip. The ability to spin. It's a surprisingly versatile piece, and, one that I really am really excited to see how it's used. I love my Gorgeist, and Delmise is another grass ghost I can hope can continue to carry the torch. Please, no one talk to me about Trevenant.
I really love this thing's design so much. We talk a little bit about the power of Poltergeist. Man, is that strong. Reveals items in addition to doing just a ton of damage off of that base 131 attack. Really cool rapid spinner here too, with some interesting resistances and immunities that provides. The ground resistance that we were kind of looking for a little bit too, to help pair with something like the Toxapex, and so you don't have to necessarily risk your flying types in the exact same way, while also being able to provide that support for them. So it seems to fit overall pretty well on the team. Steve, what do you think about the Delmise?
Definitely, it fits pretty well. The one issue it may have is it adds another ice weakness. Currently, Toxapex is the only resist, which is also still a freeze dry weakness. So ice into this team is looking pretty solid, although excluding freeze dry, Toxapex is still quite a bulky piece that can switch in numerous times into such attacks.
And that's going to do it for round 6. Here is our recap. Steve, how are we looking for points? Quite a wide variety. We got our first 20-point mon off the board even.
Yep, with the first 20-point mon, the Kinglers were able to secure the title of most points remaining. They went from having the, tied for the second least to now the most, and that's kind of what that early 20 can do, as well as securing you those points. On the other hand, we had a couple of teams draft a slightly more expensive mons, Steamrollers and the Cincinnati Incineroar, both dropping down to 360 points remaining. Kind of the widest spread we've seen so far, 480 to 360. A lot of a spread there, and we'll see how these teams who have definitely spent a lot of their points so far deal with the remainder of the draft.
Michael, what have those teams been spending their points on this round?
Surprisingly, a lot of different stuff. Most commonly drafted type was Flying, which, being such a common secondary type, isn't that surprising, but everything else got drafted very evenly. As we go into the back half of the draft here, we've been talking about that Dragon Fairy Steel Core getting picked up by so many teams already. We're looking at, lots of waters drafted, but a lot of waters exist, and 7 fire types and 6 grass types drafted so far. So it'll be interesting to see teams decide to try and fill that out, or as we start getting to the end of the draft, whether people think the value is just not in the mons that would complete those cores for them.
And for mods, I'd like to point out, as much as I'd love to talk about the Rockruff, again with their Sylvan and maybe my Arcanine as well, I will talk about the Incineror's Buzzwole. I thought Steve brought up a great point of the physical bulk of Buzzwole compared to the special bulk of the Chansey that was picked right before it. The ability for Buzzwole to take on those fighting moves as well seems to be a really nice pairing there for what is becoming an increasingly annoyingly difficult to break team. And the Agrun's the other one I want to point out. We had asked a couple rounds ago for that bulky water type. Joey came through with the Vaporeon. I would love to see a couple maybe of ground types or a big electric resist to pair with it, and then their team should be starting to look pretty good there. Alright, that's going to do it for round 6, and we're going to be right back with the rest of our rounds. And we're going to hop right along into round 7. We've got an interesting pick here for the Wooper Troopers. It is the Gigalith, which is kind of strange, I'm going to be honest here, adding a little bit of a Sandstorm component to a team that seems to be a little more stully and with a little more, I don't know, something like Zapdos doesn't appreciate that extra chip whenever you're Brave Birding, Dragonite obviously doesn't like multi-scale being broken, and Toxapex wants to stall it as long as possible. We'll see if maybe there's going to be some more synergy with this. There's a little bit with Celesteela, but not particularly. I do, though, really appreciate having a good, reliable rock setter, so there is something there, but Steve, this one befuddles me a little bit.
Yeah, you mentioned a little bit of strange pick, brings a lot of physical bulk, but of course there are a couple mons already on the team that are quite bulky. Brings another slow mon, but Toxapex is already one of those slowest. It really seems to duplicate and bring that sand, which as of now doesn't fit the team. Perhaps the Troopers have planned to kind of build out a second mode to take advantage of that sandstorm.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with, just running Sturdy on it. You don't need the sand, but without the sand, I don't really know, what you're going for here. It's a solid rocker. It's physical bulk, which they kind of already have, so we'll see if the rest of the picks illuminate this one a little bit.
And speaking of a reliable rocker, Steve, the Rain team finally picking up the Seismitoad.
Yeah. This took a little longer than I know some of us would have liked to see, but here it is finally. The Seismitoad, a rock setter, a mon that a lot of other teams also would look at as a water immunity. Finally getting it as a swift swimmer, as well as, of course, it can use it to prevent others from abusing the rain with the water absorb. A balanced stat spread, leaning itself to both physical and special attacks. Just a great pickup for the rain team. Glad they were finally able to get it. Michael, what are your thoughts on this pickup?
Yeah, no, it's great. It offers, swift swimming, the ability to sweep or clean. It has great coverage, as well as some fun, support options. And I'm almost wondering, if we'll even see it run water absorb some weeks to, just kind of counter any types on the opposing team that might really love the rain too.
Yeah, this is, I think, an essential component of a rain team. If you have the Pelipper, you want something immune to electric, you want something that can abuse Swift Swim or Water Absorb, you want that reliable rocker all in one. Though also, fun note, this is the fourth 4x weakness to Freeze Dry, and something maybe you still need to work on a little bit, even with the Zone and the Aegis Slash. And we're going to move along to, hey, look at that, Michael, we got that ground immunity?
It is a ground immunity. We have the Sigilif. It is an interesting Pokemon. It can do a bunch of weird stuff. It has Magic Guard to run, Magic Guard Life Orb shenanigans. It has Tinted Lens to, boost all those resisted hits. It's got, the Flame Orb Psycho Shift set to, burn opposing Pokemon repeatedly, as well as, Defog, Roost, standard flying type things. So it's a versatile and, not weak Pokemon. It has, 103 special attack with, like I said, ability to run things like Life Orb. So it's solid. Not the bulkiest ground resist, but it certainly is one.
It also resists fighting moves that are going to be coming for those couple of steel types. The big issue I see is we have a very much building up ghost weakness coming along here. 3 ghost weaknesses with, I believe, 0 resistances to this point. It's pretty strong, and it can at least be immune to the hail to potentially be a part of that. But, Steve, I'm not 100% sold on this pick.
Yeah, me either. But we'll certainly see. Of note, I'll mention that False Swipe Gaming did put out their Sigilif video during the draft, and this was picked up shortly after. I wonder if that had anything to do with it.
I'm going to move along to the Boulders picking up Heliolisk down in Tier 80. We just bumped that down a little bit because we really wanted to see someone use it, and I think this fits in quite well. Yes, it starts to clump up the speed tiers a little bit with this, the Bouffalant and the Cragnole there, but this is a really solid electric type that can do several different things. Works with several different modes as well. We have, of course, the Train Setters. Now we have something that can abuse all the different weathers and such, too. Love the versatility, the great move pool that this thing has. Steve, it's about time someone picked this thing up.
Yeah, I know we were excited to see someone use it, and we're finally going to get the chance. So hopefully it's able to do something on this terrain-based team.
Yeah, it's a little funny seeing, the terrain-based team picking up the Pokemon with, 3 different weather abilities. But, it's a great mon. I really want to see it put in some work, solid ability to run, electric stab, plus, just like Hyper Voice is solid, and, the cheeky glare, certainly gonna be doing some fun things this season.
Moving along to the Aggron, Steve, we talked a little bit about the electric weaknesses coming along here, and Mudsdale should help that out tremendously.
Mudsdale certainly does. A key defensive piece, fantastic HP and defense stat, of course stamina to keep that getting higher and higher. Speed tier wise fills out kind of the low speed here, making sure Trick Room is at least something you can punish. Reliable rock setter, electric immunity for that budding weakness. Overall, just a great pickup by the Aggrons that really fits with the team they got going here.
We in the league sure do love horses, and this is a horse. And after the kind of breakout showing it had last season, I'm really ready to see what it does with the big boys this season.
It's been pretty interesting to see all these kinds of bulky ground steel mons that have done well in the very recent past being moved up, and they're still being prioritized quite a bit to show the power that they have and how much they contribute to each team comp. And speaking of team comps, we continue this love-hate relationship against ground types, Michael, with the Chandelure pickup.
Yeah, Chandelure, another Pokemon that had a great showing last season. We'll see how it does this one. Of course, having 145 special attack with a incredible ghost stab, it can hurt things really, really easily. Like you said, it's another ground weakness to go with the ground weaknesses, ground resist / immunities, and Urshifu. But we now have a core between the Urshifu, the Zarude, and the Chandelure, which I think is pretty interesting, and it's generally a solid pickup.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a knockoff weakness building up here. I know we have a couple of dark weaknesses, but a lot of these mons just make it very easy to spam knockoff into them. It seems like there's a lot of pressure on these Zarude to be able to stop that in particular, but Chandelure is so strong, and on the special side too, I think should help out a lot with some diversity in special attacking typing, with Zapdos and IllLogic being a little bit limited. Steve, you have experience with Chandelure. What do you think?
Chandelure was definitely a great mon last season. I think there's a reason it's at 100 due to especially its speed and bulk in a higher power metagame. We'll see how it handles for the Psyducks this season. Regarding its speed, it does fit well into their breakup, kind of sliding in between the 70 and 97 they previously had. So great to see a little more diversity here, and hopefully they're able to extend kind of above and below their current speeds with future picks.
And now we get to talk about a pick. I'm very excited to see the Tapu Bulu for 160 points dropping to round 7, and of course falls to the Heatran player in Steve. That is a classic pairing from as soon as Tapu Bulu was released. Heatran, of course, its biggest weakness is the ground attacks coming in. Tapu Bulu alleviates that, as well as the ground attacks coming in from everything, so almost a perfect pairing there right away. Bulu hates the poison attacks, Heatran takes up that. Heatran hates the fighting moves, Bulu takes up that. Heatran hates the water moves, takes up that. Bulu hates the ice moves, Heatran takes up that. These two are just a match made in heaven, it appears. It seems like people have fallen in favor more towards Rillaboom as the top tier, but Bulu still definitely fits that out quite well. This is, I think, a mon, Steve, that really fills the team out quite a bit and solidifies your top 6-7 picks together.
Yeah, I really like this pickup here. The grassy terrain, of course, to help out with the little bit of ground weaknesses between the Terrakion and the Heatran, and also just provide that passive recovery that Heatran especially desperately wants. Overall, really liked the pick, really liked filling out my cores with both the grass and fairy type here. You mentioned the synergy with the other mons, and overall, I'm excited to use it, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, no, I really hope that this thing gets a great showing this season. Nate, you mentioned that Rillaboom has been the star grass setter, and Bulu has definitely fallen by the wayside, and hopefully it can come back into relevance.
Moving right along, we've got another pretty nice pickup from chat here, Steve, in the Moltres.
Yeah, Moltres is was something we saw a lot more of last season from the Agrons. Haven't seen much of it, I believe, in our regular drafts. But it's, of course, being a legendary Pokemon comes with impressive base stats, which I know the Steamrollers tend to favor. Adds a lot more to this rock weakness the team has brewing with Keldeo as the only resist. Definitely something I would like to see addressed in the future. However, the base stats on Moltres are definitely there. Provides, of course, a pivot piece as well as a defogger. It has some bulk with Roost, and with the legendary stats, it is able to form a defensive stat. Although its kind of baseline stats are leaning more offensive in nature. Great piece, and I'm sure the Steamrollers will make excellent use of it throughout the season.
Yeah, I really like Moltres as a Pokemon. It's got really solid bulk as well as, decent speed and solid offensive stats. It's a pretty versatile piece, and I'm really interested to see what kinds of things the Steamrollers are going to be able to get up to with it.
You definitely think of Boots Defog right away, but that 125 special attack is so good, and even just being able to throw it in front of something, hoping for the Flame Body Burn, it seems like it happens to me more often than it should. Moltres definitely seems like a Steamroller's pick. And next we get to look at the Close Combat Club, finally picking up something else for the Ghost and Dark Resist here, Michael, with the Crocodile.
Yeah, I love this Pokemon. The ability to be bulky with Intimidate or threatening as a Moxie Sweeper is great. A powerful knockoff, a great rock setter, and like you said, it's shoring up some weaknesses here. It's, an electric immunity to go with the Corviknight. It resists the Ghost to help with the Latios and the Lele. It's a really solid pick here, and one that I hope to see put in a lot of work because I used it a couple seasons ago and really, really enjoyed it.
Deceptive Bulk with the Intimidate, of course, Moxie with something like Scarf to get up to those shenanigans, knock off Stealth Rock. This is a pretty complete mod, Steve, that I think fits on the team really well.
Does fit on the team in terms of speed. It is kind of running a similar speed to the Lele and Sylvalia at 95, a little bit under those two. So a little bit clumped, but the other traits definitely outweigh that speed clumping, and I'm excited to see how it turns out.
And moving along, I get to continue my run of 120-point mons here with the Nidoqueen, a second ground type, so it's something that is, I think, pretty well needed. It's the second rocker for my team. It's toxic spikes that it provides as well. We're starting to fill out a little bit, showing the strength of this squad being that it can attack from the physical and special side, and I love the bulkiness this provides while also being able to potentially hit back with a life orb. Nidoqueen is something I really wanted to draft. Looking forward to seeing this. I think I was a little jaded when I saw Nidoking and Nidoqueen were so far separated in terms of opinions in the league, Steve, but this is my chance to show that Nidoqueen is almost as good as Nidoking and maybe deserves to be a tier up.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely has very similar role. It's just the difference in attacking versus defending stats kind of pushed certain members to feel differently about it. Nidoqueen, of course, being the second ground type, does add another ice type weakness. This team is starting to have a little bit of an ice problem, Arcanine being the only resist. So that's something I expect the Bouffalant to handle probably in the next pick. So we'll see how they take care of that.
Yeah, no, like you said, Nidoqueen and Nidoking in the league, getting a pretty big difference of opinion on them, and we'll see if you can prove that the Queen is right up there with the King.
Something that has had a high opinion of it, despite being down at 60 points. Steve, the Birbs picked up the Pincurchin with Zero Aura as the other electric type.
Pincurchin, one of the standouts from last season with the terrain setting ability with Electric Surge. Of course, those all-around stats, attack through special defense, all being 85 to 101. Of course, speed being low and HP being low, but it doesn't matter too much. Of course, has access to spikes and toxic spikes as a terrain setter. Recover, which is really surprising on it, giving it extra longevity. Scald for coverage. Rising voltage. Unfortunately, does not get Volt Switch, so it can't pivot out after setting terrain. But it is still a kind of fantastic glue piece that the Birbs will be able to use to go in and out and set up terrain, especially for that Zero Aura to abuse.
Yeah, no, I saw this thing put in work last season, and it just looked so fun, and down at only 60 points, I couldn't help myself. The bulk, the offense, the hazards, and, clicking Plasma Fists or Rising Voltage from a Zero Aura in terrain just sounds good.
Do not bring Churkrum against this team either. We have two very slow mons that are very, very strong, playing around all aspects of the game with this pickup. Of course, another one that can do just about anything, the Rockruff Michael pick up the Decidueye.
Yeah, the Ghost and Grass type did some solid work last season, and it's so versatile. It's got solid stats, it's got solid stabs, it has pivot moves, it has, support options like defog. I'm really kind of digging it here, the versatility that this team is building up. Of course, going with the water type Rotom Wash. We now have a water and a grass type. We'll see if we get a fun fire type to go with them. But I'm really interested to see this Pokemon that I think has been overlooked for a while, see what it gets up to.
And there, as you said, there are so many different things it can do. Sword Stance and Nasty Plot, in addition to all these other versatile support and utility moves. Decidueye's stats are just lend itself to do just about anything. I wonder if it will do any one of those things particularly well, though, Steve, without any one stat being too high.
Yeah, that's something I'm really excited to see about Decadui this season. We saw what it could do in a lower power metagame. Excited to see what it's able to do with the big dogs. In terms of speed, it really helps filling out those lower tier, breaking up the 60 and 86 from other members. So really being able to kind of diversify that speed portfolio even more.
Speaking of grass types that we love, it's the Incineroar picking up the Tangela. I love this thing. Look at its little eyes peeking out there from just the bundle of vines. It's got those little boots. It's so adorable. I love Tangela. This thing is so wonderful, Steve. I think that just about covers it.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Regenerator, fantastic defensive piece. Doesn't have the mixed offensive capabilities of Tangrowth, but it's also significantly cheaper. Is a little reliant on Eviolite, but with it, that physical bulk is incredible. Fantastic piece. We'll see if the Incineroar are able to make better use of it this season than they did last season.
Yeah, no, it's a solid Pokemon with great bulk and regenerator. You can't really go wrong with it, as well as, just like a sleep powder user, can do some fun things. But yeah, they had used it pretty sparingly in the past and love to see them get a lot of use out of it this season.
I just want to give Tangela a hug. Next up, to finish off this round, Steve, it's actually my favorite Gen 8 mon. It's the Copperajah.
Yeah, the Noctowls picking up Copperajah here as a steel type to add to their fantasy core. Stealth Rock, and that impressive 130 attack backed by Sheer Force, 122 HP, making sure this thing does not go anywhere. Fills that bulky steel role, not in the traditional high defense paired with an HP stat, just in sheer HP, and has okay but not great defenses to go along with it. Definitely a little more offensive, though, with that 130 attack and Sheer Force. Hopefully this is able to do good things for him.
Yeah, this is a surprisingly offensive monster. And I also love that, they're picking up, and we now have a real big threat on the slow side to go with, some of their faster threats.
And this is something, it's not the traditional steel type in that it's going to swap in several times and tank those hits. However, it is bulky enough, as we talked about with that giant HP stat, that whenever it does get to come in, it will tank a hit, and it will probably KO something back with the ridiculously large move pool Copperajah has. So kind of an interesting steel type to play, definitely again, not the traditional one. That will do it for round 7. Here's our recap, and Steve, how are we looking on points now?
Following this round, some of the teams that spent big this round, mainly myself, now in last place in terms of points, 260 remaining. Also there, the CL Steamrollers, previously being in last and not really slowing down, picking up, a 100-point Moltres. So both of us looking a little rough with the remaining points. Maybe time for one more big purchase, but after that, it's really going to need to be the 20s and 40s to fill it out. On the other side of things, we got teams like the Lorraine Laron, Boulder Boulders, and the Route 1 Birbs up there at 380, 120 points above the bottom. That difference is becoming more and more significant as we get closer to the end, as these teams are going to be able to get one or two more large pieces to kind of flesh out their teams.
And with that in mind, too, we've had a lot of these critical roles already filled out, Michael, so what are we looking at for type patterns here?
This was a great round for ground types. We picked up 4 ground types. An electric immunity is fantastic. Ground types are often also reliable rockers. So we might be seeing, people shift to some of those roles that aren't as, you don't have the type cores, but we're now filling out, some of those extra random immunities and extra random rules like hazards that people are wanting to fill out their team with.
It's tough for me to narrow down my favorite picks on here. I love the Seismitoad. Again, I think an absolute necessity on a rain team, so good to see it finally go there before someone else was able to nab it. The Heliolisk, love being able to see Heliolisk being picked up for in a pretty good team composition for it. Want to see that succeed. The Bulu synergy works so well with it, and the Crocodile synergy too I really love. So I think several standout picks here as we're getting into the second half of the draft. And of course, we're going to keep the ground type love coming along here in the start of round 8 as the Noctowls pick up. I think this is a relatively new face. We don't see much of Diggersby, Michael.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen it much, even though, Diggersby, it's certainly a threat, and everyone knows what it does. It's got huge power to give it a great attack stat. It's got, great stab Earthquake, as well as, just solid stab normal moves like Return, Quick Attack. And it's a electric and a ghost immunity. We talked about a lot of the other teams, talking about how ghost is a great offensive type on, having an immunity here to go with the, technically resisting Weavile. Pretty solid pickup here.
We're seeing a little more diversity here too. Something like at the beginning of the draft, the Komodo Volcarona are mods that really kind of need to set up in order to be able to deal damage. Diggersby is something you can slap a scarf on, slap a band on, and it will just do a ton of damage. Pairs up nicely with something like the Copper Raja and so maybe even the Weavile that don't necessarily need to set up to be able to do that damage. In that aspect, and starting to look at some of the numbers, Steve, this thing is kind of monstrous.
It is. It also is helping flesh out their speed tiers a little bit, breaking up the 60 of the Wheezing Galar and the 85 the Komodo, getting a nice gap there. Great pickup for the Noctowls.
And moving along to some more nice synergy ground pieces, it's the Quagsire. The Wooper Club loves to see their daddy Quagsire being picked up here. And of course, once again, with the Tangela, Quagsire's only weakness is grass. And we have quite a few answers to that. The Jirachi, the Salamence, the Buzzwole, the Tangela. And I know that every time that the Incineroar pick this thing up, they are getting more and more cognizant of the grass moves that are going to be coming in. And in a team that is already so obnoxious, we get a second unaware mon. We get something else with Recover to heal up. Steve, how does anyone break through this team?
It's going to be a struggle every week. This team is really building out their bulk. Matt really picked up that playstyle last season and is pushing it to the limits this time. We'll see if this playstyle works out for him and his comeback season.
Yeah, we have now the budget Gastrodon to go with the budget Tangrowth. And like you mentioned, having having another unaware mon on the team gives you a little bit of room to run Water Absorb on this and not leave yourself as open to a terrifying setup sweeper. So I think it's really good here. Another piece of really high value bulk for only 60 points.
And we keep the trade moving with more 4x weaknesses. But Steve, we talked a little bit about wanting to see a steel type from the Rockruff. Here you go, a Scavalier.
Scavalier, great pickup. Really liked this mod last season. Even though we moved it up, it still is fantastic. The 105 defenses really allow it to survive some hits, and then, of course, that 135 attack to hit back. Lots of options with it. The knockoff, of course, really nice to remove items. The team is also built so far to handle the fire attacks pretty well. Garchomp, Rotomp, Wash, and Lycanroc, although Lycanroc doesn't really count as resists. The only other weakness being the Decidueye. So lots of options here, especially with picking this up. I would look to see another fire resistance in the future, but overall, great pickup here.
Yeah, an incredibly powerful mon for only having the one weakness, and that weakness already being decently covered here on the team. I think it's a fantastic pickup. Every week you're going to be surprised at just how much it can live and how much it can do back to things.
Especially you can slap on something like an AV to make it a little more bulky, something like a rest set. I thought we saw that too. Pretty nice success as well, and the ability to just stay in and band or sword stance, hit things so hard. Really cool steel type. But of course, probably the highlight of the round is the next pick. Steve talked a bit about how some teams had a lot of points left, and Michael, you picked up the Necrozma in round 8.
Yeah, it was there still, and I don't know, I couldn't help myself. Certainly something I had been looking at besides, just a way to spend my points, was I didn't have like a super impressive setup sweeper like I enjoy having. And of course, their Aura gets bulk up. Of course, Latias gets Calm Mind. But those aren't the kind of click a setup move and you're threatening to win the game. You're just kind of wall breaking better. But Necrozma having access to Calm Mind, having access to Dragon Dance, having fantastic bulk with Prism Armor and the ability to run a weakness policy, as well as crazy coverage options. It's got recovery, it's got hazards, it's got all kinds of stuff. I really enjoy all the things that can add to the team, even if it's adding to some weaknesses I have.
This can do literally anything that you would like it to. We mentioned some of those options: Dragon Dance, Sword Stance, Iron Defense, Rock Polish, Calm Mind, the Power Herb, Meteor Beam and even bulky defensive sets because Prism Armor is that good. This is the last 180 point mon to go, maybe for a reason, but Steve, the amount of options this has, whew, oh man.
Yeah, I've used it before in one of our off-season leagues and really liked it. It was another mon I was looking to pick up. Of course, I mentioned I was in last place on points, and if the Birbs didn't pick it up this round, it would have been really hard to not and just leave myself with 60 points for 3 months to close it out. Great pickup here. Great Mon, and it's definitely going to show what it's capable of.
And we get to move to another Psychic type as the Bouffalant pick up the Bronzong here, another 120-point Mon. This was not originally in my plan, but looking at the team, yes, I had a bit of an Ice weakness, but I also saw I had 0 Flying resist to this point, and Bronzong just seemed to fit that role quite well. We have another really reliable Stealth Rocker on the team, which is 3 now overall, even in just the top 7 to 8 Mons. And it added a little bit of interesting dimension to the team with that bulk, with the ability to have a something that's a little slower than everything else. A nice body press Mon, actually a little bit more versatility in the move pool than one might think. Steve, we did just move Bronzong up a tier, but I thought this was pretty well worth it for what it did for the squad.
Yeah, the resistances here are really helping out the team, filling it out. You mentioned the flying resist, helping with the ice we talked about, filling out that low speeds here to kind of deter Trick Room a little bit. Great piece to kind of check a lot of boxes that we want checked.
Yeah, I love Bronzong. Super reliable with the two abilities to mitigate whichever weakness you feel is more important that week. Solid, hazard setter, status spreader, screen setter. It is just pure reliability.
And we get to move on to a tier 40 pick. Steve, the Sceptile being picked up. Is this early for it?
It might be a little early, although the club can also just be spending low points and have a couple high tier Mons in mind that they can choose from later. The 120 speed, of course, really helps out the team. The team was looking a little on the slow side with only Latios above 100, so getting something else up there really does help. Of course, having Lele and the ability to set terrain will allow Sceptile to run a Psychic Seed and boost that speed even further. So have definitely taken care of that speed issue, although it is with a lower tier Mon, so how often can you actually bring it? As a lot of common weaknesses here, another bug weaknesses, which is looking a little questionable for the team, another fire weakness, another flying weakness. Ice is also now looking pretty bad. So it's bringing up a lot of weaknesses, but then again, out of your 40-point offensive Mon, I don't really think you're concerned too much about its bulk or defensive capabilities. What are your thoughts on that, Michael?
Yeah, I think the main reason it was picked up here was for the speed. Adding to those higher speed tiers, great. The Unburden synergy is a nice bonus there. The awkward thing about this Pokemon is that it's got better special attack, but it's got much better physical coverage. So you'd like to be able to set up a Swords Dance, but with the bulk and everything, we'll see if it's actually able to do that and put in the work.
I'm not sure where it's going to find the opportunity to take advantage of that, maybe with just some choice item sets, and there is plenty of momentum to go around here to get into this, but as a 40-point Mon, don't know how reliable that will be. Well, next up for the Steamrollers, we had just talked about how we wanted to see something to patch up that rock weakness, and Michael, I think we may have found our answer.
Oh, Gastrodon, what an incredible Mon, especially on this team. No one overlooked the fact that this thing gets Sand Force on the Sand team, even though I think we're frequently seeing it just be the standard water absorbed, to eat those water attacks that would be heading at, the Tyranitar and the Landorus and the Moltres. It's got incredible bulk and sustain. It's got the ability to spread statuses through, any number of moves. I think this is a really, really good pickup here for this team. It just fits it so well.
Yeah, this is a really solid glue piece, and we're seeing something similar to what I've been building up on my team with a lot of 4X weaknesses that are just really well covered by other team members. This obviously covers for the Moltres. Plenty of members here cover for the grass weakness that this has, the Scizor's fire weakness, Landorus' ice weakness. This is just coming together to a really solid core. It's a shame we can only bring 6, but knowing Chad, he'll be just fine.
Yeah, he'll definitely make it work. Gastrodon also rounds out that low speed tier, bringing out something at the bottom right now for the Steamrollers, another Mon to deter Trick Room and, allow his more offensive pieces to operate how they like.
And moving along to the Wobbuffets' next pickup of Drapion. So this is a second poison type with entirely different roles and weaknesses and everything compared to Crobat. Yes, it's another relatively fast hunter, that 95 speed, but this is also really nice spammable knockoff user, something that can absorb toxic spikes and set them, can set up a little bit better on the physical side and be a little bit more of a natural physical tank. Also really love the synergy with the Tapu Bulu. Its only weakness is ground, so we have another way to take advantage of the grassy terrain. It could also allow it to run something else like an Assault Vest instead of needing to run Black Sludge as well. Drapion, really solid pickup here from you, Steve.
Yeah, I really liked it. When looking at the start of the draft for dark types, Drapion was something that caught my eye in tier 80. Although, it is kind of lower tier and probably won't come all the time against key matchups with ghost types in particular. It's something I'll definitely look to bring to help mitigate that currently issue with my team, as well as you mentioned, the other benefits of the Mon.
Yeah, I think, down at only 80 points, this Pokemon has a surprising amount of versatility and reliability that we just haven't seen explored in the league, and we'll see what it gets up to.
And I heard that you wanted a little more clumping up of the speed tier, Steve. Here is the Comfey, the fairy pick for the Psyducks.
There it is, another Mon in that 100 area. They keep getting out of it a little bit, but then coming right back. Of course, Triage with this Mon does help a little bit in adding priority to the draining moves. Adding a fairy type here is also great as filling out those cores, as well as there aren't many fairies left. So good to see one picked up. Solid Mon, good special bulk, and decent physical defense as well. Great glue piece. Fairy type definitely helps with these teams' weaknesses, getting a couple resistances, especially Bug. They weren't struggling with Bug. I'm lying, but still, great pickup. Excited to see what it's able to do.
Yeah, it's a solid Pokemon, and we now have, the budget fantasy core here with the Metagross at 120, the Flygon and the Comfey both at 100. All solid Mons, but, none of them particularly stand out. So we'll see, how much they make use of that core as opposed to, the Urshifu, the Zarude, and the Chandelure, which are all just, threats in their own right. But, Natural Cure with some, on top of Solid Bulk, can make it a wall. Triage can make it a surprising revenge killer. It's got a bunch of options, and we'll see how they use them.
The priority is something I think was definitely missing from this team before this pick as well. I see a couple of interesting roles from it. This is a potential setup Mon from a fairy type, but you don't really see much. You see a leech seed because your grass type doesn't get that. You have a couple different roles this can fill in a very interesting and niche way that actually I think works pretty well with the team overall. And moving on to the Agrons, we get another electric resistance here in the Dragalge here, Michael.
Yeah, what a fun Pokemon. Adaptability, on top of, being able to throw off an adaptability Draco Meteor and then having Poison Stab to hit any fairy that tries to switch in on it for free. Very fun Pokemon. Can absorb Toxic Spikes as well as set them. It is a very slow pivot. It's a solid Dragon type to pick up this late in the draft. Very funny things it does with his core here, though. With the Koko, the Skarmory, and the Dragalge being that, Fairy Steel Dragon core, the Steel type is the one that's not weak to ground. Not what you usually would expect to see, but I think it's a solid pickup. It's great value, and I'm another Pokemon that, it always looks good, but just hasn't had a showing in any season yet, and maybe this will be the one that puts it in the spotlight.
It was very sad to see it go unpicked last time, whenever that could have been its best chance to shine, but yeah, adaptability, Draco Meteors, nothing to sneeze at or scoff at. Love how much hate he has for things like fairy types here too, with the really strong poison moves coming out of the Dragalge too, and a little bit extra potentially toxic like spikes and flip turn, adding just enough versatility and utility to make this a really nice pickup. Steve, what do you think of the Dragalge?
Dragalge is a great pick. Really like it. One thing for the team in general, though, is we're through 8 rounds, and his third fastest Mon is still Skarmory. There might be a little bit of a concern in those higher speed tiers. The lower speed tiers really flushed out, really diverse. Anything below base 60 is really going to have to invest speed carefully. Anything above 70 is going to have be able to run whatever it wants, because we really need to break that up a little bit better.
And speaking of some slower bonds, as well as taking advantage of other team members, it's the Hippowdon. We talked about the Heliolisk last round, maybe being kind of odd on a terrain team, but, well, here is a weather for it, that's for sure. Maybe not the weather you'd prefer to see with Heliolisk, because you don't want to see those random dodges, but here we are. Hippowdon adding yet another element to this team. You can have a couple different modes, potentially, with the Hippowdon. You generally would look immediately at a ground type and say, how does it synergize with the grassy terrain? And yes, this does have a surprising 112 attack and not that much coverage, but this is also a ground type that does not mind sitting in front of something, healing up with something like grassy terrain, slack off, and maybe spamming some toxic, setting up rocks and such, and waiting for the terrain to run out before it does start using earthquake as well. So not actually the worst pick to go with the grassy terrain for a ground type. I wonder if he's going to end up following this up with something else though, Steve.
Yeah, great, nice pickup, reliable rocker wall. In terms of speed, closes that gap on the low speeds a little bit. Now there's only a gap between 47 and 85. Still quite a large gap, so look for something sub 85 to kind of fill out those lower speed tiers.
Yeah, it's a great mon. I think on this team it's got a lot of overlap with Steelix. So without like a clear weather abuser, it'll be interesting to see, what role it really ends up taking on this team, and we'll see if the other picks in the draft, give it a little bit more of a clear purpose.
And speaking of overlap, we have the third steel type picked up, though, Steve, for the Laron.
Yeah, just 2 rounds ago we were talking about the Ready Steel, how it serves a little bit of a different role than Melmetal, but seems to do a lot of the same, and now we're picking up the third steel type in Bisharp. Another ground weakness, and so once again I'm looking for more ground immunities at this point. Another big fighting weakness, another fire weakness, really stacking up those weaknesses that steel brings. This mon also seems to do very similar things to Melmetal in terms of big physical attacker. Of course, slightly different. Defiant for boost, Sucker Punch and Knockoff are, of course, great pickups. It's a fantastic mon, but on this team, it really seems to be not adding as much as it could on other teams or other mons would add to this team.
I mean, yeah, it's adding a whole bunch of common weaknesses, but it's a ghost resist for the Dragapult, the Slow Pro, and the Sigilif. It's got a little bit of a purpose there, but yeah, it's a lot of overlap with other things. Sucker Punch, of course, being an excellent way to deter setup sweepers, because you can, revenge them with a very powerful Sucker Punch, but you already have the blisteringly fast Dragapult. So it's a good mon, but, we'll see if this mon, by the end of the draft, they have a lot of holes that we think they could have filled with this pick instead.
I see something like a Mandibuzz potentially been a much better pick here. Yes, it's a dark type. No, it's not all that bulky. As Steve said, the ground weakness is something that really seems to be piling up too. Something like Mandibuzz would have provided a lot here, would have provided good hazard support, a little more flexibility with being able to switch out in the momentum, as well as some sustainability itself with Roost. Bisharp, I think I agree with Steve, not seeing too much of what it does here aside from Knockoff and Sucker Punch. Of course, there is something that we know exactly what it does, Michael, and that is Ditto being added to the Rain team.
Yeah, I know exactly what it does, which is, I'll tell you once it's been sent out into a game. It's a staple Pokemon of, Draft League and, competitive, because, it makes setup sweepers need to be able to beat themselves as well, and you need to be able to, not lose to your own team, basically. Ditto able to switch in, immediately transform into the opposing Pokemon, getting information on their moveset, copying any stats if they've been boosting, and immediately threatening the team with itself. So it's hard to, say exactly how great it is because, it'll depend on the matchup and the situation of each game. But, it's never bad. I'm never going to say a team shouldn't get it because it just offers a bunch of versatility because it's whatever your opponent also brought.
I have a lot of fun prepping against Ditto for sure. It's fun to go through the process of Ditto proofing a team to see what you need to do. I have a little bit of concern on this team because, as you said, its main role is to stop something like set up sweepers, but who's really going to be able to have a chance to set up whenever you're staring a Pelipper in the face, into a Kingdra, into a Seismitoad, and something you really do not have the time to do that with? Steve, do you think this pick is a little sus, or what?
I am a fan of Ditto myself. Do like the pick. I definitely agree. The kind of more offensive nature of the team will make it difficult for others to set up, but it's always good to have that answer in case they do. I also don't expect Ditto to come every week. It's not going to be a key team member, but especially if there's something on the other team that the Kinglers are scared of, this would be a great answer to bring.
And for the last pick of round 8, it's the Gengar. We talked a lot about this mon's placement in previous seasons, settled on 140 to try and get someone to pick it up, and here it is. I really, really love the Gengar, and on this team, actually, too, I quite like it a lot, even though it does add potentially another something like a ground weakness or even psychic weakness to pair on top of the Toxapex and the Zapdos there too. But Gengar is that big threat piece that I really wanted to see from a team like this that doesn't need to set up like a Stella or most often a Dragonite, someone that can pair on the special side with Zapdos Scour that can just go off and attack things with very strong specs moves. Scarf works really well on it. This is a really good mod to trick your Scarf or specs onto a tank as well, which is something that they may struggle with otherwise, trying to break through some of these big tanks. I think Gengar is a really nice fit on the team, Steve.
Yeah, a fantastic mod. It definitely complements the team and its role well. Typing-wise, as you mentioned, not particularly. In addition to the types you mentioned, Ghost and Dark weaknesses are starting to pile up. Ghost, of course, without any resists or immunities at this point. So against opposing Ghost types, it is something that is just quite spammable. However, Gengar is quite fast for a Ghost type and one of the best ones in the league. So I'm not sure if enemy Ghost types are something you particularly need to worry about, with the exception of, Dragapult and Aegislash. So we'll see how this pick ends up working out for him.
Yeah, would love to see them pick up a Ghost Resist or even Immunity coming up, but I really like how Gengar slots into this team. We have a lot of bulk, a lot of wearing down, and something like a fast Gengar with a Life Orb is really going to be able to clean up through a variety of weakened Pokemon. So I think it's solid here.
And that will do it for round 8. Here's our recap. And Steve, we saw another wide variety of bonds being picked up. We saw a 180 go all the way down to the 40 from Sceptile. How are we looking on points?
Well, with the 180-point pickup Necrozma from the Birbs, they're no longer doing the best in terms of points. The Lorraine Laron, with their pick, were able to maintain their role as having the most points remaining. And the Kinglers, with their a little more budget pick, were able to also get up there to 260 points remaining. With the big Gengar pickup, the Wooper Troopers are now in last place in terms of points remaining. 140 points left. Again, a gap of 120, and this time it's nearly a factor of 2 difference from the most. So we'll see how these teams are able to play it off through the rest of the draft.
It's a little bit tough to factor in Ditto here, but Michael, how are we looking on typings from this round?
4 more ground types went. People love their ground types, as well as 3 more steals this late in the game, bringing us the total of 18 steel types drafted so far. So people are we've got some interesting type picks here. We don't see people filling a whole bunch of random type holes. I don't think but we're filling out roles. We're finding value where we can find it, I guess. And we'll see if we get some more interesting picks coming up in the last couple rounds.
And the couple that I will highlight, the Diggersby there from the Noctowls, really adding quite a bit to the team in terms of raw power, with the ability to swap out, actually adding some spikes in there too, which is really cool. And as we had just talked about, the Wooper Troopers picking up Gengar. Love this bond. It's a shame that it went this late, but really filling out the team a little bit with, again, that raw power that Gengar can provide that it seems we've been overlooking for a couple drafts in a row here. And we're going to move on to round number 9, where we get to start off, Steve, with the Lycanroc pick, finally a payoff for the Gigalith.
Yeah, Lycanroc midday having, of course, that Sand Rush ability, getting a speed control mon here, something that's able to go out in the Sandstorm with that incredible speed and do what it can. Additionally, a Cell Rock as a priority move we mentioned with Lycanroc Dusk. Not as good here with Lycanroc Midday with a slightly lower tech and most notably missing Tough Claws. However, it is still a fantastic priority move. More or less everything we said about Lycanroc Dusk applies here, except it is fast, a little faster, access to Sand Rush, a little less powerful. We've seen the two Lycanrocs face off in the past. Hopefully we can see a rematch here this season.
Yeah, this is an interesting pickup here, particularly the Sand Rush going with the Gigalith that we were questioning a bit before. Being this team isn't super fast, and maybe we're looking at that as a way to potentially check the Dragapults and such of the league in various matchups. But this was my goodest boy last season. Really happy to see it coming back, and hoping that it can still show that it is a good boy.
There's a little bit of overlap here, definitely the speed tiers outside of the Sand Rush with Gengar, Lycanroc, and Raikou all kind of falling in line with each other. Accelerock, I think, does do quite a bit for the team, aside from all the other overlap defensively as well. But Accelerock and another Stealth Rocker is definitely appreciated, even if this is one that's a little bit frailer. We'll see how that works out on Team Comp in the future here. And for something else that is potentially a little bit frail, but oh boys, it's strong, Michael. It's the Xurkitree on the Rain team.
We have the Xurkitree here. A little interesting, considering that, we already have Magnezone as a fantastic electric type, and we already have, the Magnezone and the Aegislash that are weak to ground. Sure, we have the Lando and the Pelipper that are immune to it, but, picking up another ground weakness is a little interesting, but geez, this thing has 173 base special attack, the ability to run a Choice Scarf and then boost that even further by throwing off perfect accurate thunders in the rain. Boy, I hope you have an electric immunity.
And you did mention quite a few of the mons that are weak to ground. I also feel like just because of the strong water offense, this could be a little bit of a ploy here to try to get people to bring their water types, or their ground types, so their water types in the rain can destroy them, or maybe think, I can't bring this ground type because it'll just get destroyed, and have the ability for the Magnezone, Xurkitree, and Aegislash to go to town with one less weakness on each of them. This definitely more so feels like a pick, though, that says, wow, this has 173 special attack. I need to pick it up because it looks really, really good. What do you think, Steve?
One note about the team in general here as we pick up, the third fastest mon on the team. Speed-wise, this team is really relying on the rain. Of course, we do have those three swimmers, but outside of that, you have the Landorus, the Kingdra outside of the rain, and now the Xurkitree. So really reliant on the rain here, and that's more or less forces Pelipper to come every week. Something the opponent can definitely rely on and plan for.
We get to move along to the Lorraine Lairon. Let's see, they patched up their ground weakness. They did not, because Nidoking is weak to that. However, aside from that little note, I do think Nidoking actually fits this pretty well as 140-point mon slapping on here near the end of the draft. I had mentioned I would like to see something that can take advantage of potentially these screens from the Ninetales, something you can swap into a little bit, and Nidoking is actually pretty solid at that. Really diverse move pool that should help out with some of the stagnant pieces we've got going on here, things like the overlap on ice types, which of course is natural, but also the steel types. So Nidoking provides quite a bit there. Both sides of the spectrum as well, wide variety of items that can choose from. Steve, this actually, I think, helps out a little bit in the diversity department while also just hitting hard.
Yeah, also helps out in speed as well, giving a nice breakup between 70 and 97 from the previous two picks. So great pickup from that. You mentioned, the typing might not be the best, but outside of that, really serves a new role that this team desperately needed, and excited to see what they're able to do with it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a powerful Pokemon that is always a threat, and paired with, the other threats on this team has a lot of coverage and a lot of different offensive pieces. The Nidoking really being able to, kind of double up on threatening pretty much whatever it wants with its coverage and sheer force. I think, this will be a pretty scary team to go up against.
And speaking of payoffs for Sand that we had Steve talk about previously, it's the 160-point Excadrill.
Oh man, Excadrill. This is a fantastic pickup for the Boulders. Being able to now use the Sand setup by the Hippowdon for Excadrill to come out here, get that Sand Rush and just destroy things with the 135 attack. Really liking the way this team is shaping up. Reminds me a lot of the Birbs teams last season, where they had a bunch of different weather modes or weather abusers, then they typically need to set up the weather manually for them. The boulders now have a preferred weather, definitely. They have a couple terrains they're using. They're really trying to control the battlefield itself to get what they need to do here. A little bit of anti-synergy between the Excadrill and Rillaboom. Of course, that grassy terrain weakening the big Earthquake. However, definitely something that could be played around with, as well as picking slightly different moves. I believe it gets like Drill Run, which I don't think is affected by grassy terrain. So overall, love the pickup. Excited to see it hopefully do better this season than it has in previous.
Yeah, this is a little crazy, that it went down here. When you think of Sand Team, you probably think of Tyranitar and Excadrill, and considering Tyranitar was drafted round 2, Excadrill falling all the way down here and not even going with that T-Tar, kind of surprising, but yeah, no, I mean, if you see that there is a really reliable weather setter like Hippowdon and a incredibly reliable weather abuser like Excadrill still left down here, that's a really, really great pickup this late in the game.
There's a lot of interesting speed control here, too, with the Sand Rush, as well as having another Rapid Spinner. We talked about that a bit with the Cryogonal, how nice it is to have that. I do have some concerns about being able to break some mons. For example, this doubles up with Rillaboom and being able to not being able to break some things like flying types and could have a bit of trouble with, as well as being the third ground type and the second is steel ground type. We already talked about Steelix and Hippowdon doubling up with each other a little bit. Would maybe like to see a free agent transaction on that Steelix, but it is also nice to always have that reliable rocker. We're going to be able to move on now to another ground type, Michael, in the Golurk, doubling up with the Mudsdale on the Agron's team.
Oh my gosh, this Pokemon. The League loves it for its ability to run Klutz and be able to trick an Assault Vest onto something, which of course is normally impossible to do. But also just having, Iron Fist and No Guard as solid offensive abilities. This thing's got great attack. It's got, Ghost and Ground Stabs, which are both excellent. It's got, really respectable bulk in, 80 defenses and 89 HP, as well as, Rocker ability to run some, funny hazard and support options. I think it's a pretty fun pick up at only 80 points. We are, having, with the Victini, we now have, another Ghost weakness, and Crawdon not really the bulkiest resist to that, so we'll see if they're concerned about that later in the draft.
This does fill a pretty different niche from Mudsdale. Both obviously physical attackers, ground types can set up Stealth Rock, but Mudsdale is definitely the more passive mod that can build up something with stamina and hit with body press. And Golurk is the thing that you'd love to see go all out with something like a Band or a Colberberry to help supplement, be able to take a hit or two a little better. It's that 124 attack, and the coverage it gets is so strong. Kind of an interesting pickup, though it does not, Steve, fix up the speed tiers.
No. Last time I was talking, Skarm raised the third highest speed, and still the case. This team is really slow, quite bulky in general. We'll see if that's the playstyle with Victini and Coco pivoting in and out to smack things. That honestly could work very well for them, given this team. And that's kind of what they're forcing themselves into. So hopefully they're ready for that playstyle.
Speaking of slow and bulky, we have Umbreon as the next pickup for the Psyducks. I'm probably not the right person to talk about this because I'm a little biased against Umbreon, but it does provide a few key things for the team that wish to be able to help supplement the bulky offensive team that has been forming. We see bulky things like the Metagross that would really appreciate that little bit of health, the Urshifu, so we have some really nice targets to be able to wish into, as well as another reliable Heal Beller as well for the team, alongside the Comfey to give them a bit of a second lease on life. Umbreon, really just a dedicated defensive piece. Not sure if it's the best fit on the team with another somewhat bulky dark type, but it does provide some unique things for the team here, Steve.
Yeah, it also is able to help out in the speed, getting a little bit of an ungrouping again, getting down to 65. Based on the way the team's drafting, I would expect their next pick to have roughly 100 to 110 speed. I'd personally prefer it to be something a lot higher and get something on the high end to really diversify their speeds here.
Yeah, like you said, doubling up a little bit on the bulky dark types, but with the kind of bulky offense that has been forming, I do like seeing this, which is just so steadfastly a defensive piece, with the ability to be a cleric, a wish passer, the ability to spread toxic, giving some of those more offensive pieces the ability to lean into the offense and not the bulk if he so chooses.
And speaking of those bulky bonds, Steve, you're able to spend most of your remaining points on the Melodic. Love this pickup.
Yeah. It was pointed out to me by other members of the league. Some of the issues with my team, some things I don't necessarily agree with, but one thing they suggested was Milotic as a great fit for the team. Milodic's a mon I really never have paid attention to, but I'm glad they pointed it out because it really does fit things well, providing a definite bulky piece here that I desperately needed. Really didn't have anything that fit that truly. Of course, having flip turn for a pivot, not necessarily slow, but decently slow at 81. Recover to kind of heal up as needed. Overlap in type with Starmie, but having multiple water types is definitely okay. And they do serve different roles where Milotic tends to be a little more bulky, and Starmie can now lean a little more into that offensive potential. I thought it was a great pickup for my team, and I'm excited to use it.
Yeah, no, I love, like you said, the ability to let the Starmie, which we said, can tend surprisingly bulky, but, isn't incredibly bulky, to really lean into the offensive coverage it has, having something like Milotic, which has, great special bulk, and then, Marvel Scale giving it great overall bulk if it's status, the cheeky competitive, depending on what you think your opponent might be bringing that week. I think it's, just a very reliable Pokemon, and one that I've been surprised hasn't seen more usage in the league so far.
I love the defensive synergy with the grassy terrain once again. Really appreciates that little bit of health, especially if it's trying to take chip from the Flame Orb with the Marble Scale, and even aside from that, it can then maybe run leftovers for that double recovery, which is something you would love to see on that Pokemon. Also complemented by the rest of the team with all the defensive grass answers you've got too. Maybe one more electric answer would be nice for the multiple water types with Flip Turn you've got, but I really can't point out any further faults than that. And moving on to someone else spending almost all of his remaining points, Michael, it's Chad picking up the Azelf in the late round.
Yeah, I think this is, kind of it's pure value. I mean, Azelf is a, kind of archetypal lead Pokemon, with its ability to set hazards, his ability to use annoying moves like Taunt, ability to pivot out, it's great offensive stats, it's fast, it's got coverage. And I think, on this team, I really like picking up a super versatile piece to pair with, whatever else he happens to be bringing each week, as well as, just more fast pivoting, which we know this coach loves.
Yeah, again, something just above the Keldeo there is pretty nice for him, and I totally agree this is very much a Chad pick. I don't know if he's going to try and go for a Nasty Plot on this, but there are a lot of moves that are very spammable that I know Chad would just love to play with and enjoy. We see probably something like a Life Orb or an Expert Bell coming out often on this thing, or potentially a surprise choice item. I think Chad's going to have a lot of fun with this, Steve.
Yeah, great pickup. It's a mon I've been looking at for many seasons now. The only issue being it's a psychic type. There are so many psychic types that I want to use, and I just can't use them all. But fantastic piece, and I hope it's able to do well.
And moving on to another mon that is fast and takes up a lot of points, it's the Barraskewda for the Close Combat Club. We just talked about Sceptile fixing up the speed tiers a bit, and Barraskewda is yet another step above that. We got to see in just a very recent season how valuable Barraskewda is outside of the rain even. Does not need the rain. It doesn't even necessarily need that extra speed that it gets from Swift Swim. All you really need is a Choice Band with Flip Turn, and you will go to town. You can also, of course, equip it with Mystic Water or a Life Orb to be able to change up moves a little bit, but it's all about the few strong moves that it has and the big speed stat that it has. Relatively straightforward, but fits the team pretty well and does its own thing, Steve.
Yeah, I really like going after another high-speed mon here for the club. We mentioned Sceptile being a low-point mon, not something you're going to bring a lot, maybe 1 to 3 weeks. Here's Barraskewda, something you can reliably bring every week, and definitely has that speed that you're looking for to force opponents to prep for something on the fast end. great pickup, great offensive piece. Flip turn is amazing on it. I definitely know this mon's going to do well for them.
Yeah, love this pick as a more reliable, speedy Pokemon here with surprising physical coverage. Psychic Fangs, which can get rid of any weird screens your opponent has. It's got Poison Jab, it's got Ice Fang, it's got Drill Run, it's got Close Combat for some reason. It's just a very solid Pokemon, and one that honestly I was surprised to see fall all the way down here.
And speaking of speedy Pokemons, we've got the Bouffalant picking up the 130 speed Jolteon, Steve.
Yep, here it is, another electric immunity to pair with the Tornadus Therian. That's now 3 immunities and 2 resists, with only the 1 weakness, really deterring enemy teams from bringing any electric coverage here and allowing Tornadus to be that much more effective. Additionally, providing that additional speed over 121. 121 is a pretty good number, but it's always nice to get something up in that 130 or above range, which Jolteon does cover. A fast pivot here with Volt Switch or Baton Pass if you're worried about electric immunities. Decent electric attacking capabilities with the 110 special attack. Also, of course, is an evolution packing Wish and Heal Bell. Wish not doing a ton off of the base 65 HP, but is an option. Heal Bell a lot more likely to remove status from your allies.
Yeah, no, I mean we're seeing people finally paying attention to their speed tiers a little more, and I love this as one of the few very fast Pokemon remaining. Jolteon, bit of a one-trick pony with its electric offense, but I think I really value it as a very fast screen setter, especially since you don't have a whole lot of other moves. You're thinking of running. That you can easily slot in a random screen depending on the matchup if you feel like it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to be a little smart with this thing. As you said, this is a bit one-dimensional, but I like the ability to, again, have that giant speed steer and do something like a screen or Baton Pass out on a doubled and take advantage of the free turn that giant speed stat should hopefully afford me. Maybe, again, I have to be a little bit creative, but Jolteon's something I'm actually kind of excited to use. And I know that Michael is excited to use this next one here, the Runerigus. We talked about this one a lot.
Oh, the Runerigus. Yeah, before and during the draft, I certainly messaged back and forth with you about this Pokemon. It's definitely one that had caught my eye, and I really wanted to use, even if please no one ever bring Dark or Ghost types against me. This thing is just really fun looking. 145 defense, 105 special defense, crazy defensive stats paired with 95 attack and powerful ground and ghost stabs with Poltergeist and Earthquake. It can set up Trick Room for itself on the same time it wants to proc a weakness policy to really go off. It has Trick Room, like we had talked about, Pincurchin and Ferrothorn could be fun stuff. It's got Stealth Rock and Toxic Spikes. It's got Body Press. It just has a whole bunch of fun things it can do, and I really wanted to get to use.
Yeah, this and Kofgrigus we recently moved down, and we were kind of befuddled as to why, and still nobody's been picking them up, so yeah, absolutely take advantage of it and go to this mon. As you said, Ghost and Dark starting to become a little bit of a problem. That's a little bit of pressure on the Obstagoon defensively that doesn't necessarily want to take. It can take a little bit, but not that much. I love the versatility of being able to provide the hazards, though, for you, too. The Toxic Spikes is a nice element for what is generally, aside from the Necrozma, just a hit-and-run kind of team. So I think that could provide quite a bit for you. What do you think of the Runerigus there, Steve?
It's a mon we've all been looking at saying this should be doing something. Hopefully it's able to do something.
This is the opportunity. Next up, we've got the New Britain Rockruff picking up the Cinderace for 140 points. I absolutely adore this pickup for this team. Achieves another speed tier on the top, just like what something like the Jolteon did for me, except this does so much more than that. Even without Libero for the ability with just Blaze, it's got so much it can do. A really nice fast pivot, even faster with something like Sucker Punch. A wide move pool that we saw it obviously take advantage of with Libero, but it doesn't necessarily need that extra stab boost to do what it needs to do. Here's your fire type you're asking for, too, to form the Fire Water Grass Core with your Rotom and Decidueye. Got a ton of versatility, really high speed tier. Steve, how did it take this long for Cinderace to go?
The league in general does not seem to value Cinderace without Libero. I know a lot of people were questioning why it's still at 140, and I'm hoping we're going to see why. It's a fantastic mount of a diverse move pool, tons of things it can do. For this team in particular, you mentioned the speed tiers, which is fantastic. One note, it does add the second rock weakness with only Garchomp has a resist. Of course, Garchomp being a staple of the team, I think it'll come very often, so you can certainly build around that. But Rock is starting to look a little questionable, so hopefully that's something they're able to address.
Yeah, no, this thing absolutely deserves to be where it is on the tier list. It's got monstrous coverage, as well as fun moves. Like, I really hope we'll see a really effective court change at some point during the season. And yeah, I'd love to see this put in the work to make the league respect it, even without Libero.
We have another fire type here, Steve. Entei, as the Incineroar, are just running back their Season 10 team.
Yep, third mon in a row that was on their Season 10 team, bringing back their entire Fire, Water, Grass core to pair with their new Fantasy core they drafted this season. Also their third mon at 100 speed, which is really clumping up that speed a little bit, especially considering they have that huge gap to Regieleki at 200. But Entei is a fantastic mon, quite bulky here with the surprising 115 HP, with decent defenses, good attack at 115, and great moves, especially things like Sacred Fire and Extreme Speed, able to threaten burns, pick up threats with Extreme Speed. Great mon, does fit on the team, and excited to see if the Incineroar's low-tier mons are able to excel in this high-tier season.
Yeah, it's a fire type that I've never been super hot on, no pun intended. It's a little one-dimensional for, my desires, but, it's a legendary. It has great stats. It has Sacred Fire. It has Extreme Speed. It's certainly got the tools, and we'll just see if they properly make use of them.
Matt got a little bit creative last season, saw some interesting sets, things like agility there too. Extreme Speed really is the standout for me, just a very strong priority move with the stab physical fire moves, providing a little bit of offensive firepower, pun intended, on that one for this team that may be lacking a little bit. And we get to finish off this round, Michael, with the Togedemaru pickup. This is a cute little thing.
That's a fun pickup that we haven't really seen before in the league. I always think this thing is slow because, it's a little round, chonky steel type, but it's got 96 speed, paired with 98 attack, and has Zing Zap, which is the electric type Iron Head. I believe this thing gets Nuzzle. It has, pivoting opportunities. It's a really interesting mon that, is also a fun, cheeky electric immunity with Lightning Rod. So we'll see how they choose to use it, because we haven't seen a lot of it, and I'd love to see it earn a spot here in the league.
The typing and move pool are there. The stats just aren't quite there to back up that typing, and even not firepower to back up the offensive move pool either. But like I said, I think Nuzzle is probably the standout for this thing. A couple of cheeky little options, being able to U-turn out, wish up. I think it does just enough for 40, and of all coaches, Steve, I think the Noctowls can make this work in the couple matches it does come to.
That's definitely the case. Additionally, the 96 speed does wonders for them. They kind of had a little bit of a desert there in the middle between the 85 and 100, getting a nice way to break it up and really diversify those speeds a little bit more. That's something you want from your low tier mons, being able to break up those somewhat medium-sized gaps you have.
That's going to do it for round 9. Once again, a pretty large spread here, Steve. How are the points looking for it with only 2 rounds left?
Well, you did mention it when we talked about the Melodic pick. I spent quite a bit of points there, and the Steamrollers had a little bit less points than me to go, and they also had a large pickup. The two of us are now currently losing in terms of points. We have 40 points left for 2 more picks. We have locked ourselves into picking 20-point mons for the rest of the draft. On the other side, the Newport Noctowls with that Togedemaru pickup, one of a inexpensive mon, left with 160 points for 2. So a lot of diversity here. A handful of teams still able to pick up, something at 100 or above, with only really a few teams being forced down into 20s at this point.
With so much diversity here too, Michael, are there any patterns we can glean for typings from the mons that have gone this round?
The third straight round where 4 ground types have gone, and interestingly, going with that, all the ground types being drafted, we still have 3 electric types drafted this round. As well as 2 ghost types, and some more. It's interesting. We're starting to see, some of the more niche options. The electric, the ghost, which are either not particularly plentiful or have, lots of answers and immunities to. So it's really fun seeing how the draft is shaping up down here as we get into the last couple picks where, people have less points and less ability to, get the purely optimal piece. They're finding some fun.
And for the couple ones to point out for me, I really love the Barrascuda pickup. They're getting that extra speed tier, the offensive piece that can flip right back out into the defensive core that they have built up, especially with something like a slow pivot teleport into the Barrascuda, which can fast pivot back into the defensive core. Really love what that pickup does for them. And I think I have to go back to the Cinderace again. Real fast piece once again for this team, and the Rockruff of all coaches, I think, know exactly what to do with this one, when to pivot out, when to click that Pyro Ball button, which is going to be a little stronger than you might expect. And of course, we're looking forward to that very fun court change. We've only got 2 rounds left, and we'll be right back for those. Moving on to round 10, we're back with the Newport Noctowls, and their selection is the Cradily, finally getting that grass type on their team. Very interesting one too, of course, getting Storm Drain as an interesting little water immunity could help out just a little bit there. I like the addition of yet another very good reliable Stealth Rocker, frees up Komodo quite a bit, and Copperage, of course, not the most reliable on that. Sometimes you want to be running AV, and the coverage on it you really want. So for a 40-point mod, Steve, I actually kind of like this one.
Yeah, it works out. It's always nice to grab immunities at the lower point totals. That kind of gives them a chance to do something. A lot of the mons don't really have the stats to do anything else otherwise. Adds another fighting weakness, but then again, as a low point mon, it really doesn't matter. Stacking up those fighting weaknesses, even within those low point mons, they're not coming all the time, so not really an issue.
Yeah, the only problem I see with this pick is fighting type weakness, but you can certainly play around that. He certainly has answers to fighting types, and so for this mon at this amount of points, solid value. Love it.
And we've got another very interesting pick, Steve. If it was tough enough to break through Matt's team, you also have to provide coverage for the Shedinja.
Yep, here it is. Shedinja with that Wonder Guard being immune to most attacks in the game, only with the 5 weaknesses being able to provide it with super effective damage, able to damage it. And of course, it only has the 1 HP, so you just got to hit it once or twice with the sash. Probably wearing boots a lot just because of hazards, or maybe Matt will be able to remove them. But this does just that interesting mind game to the team, being able to always threaten bringing Shedinja, as well as once it's there, try and get some good switches to buy some turns. Shedinja, can do technically some things attacking wise, but it is quite limited there. So look for it more as a defensive utility switching piece to kind of gain momentum.
Yeah, I mean, Shedinja is something that opposing coaches always need to keep in mind. They always have to make sure that if it happens to come, they aren't, completely screwed, that they have at least 2, maybe 3, 4 answers to it, whether that be a random status or coverage on things. So, for only 20 points, always having to make your opponent think that's solid, that's enough value from a 20-point mon.
Yeah, I think there must be a typo on here. Probably Final Gambit and Sandstorm are the 2 moves you're going to see on this most often. But no, I definitely agree with the sentiment that you want something to come from your 20-point mon, whether it actually does something in battle or not. The ability to have it in the back there and threaten your opponent in team building a little bit is important enough to warrant a spot as a 20-point mon. And we're going to move along to something that I see decently often picked up in the lower tiers here, Michael, and it is the Girder for the Rockruff.
Yeah, the Girder is solid value at 40 points. It's got a couple things it can do. Eviolite makes it pretty solidly bulky with having 85 HP and 85 defense. Stop an Eviolite on that, and it can be surprisingly bulky, as well as being able to run Guts. And just, throw off very powerful mock punches. So, I think it's a pretty decent Pokemon. I mean, it has the same, coverage and stuff as the Conkeldurr we all know, which is, can put in a lot of work. And I think this is definitely something that if opponents aren't prepared for it, can definitely throw them for a loop.
Yeah, I love just having just a raw 105 attack. I mean, if you do go that Eviolite bulky build, you are still going to have some oomph behind those punches, especially boosted by Iron Fist. Fist, or you can just go all out with the Guts Flame Orb and be able to be an offensive, low-tier, not fully evolved Mon. So something with flexibility, not having to run Eviolid all the time, I do very much value.
Yeah, definitely lots of options here, and exciting to see how it complements this team through the regular season.
Next up, the Birbs able to pick up the Durant in Tier 80. Love the first impression that this bond gives off. That was a joke there, folks. I expected a laugh. We saw Matt use this decently often in the lower tier league very recently. Hone Claws is really cool to complement to Hustle there with just some nice raw stats of 109 speed, 109 attack. It reminds me a little bit of a discount Kartana in a sense, but for only 80 points, Steve, actually pretty nice value, I think.
Yeah. Definitely has some weaknesses to play around, similar to Kartana, the very weak special stats, special bulk being nearly non-existent, so, a light breeze in that direction can remove it. But on the physical side, surprisingly bulky, fast, has attacks, great piece if given the right opportunity to shine.
Yeah, no, I picked this thing up as, offering me a couple, resists, as well as, just some solid speed, solid offense, and, a way to, kind of revenge fairies or something, which I really only had the Pharaoh for. And, for the points, it just worked out. So if I can have a Raichu keep hitting Focus Blast, surely Hustle will never miss, right?
I'm pretty sure that's how that works. And next we get to go to another bug type, one of my all-time favorites. I'm glad to have gotten it, Steve. It's the Pinsir.
Here it is, Pinsir at 20 points. I don't know, that just doesn't seem right for what this bond can do, but we put it there. So I guess 85 speed, 125 attack, decent physical bulk at 100 defense. Slightly limited move pool, but has enough for it with knockoff, stealth rock, quick attack to get past the speed sometimes. Of course, Moxie has a great ability to make your way through teams after, say, you're running a Choice Scarf, just hitting again and again and again and cleaning up KOs at the end. I can't say I'm an expert on what this thing does, but it seems to have enough base stats to be scary enough for 20 points.
Yeah, I could see this getting moved up if it has even a halfway decent season. 85 speed and 125 attack with a mon that has Moxie and that you can slap a scarf on. That's pretty incredible for only 20 points.
And a little bit of utility with being able to run boots and the rocks and or sword stance, something like that. It definitely does have the weaknesses. Defensive profile for a pure bug type isn't great, as on a little bit of a rock weakness, but I think actually the team complements that pretty well, and I found it very important for this pick in particular to get something in that big speed gap right in the middle, where I really love having Mons. Nothing between the Arcanine at 95 and the Needle Queen at 76 to this point, so even though it's a 20-point mon, it can still potentially fill that gap with a little bit of threat, despite being such a low point total. We'll see if that works out. Next up, we got the 80-point mon Qwilfish coming out here, Michael.
Yeah, this is something that I've wanted to see actually get some more use here in the league, because I think it can be really fun. It can be surprisingly bulky with access to Intimidate, and, against maybe the Rain team, maybe we'll see a cheeky Swift Swim set with like a banded Liquidation or, Poison Jab, something like that. But also just, the bulk set, it gets access to Hazards, it gets access to Taunt, it gets access to Destiny Bond, I believe, and Pain Split. It's, a nice little bulky piece that you can pick up for relatively few points, so I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah, some kind of interesting, unique resistances to it. Also adding on the spikes and toxic spikes with, I believe, only 2 rockers here as well. So adding on a little bit more pressure offensively there too. The ability to set up, the ability to go defensive. We've seen how annoying things like static and flame body can be. So why not poison point as well? Steve, I like Qwilfish.
Yeah, I know Qwilfish is a favorite of some members of our league, especially Matt, the coach of the Cincinnati Incineroar. So, I think this is a way for the club to get back at him after that Shindinja snipe earlier this round.
And we get to go to another water type that I definitely like down in the lower tiers. The Steamrollers continuing with their great pickups. The Basculin, which was just moved down to tier 20. I think I may have voted against this. I think this thing is fantastic. With 92 attack and usable special attack to be able to fire off some hydro pumps and ice beams and such. Adaptability is the main attack or the main abilities that you'll see, but it has plenty of other really interesting ones. Reckless to go with some very cool moves there. Mold Breaker, of course, to be able to continue to flip turn on water immune mons. And oh yeah, just having flip turn in general with adaptability, 92 attack, backed up by maybe some extra power, and a very respectable 98 speed, and just enough utility to make it very threatening for a 20-point mon, Steve, the Basculin.
Yeah, I definitely like the pick here. I was thinking of picking up Wishy-Washy for a similar reason, but at a lot less speed. But yeah, just a quick pivot, in and out, do some good shit with flip turn. Great mon. I think it certainly can be proved to be worth those 20 points for sure.
Flip turn on the steamrollers. Wow, never would have guessed. But it's definitely one of those ones that I think we moved down knowing that it could be a threat and really just hoping to have, some 20-point mons that aren't complete throwaways. So, I hope it puts in some work, but not too much.
Speaking of, the Wobbuffets pick up their first of their 220s as well, Steve, the Morgrim.
That's right, Morgrim, the premier special attacker on my team. Oh, nope, never mind. Yeah, this is a screen setter at 20 points. Pretty cheap. Able to get up screens. Have to bring it once, and it can hopefully allow something else on my team to do better. Maybe I'll find more use for it, but it seemed like something a 20-point mon could do, and really liked it for that.
As someone who used both Meowstic and Liepard when they were 20 points and got them both moved up, I can't say I hate anything about picking up a 20-point mon just because it has Prankster. Trick screens, that's instant great value for only 20 points.
There are some other very cool, interesting things you could do, but realistically it will just come with screens and maybe a couple of other filler moves. Love the idea of a trick potentially when you're done with it. Maybe EVO Light just to be able to survive one or two more hits in exchange for the Light Clay, but you kind of want this to go away as soon as possible so that anything else can take advantage of the screens. But as we've said, that's probably good enough for a 20-point mon. Of course, something else that has the ability to go away pretty quickly and provides a little more utility, it's the Excelgor, Michael.
Yeah, here we go with the... I'd say, kind of the archetypal fast Pokemon that people, give pause to, but still gets drafted because it's got solid special attack, great speed, access to fantastic hazards, pivoting, final gambit, even has, unburden if for whatever reason you're facing the terrain team and decide, no, I want to be faster than everything. It's just a pretty solid mon here, and I really like the addition of the speed to this team.
Yes, and once again we see a Spiker, Toxic Spiker, that is added to a team with only kind of okay Stealth Rock, so adding that extra little threat is definitely appreciated. We generally see something like Excelgor as a lead that can U-turn out immediately to Scout, or just suicide itself for some spikes, or even for a final gambit to chip into that big giant threat. Just enough utility from the very fast mon, Steve, to make it work.
Yep. I know I predicted last round for the Psyducks to draft something around 100 base speed. They showed me here picking up the 145, really being able to stretch down on the high side as well. So although their middle is still looking very clumped, they have been able to now establish a high speed, and hopefully they're able to plug up some more speeds with one last pick.
And speaking of some of those clumped speed tiers, the Agrons continue to pick the low speeds here. Licky had an awesome showing last season on the Wobbuffets. Of course, it was lower tier, but Licky still showing itself. Look at those defensive bulky stats. 110 HP wishes is really all you need to see on it, but also having the extra utility of things like Heal Bell, being able to spam knockoff, and the move pool is just enormous. You're facing something that has a 4x weakness. Licky will probably be able to pick up something in its move pool to handle that one or two particular threats that you're looking at. So a little bit of utility, a little bit of support, a little bit of being able to snipe off some important picks. I love the Licky, Steve. How do you think it fits on the team?
It does add some nice cleric potential to the team. The fighting weakness, of course, is not really an issue, as this team's only other weakness comes from Crawdaunt. Ghost immunity is useful, given that was currently something the team really needed to address. So all in all, typing-wise works out. Again, we've talked about the speed with this team. more clumping in the bottom. Skarmory's still the third fastest mon, but if they're committing to that being their team, I think this is a great pickup to try and heal up a lot of those more bulky pieces they have.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm a little iffy on this is it fulfills a lot of the same roles as Vaporeon does, but with the coverage it has access to, I think they're just different enough that it fits in fine.
And moving along to one mon that we had just talked about a little bit ago, Steve, it's the Liepard for 40 points.
Here it is. We moved it up and still getting drafted, which definitely makes sense. The 106 speed's very nice, but the big idea here is Prankster, being able to set up those screens, or sometimes a lot of other useful things as a dark type knockoff is very nice here. Of course, has pivoting and U-turn. Another big thing for it is foul play. Although its offensive stats are okay, but not great, it can be a great answer to a opponent's boosting mon, something like Dragon Dancing. Can live a hit or Thunder Wave it so it's slower, and then hit it with a foul play to really make it pay for that. A great utility mon, able to provide good support for 40 points.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed this thing last season. The 106 speed is nice down at this point level. Decently, usable attack and special attacks for, stab knockoffs, getting U-turn chip, and, the ability to Prankster, hit things with stuff like Thunder Wave, Toxics, Tricks. I think it gets Yawn. It's just solid value. And, if I was the coach of this team, I would, be thinking about maybe 1 week running Prankster Sunny Day with like a Specs Blacephalon in the back. Would be a nasty surprise for my opponent.
We've got 105 speed, 106 speed, 107 speed, 109 speed, all clumped together there a little bit. Also, could we talk about it? This coach seems to be the one who is just looking at the tier list, moving around and picking those mons. Rillaboom moves up, it's picked. Steelix moves up, it's picked. Cragnole moves up, it's picked. Heliolisk moves down, it's picked. Liepard moves up, it's picked. Looking at perhaps some of the movement around here too, but as we talked a little bit previously, this looks somewhat similar to Michael's previous team from Season 10, with the ability to set up all sorts of different weathers and terrains and such, and Liepard is maybe the best non-automatic setup mon that you can add onto a team to be able to enable a few more of those extra modes. Moving along to the Lairon. Michael, it is another ground immunity and a defogger.
It is. The Archeops is it's such an interesting Pokemon. Of course, Defeatus being its major drawback, being below half health, having, the damage it does. But this thing's stats are great. 110 speed, 140 attack, 112 special attack with a surprising special move pool. Access to defog, access to rocks, a fast U-turn. It's a great Pokemon as long as you can keep it above half health, and something like it doesn't really appreciate the hail in that regard, but it would appreciate an Aurora Veil, so it's interesting. I'm wondering how exactly it will fit onto this team.
Yeah, Suicide Lead, Mixed Attacker, Pure Physical Attacker, even Utility with something like Boots, and even something like Roost. Archeops is that big of a problem before it goes down into Defeatist range, or even when it goes into it with that Suicide Lead, can still make something happen. Steve, you have a little bit of experience with Archeops. How does it fit on the team?
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty versatile piece, and will be able to put in work as one of the ground immunities for this team. It might have a little bit too much to handle. It really was looking for more of a defensive flying type here that you can reliably switch into and, take other attacks. Of course, the ground attacks will still be fine, but if your opponent predicts that, hits you with something else, Archeops really can't take too many of those hits. It will be forced to kind of roost up or just have half of the damage output as its attack gets slashed. So interesting to see how the coach uses it, and if it's able to be serving as a defensive role, or if it's just more offense on this team.
It's something that can fulfill a little bit of both. The Kinglers pick up their third steel type in the Duraludon. I don't particularly have an issue with Duraludon itself. However, looking at the team overall, some things that really need to have addressed were things like freeze dry and ground weaknesses, and we really didn't address that at all with Duraludon. I do appreciate another stealth rocker on the team. I like some interesting ideas that Duraludon can have with a little bit extra coverage, like the body press, like the Draco meter, what that provides for the team, as well as a little bit of potentially interesting stuff like eject pack and just some of the raw stats it brings. However, with the team overall, I'm not sure if this was the correct pick. Also, the speed, which we've talked about several times outside of Rain, it just speed ties, I believe the Kingdra are just below it. So, not really addressing too many of the needs of the team, Steve.
I mean, I think the biggest need this addresses is that poison stat line. Adding another immunity really solidifies poison as a fantastic matchup for the team. Look for this team to really destroy opposing poison types relying on their stabs.
Yeah, it's a good Pokemon. It's got a lot of different things it can do, and we'll just have to see what this coach is intending to really use it for specifically.
Speaking of good Pokemon, we're going to go in the other direction as we finish up round 10. Steve, it is the Claydol picked up for the Troopers.
There it is. Claydol picked up again. We really should start thinking about moving this thing up. Maybe people will stop picking it then. I know you always are talking about the bad things about Claydol. Claydol is very appealing as you look at it. A rock resist, which is always a big deal. Levitate for a ground resist, huge deal. It's a spinner. It's a rocker. It's a Bulkymon. Teleport for that slow pivot. It sounds great. The issue with Claydol is it doesn't have access to recovery, which is a very big deal for it as a defensive mon. And it's just setup bait. It provides no pressure whatsoever. Even if your ground or psychic stabs are super effective against your opponent, it still really doesn't apply pressure, except maybe if they're 4 times effective. Your opponent can more or less do whatever they want when Claydol's out. Complete taunt bait as well. Setup bait. It definitely checks some boxes, for this team in particular, providing a rock resist. But I personally would like to see a different rock resist.
Yeah, this Pokemon always looks like it should be good, and it just never seems to be. I think the key with this Pokemon is you have to have a very clear intent when you're using it, and you have to have a very good awareness of the game and your opponent. Probably make some predictions around this thing to make sure you don't let your opponent set up for free. But, maybe this will be the season.
I agree. You have to be very cognizant of what this can and cannot do. I think Teleport is probably the most significant move on it. You want to be able to make sure this doesn't have you fall behind in turns too terribly for what it does or provide. Being able to come in, soak up a hit, teleport out, maybe the best thing it can provide, although if you find that free turn, Rocks or Rapid Spin, not the worst either. That will do it for round number 10. We see the recap. Steve, we are running very low on points. Anyone stand out in particular?
Well, with the last round coming up here, only 2 coaches left to have 100 or more, being the last 2 for this final round. The Incineroar at 100 and the Noctowls at 120. Otherwise, there are 4 coaches forced into the 20-point tier on this final round. The Wooper Troopers, the Wobbuffets, the Steamrollers, and the Close Combat Club, all having to go into 20, with a bunch of other teams forced down into 40, 60, or 80.
This is the later rounds, Michael. Do we see anything in common with some of the mods that are being picked?
Well, this was the round for bug types, apparently. We went from only having 5 bug types drafted to now we have 9 at the end of this round. But otherwise, no real trendsetters, which I think, signifies people are really just going for value. People are looking for, one specific resist or something and just getting it wherever they can.
And my favorite picks of the round, the Quillfish definitely stands out to me for the versatility it brings, for the extra hazards it brings for that team in particular. Definitely a different water type than what the Barraskewda had provided just a little bit ago. And I also really do like the Durant and what it gives for the Birbs. Yes, it's another 4 times fire weakness. However, they actually cover it really well with a lot of the different picks. The Volcanion and the Latias stand out, especially there too. And adding that little bit of priority to go along with the 0 order speed, I think does wonders for the team as well. We've made it to the final round, and we are, of course, going to start things off with a bang. It is the Emolga here, Michael.
Yeah, we talked about electric types and ground types into this team a lot, and, Last 2 rounds picking up electric immunities, Amolga having access to motor drive, and ground immunities. Sure. This team is very hit or miss with those types, it seems. Solid speed at 103, access to Nuzzle, Volt Switch. It's got Tailwind. It can do some things. As a 20-point mon, I'm not really sure it's going to be, the key answer to any types on this team with its stats. And notably, another ice weakness. This team pretty weak to ice and freeze dry especially. So not sure how I like the type spreads here on this team overall, looking at the whole thing. But we'll see if they can make it work. They've certainly got some reliable pieces on it.
My favorite part about this team is everything interacts with the ground typing in some way, shape, or form. A lot of immunities on the team, I believe, for at least 5 or so, plus another resist, and everything else is weak to it, which is very interesting. It feels like the team isn't quite sure about what it wants to be or do. Some of the pieces at the top, the Celestial, Toxapex, Dragonite, kind of imply maybe a bulkier team, and yes, it's complemented a little bit by some pieces that like to be able to pivot around, but what are they pivoting into? More bulk and tankiness, and then with seemingly kind of random Sandstorm core at the bottom with the Gigalith, Lycanroc. Not 100% sure what the team's trying to do each and every week that could play to their advantage, but also potentially not be able to find a coherent strategy week to week could be a hindrance. What do you think of the team here, Steve?
One other thing I'd like to point out with them is their ghost weakness, having no immunities, no resists, and 3 weaknesses, admittedly, out of some of the lower tier mons. Ghost is pretty free and general to the team for any of those, ghost attackers, Dragapult, Aegis Slash, Gengar. It's free reign just spamming their, well, I guess Gengar's here, but free reign spamming their ghost moves into this team for a decent chunk of damage every time.
All right, and moving along to the final pick for the Kanto Kinglers. You always do love to see the mascot pick, admittedly. Having a Kingler on the Kinglers just seems to make a lot of sense. Sheer force, the pure power that comes from these moves off the physical side, also potentially backed up by something like a Life Orb with sheer force, the Sword Stance. Kingler's kind of neat, kind of cute. Of course, it used it to success in Season 4, but this just kind of amplifies, I think, the other issues that this team has had basically the entire draft here, which is that they are single-minded on the Rain and the Rain setup. He has to bring Pelipper every single week, and I think that is definitely a problem and an issue. One of the reasons why I said earlier Sizepatode is must-have in a Rain team is because it is kind of the glue piece to be able to go back and forth between a Rain team or not a Rain team. It's something that is much more flexible than the other picks, and whenever you start to compound a lot of the issues of Rain with having a Kingdra and a Sizepatode and an Armaldo for some reason here and a Kingler, yes, it's going to be very powerful in the Rain, but as soon as the Rain's turned off, I foresee a lot of issues. Steve, we talked about the speed a lot too here for the Kinglers, but there's a chance they could make some of this work.
There's certainly a chance. You mentioned it. This team is going to live or die by the Rain. The Rain is also their source of speed, as we've talked about. Last couple picks haven't helped out with there. Still relying on Landorus outside of the Rain at base 91 and maybe some Scarfs. Of course, there are some setup opportunities. Circuitry, I know, really likes running a Scarf. Kingler running Agility in order to smack things with its massive attack stat. There's certainly options, but no immediate speed. Typing-wise, the team overall looks decent. A lot of these similar typings are being negated by their secondary types. So really, like, the biggest issue is maybe ground. However, you do get those 2 immunities in the Pelipper, which you know will always be there. Plus the Landers, probably also a pretty key piece for the team. So the ground immunities may make up for the 4 weaknesses. All in all, the team could work very well in the Rain, and if they're able to maintain the Rain throughout the match as well.
Yeah, I think as far as a low-tier mon goes here, Kingler, when it comes, it's certainly going to put in a lot of offensive pressure and some work. So, I don't think there's any question about getting value out of it on this Rain team. It's just, the season-long question of, is this team going to be predictable? Are they going to be able to mix things up through the season and keep their opponents from, having too much of a solid game plan against them? Because I think this team is either going to win big or lose big in its matches. Either the opponent has a great answer for Rain or they don't.
speaking of potential rain abusers as well as the hail, Steve, the final pick here, the Bear Tick for the Laron.
Yeah, the Laron with their small hail core here, picking up Bear Tick, the Slush Rusher with that base 50 speed and the 130 attack. For, a relatively cheap pickup here at 40 points, I like expanding on the hail core. Of course, hail is a little difficult to do considering all the abusers are ice type, which defensively is not doing you any favors. On the plus side, this team does have one of a very good matchup to ice with a ton of resists and a couple weaknesses as well. Every mon interacting with ice in some way adds another boosting option in terms of speed. Helps out, but again, doesn't really help out with the compounding weaknesses due to the steel types. They do have the 2 ground immunities. However, they're both kind of more frail mon, so this team really can lose those pretty quickly and then lose the rest of the team to ground spam.
Yeah, I think this Pokemon is, kind of just, a fun little addition to the team. I think it's you've got a Hail Setter, might as well grab a Slush Rush user, and Beartic, it's got 130 attack, has access to Aqua Jet, but not Ice Shard, even though it's got Shards of Ice on its face. So it's got priority, it has Sword Stance, has the ability to hit hard. It's got respectable bulk with 95 HP and 80 defenses. So behind an Aurora Veil, even though, base 50 isn't super fast, even with the Slush Rush active, it can live a hit and do something back. So not a terrible pick.
And for the team overall, I was definitely in love with the first 4 picks there. Dragapult, Melmetal, Slowbro, and with Ninetales, Lola. It feels like it's very tough to get any better than those top 4. And then we started kind of wandering and meandering off a little bit. Yes, Arczolt is nice. Don't know if it needed to go that early, delving up with the steel types and the Registeel, and then losing sight of the ground weaknesses as well. The top of this team, very strong. The middle and bottom, not 100% sold on it yet. Potentially can play around with a few things and make it nice. Maybe 1 or 2 additions to help alleviate a little bit of the ghost weakness and the ground weakness would definitely go a long way too. But pretty close, I think, to a finished product. Not quite there, in my opinion. And we move on to the Boulders, and they're putting the finishing touch on their terrain, etc. team, Michael, with another Unburdenmon here, Driftblim.
Yeah, Drifblim actually, has 3 abilities, all of which can be pretty interesting. We'll probably mostly see the Unburden paired with the Terrain. However, Aftermath can be solid if you're particularly worried about an opposing physical mon. Maybe limit a sweep, as well as Flare Boost, giving it, an effective base 135 special attack when it's burned on, the Ghost Stab that we always say is so great. So, I think this is a fun little pickup for them. It, has huge HP stat, has Strength Sap, has access to things like Destiny Bond, to Haze, to Memento, Strength Sap, Tailwind, Brick. It's certainly got a lot of things it can do, and I think it fits pretty well onto this team that is just looking really fun. Just those top 3 Pokemon, that Fire, Water, Grass core of Rillaboom, Tapu Fini, Blacephalon, looks so incredibly fun. They've got a neat little mini kind of sand thing going on with a Hippowdon and the Excadrill, which could be fun to see them use. We've got Unburden in Hawlucha and Driftbloom. This team just looks like it's going to be able to do fun things everywhere.
Yeah, I'd say it will probably require some creativity in-game and out-of-game. Of course, the prep you can play a whole lot with it. We saw what the Birbs were able to do last season with being unpredictable with which little core they were going to do, and playing around a little bit with some of those other mons like the Lightpard, like the Driftblim, which are kind of naturally unpredictable. You're not exactly 100% sure what they're going to bring, so being able to kind of have a game plan as to what they're going to do and then be able to execute and be unpredictable in-game as well. As soon as you see the Hippowdon Excadrill, you may think, oh, I know what this is going to do, so being able to be a little more flexible with things like that will definitely go a long way. Having the multiple ground types as well would probably look to address that a little bit. We've talked a little bit about how Steelix and Hippowdon and Excadrill kind of overlap with each other a little bit, so maybe a little bit of diversity there in free agency would go a long way too.
Yeah, overall, like the team, like all the option it has, typing-wise, nothing really stands out as being aggressively bad. There are a little bit of stacks up in like fire and ice, but there are especially some high-tier mons that really address that for both of them, the Fini and Blacephalon. So definitely some answers there. Overall, I think the team looks pretty good, and excited to see how their season goes.
And moving on to the final pick for the Agrons, it's Galissapod, which, although it does not necessarily fix the speed problem by itself, tough to do with a single 60-point mon or 80-point mon. The Galissapod with first impressions could go a long way with that. I actually really love Galissapod as a pick generally, providing a little bit extra in the way of hazards with these spikes, which again took a little bit to get some hazards, but on secondary setter along with Skarmory, love the ability to spam things like knockoff and such too. I really love some of the diversity you can do with the items. Yes, boots are pretty obvious, but also if you have good clears, which you certainly do with something like Skarmory, you can run something like an Assault Vest or a Citrus Berry, so if you do fall below half, you could bring yourself back up a little bit too, which is kind of neat. That being said, there is one glaring issue, which is that the Galissapod is 60 points, and Joey had 80 points left, which is kind of interesting here. Definitely leads me to believe that there will be some transactions with things such as Galissapod being the third water type, things like Licky and Vaporeon overlapping roles, and of course the big speed problem we saw aside from the Victini and the Coco up top there. Not necessarily in the same vein as the Kinglers that we talked about earlier, but definitely some speed diversity near the top would be definitely appreciated. Should probably talk to the Psyducks about having the speeds between 95 and 105 covered a little bit better. Otherwise, I do really like a lot of the pieces of the team individually and honestly together quite a bit too. The high speed tier mons do go well together, I think, with things like Tangrowth and Vaporeon and Mudsdale to be able to support them, and a little bit of the slow offense, Crawdaunt and Dragalge to help complement them too. Would just love to see a little more diversity in speed.
Yeah, honestly, if Joey were to keep this team as it is, I would very much like to see how it works out, having, a team that just kind of takes speed and it's like, yeah, I have a couple key offensive threats that are fast, and after that I'm throwing speed away. It'd be interesting to see how a season like that goes. It does have a decent amount of priority options. Galissapod brings some to the Crawdaunt, as long as, the fast speeds from the Victini and Coco. So perhaps they're able to overcome those speed issues, but only time will tell.
Yeah, I mean, this pick, and priority is sort of an answer to speed. So having a very powerful something like a Banded, Aqua Jet, or First Impression from this mon to complement the monstrous adaptability Aqua Jets of the Crawdaunt is nice. But yeah, I agree with you guys that this team feels like it's missing something, and I could definitely see some transactions happening, if not at the beginning of the season, then a little way into it after the teams had some time to kind of figure out what works for it, which Pokemon it prefers in which roles, and what's just not getting used. But looking forward to see how this team evolves as the season goes.
And speaking of evolving, we have a not fully evolved mon for the last one on the Magneton. Steve, this team really balanced in points. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, taking Magneton here at the end, really like the pickup. Magneton's a fantastic mount at 125 special attack and the ability to trap opposing steel types. Of course, it can also use Analytic for some extra power. Pretty excellent pickup for 60 points. Hope it's able to help them out and remove some of those pesky steel types. Overall, the team as a whole, they weren't able to really fix the speed issues we had pointed out. They did pick up some higher point mons and a couple lower mons, but half the team being in that 95 to 105 speed range may show its ugly face throughout the season. Magneton also adds another quad ground weakness, something that this team might struggle with outside of their immunities in Zapdos and Flygon. So a couple things for the team to watch out for. Overall, though, decent draft. Hope they have a good season.
Yeah, I think, Magneton at only 60 points is still a solid electric type and steel type. Being able to slap an Eviolite onto something with 95 defense and 70 special defense is solid. And having, an okay 70 speed and a great 120 special attack can certainly still do some fun things. Really interested to see how this team that is, very kind of concentrated around the middle points-wise. We've only got, 2 Pokemon above 140, and we only have 2 Pokemon below 100 points. It's going to be interesting to see if they can take all of these, middling Pokemon, at least by where they are in the tiers, and see if they can really bring them together and make something work week to week.
It feels like another team where you need to be smart with picking and choosing which of those midpoint mons you are going to bring to help complement the team each week, and then also be smart in-game. I see a lot of pivoting momentum, which I do really love and appreciate, but you definitely need to be smart with not just doing it mindlessly and making sure you have an ultimate goal to it, whether it's something like dropping Chandelure in because it has a nice little matchup, or switching between the two electric types because you're picking apart a team with ease using electric spam or something of that nature. I definitely see a lot of potential with the team. We'll see how he deals with some of those speed issues potentially. And we get to move along to the Wobbuffets final pick. Michael, the Trapinch for 20 points. I love it.
Yeah, we talked about last round how the Morgrim is, kind of solid value because it is a little gimmicky for 20 points, but its gimmick is very good. Trapinch is kind of similar. Its thing is it has arena trap, it has access to first impression. You're looking to trap something and kill them with that priority move. Maybe even, trap something and kill it in, Trick Room if it happens to be up. And, for 20-point Mon, having, the ability to, all right, well, during a match, I'll probably be able to get myself into a position where I can trap something and KO it. That's plenty for a 20-point Mon. So I think it's going on a very fun and very versatile team here. Having, the Starmie, having, powerful breakers and setup sweepers like the Haxorus, like the Terrakion, like the Thunderous, having the bulky and offensive versatility of the Bulu, of the Heatran, having the, flexibility in, support options in Crobat, the Milotic, the Morgrim. It's looking like these Pokemon have so many different roles that they can fill, and it's going to be really fun seeing what the Wobbuffets can put together each week.
It seems a little bit top-heavy potentially. Not that's necessarily a bad thing, honestly. As long as you can be smart with who you bring the Morgrim and Trapinch, should be fine. We've talked a little bit about some of the potential weaknesses, how the electric immunities are the Trapinch and the Thunderous Therian, which aren't exactly the bulkiest, and obviously Trapinch can't be coming every week. And a little bit of ground weakness, though of course you've got the Bulu, and Bulu also acting as an electric resist means there may be a little bit of pressure on that Bulu, which I said before I really liked the pick and how it brought everything together, but I just hope there's not too much pressure on the Bulu every single week here. It feels like Bulu may be lacking one or two things to be able to do that, but you have so many different pieces that do so many different things, I don't think you'll have too much of an issue supplementing Bulu's weaknesses there, Steve.
Yeah. I'm glad with how everything turned out. Excited to use the team. One other issue that we haven't talked about yet with this team is the speed. A lot of other teams are missing kind of that mid-speed or high speed, and I did a decent job of getting those. However, I'll discount the Morgrim and Trapinch because for them the speed doesn't quite matter. Outside of that, my lowest speed is 75. So especially on the low side and speed down there, as well as against Trick Room, the team very much could struggle.
And we get to move to another team that had to pick a 20-point Mon. It's Pikachu for the Steamlords to finish them off. What a cool little pickup for them, a team that did not have the electric type previously, and something that I highly value. The move pool on Pikachu and the power of Light Ball is really what brings it together. I know he's looking for some 20-point Mons that can actually do a little bit of damage and provide a little bit of a threat, and I think he did it for sure here. Pikachu's diversity cannot be understated. With all the different event moves and everything, it gets a lot of love and a lot of different ways it can use it. You see, obviously the physical side, you got things like Extreme Speed, Knockoff Spam is just good on no matter what. Volt Tackle, look out for the power of that thing. Not to mention the coverage on the special side. Volt Switch, obviously, to be able to pivot around random things like Surf and Grass Knot too. Pikachu, if you find the right matchup for it, it will actually do quite a bit, which is very funny to think about overall. And for his team, honestly, we do like to poke a lot of fun at the Steamrollers, and probably rightfully so, but I think this may be the strongest team that the Steamrollers has assembled thus far. I really love all the synergy between all the different members and pieces here. Picking only 6 may be the only issue, because it seems like there are a lot of things he wants to bring to a lot of different matchups, but if that's the issue, then that should be fine. That will put a lot of pressure on opponents to find the issues in-game once you get into the game, rather than beforehand in team preview. So I really like what the Steamrollers have done with the different synergies on the team here, Steve.
Yeah, it is a fantastically well-rounded team. Maybe lacking a little bit on the high side of speed with only 115 at the high end, as well as a little bit of diversity in the middle with, I believe, a little bit of a speed gap between the Caesar at 65 and Togekiss at 80. But all in all, fantastic, well-rounded team. with regards to the Pikachu, there's a Wish on the slide here. Really funny, cheeky move coming off the base 35 HP. Unfortunately, not as good as the Pichu's base 20 Wish, but close enough, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, this Pokemon, yeah, again, for 20 points, its gimmick is Light Ball, but, when that gives you a Pokemon with, solid speed, and pretty then usable both attack and special attack with the coverage it gets, I mean, that's fine. And, on this team, which is, I'd say, probably one of the scarier teams drafted just because it has so many like the Kyurem, freeze dry is just always a problem for all teams. Landorus Eye in the sand is going to be terrifying. You have a heavy hitter like the Keldeo and the versatility of the Azelf. You have, some of the reliability and versatility of the other mons. Like, I feel like this team started with a stronger identity than it ended with, but it's just so well rounded. It's going to be terrifying. And this team has, it's very steamrollers, and then what? It has 8 Pokemon with pivot moves, I think. So yeah, they're going to use this pretty masterfully, I think.
And speaking of 20-point ones that may or may not have a gimmick, oh boy, it's the Aeron, Steve.
It's the Aeron, well known for its level 1 shenanigans, coming in with a Shell Bell, surviving a hit with Sturdy, using Endeavor to bring your opponent to 1 HP, and meanwhile healing yourself back up to full, ideally in the presence of a Sandstorm or after toxicking the enemy so that they proceed to faint, and you repeat and sweep the opponent's entire team. Theoretically, hopefully. Unfortunately, things like status can ruin it, or other items as well, but it's a gimmick for the opponents to be aware of, something fun to bring. For 20 points, what else? There might have been better options for the team, but this is certainly one of the most funny. The team as a whole looks really good. I'm going to more or less discount the Aeron as existing, especially considering at level 1 it really won't be doing anything besides its gimmick. So ignoring that added fighting and ground weakness, the team is very well rounded. Lots of defensive synergies to negate weaknesses. No 4 times weaknesses outside of the Aeron, so nothing that is very exploitable. Speed's well spread out. Good selection of mons, both physical side, special side. Overall, well-rounded draft, and excited to see what the club is able to achieve with it.
Yeah, it's a funny pick at 20 points. It's definitely kind of a meme pick, but if you pick, the team and the coach right for the week you bring this, they might not have enough to answer, and you might just be able to get that cheeky level 1 set to get a kill. And hey, if the 1 week you bring it, your 20-point mon gets a kill, hey, that's more than you could ask for in my book from a 20-point mon. Looking at this team, I like a lot of the mons on it. I love the Corviknight, the Latios, the Lele, Blaziken, Crocodile, favorites of mine. Sceptile, I think I was looking for someone to finally use one day. There's Sputa, fun. It just has a whole bunch of fun Pokemon that I'm excited to see how they use it. An interesting mix of, kind of bulk and then some setup with like the Blaziken, the Crocodile. I'm interested to see kind of what their core game plan will form into as the series progresses.
I'm pretty sure the Aeron was picked as a complement to having the Akron Agrons and the Lorraine Larons already in the league, so why not pair it up with the Baby Formy as well? That just seems to make a lot of sense. I think this team will be a lot of fun to prep with for John, being able to just kind of invalidate a lot of threats with things like Corviknight, Blissey, and it's like, oh, well, maybe something like Lele can Oko everything if I can only get up that layer of spikes. Oh, well, Coolfish can do that this week, or Crocodile can set up the rocks this week, or Blaziken looks great this week for that. And maybe something like figuring out the Silvally typing is what will kind of focus the game plan together as well. So I think it will take a lot more in-game to make sure that he's maneuvering the Corviknight and Blissey well enough to execute that game plan, which on paper would look really, really solid. Could be a very successful season for them. Speaking of, we're hoping for successful seasons, it's the Bouffalant, and my final pick here, it is the Mantine for the water immunity, Michael.
Yeah, and you said it, it's the water immunity. This thing, unfortunately, as a water type with the flying type as well, isn't resisting ice, which would have been nice, is of course weak to the freeze dry, but what isn't these days. But the water absorb, water immunity is very nice, taking the pressure off of the Kartana, which, does resists water, but hopefully it's a physical water attack, because it really has no special bulk. And the Hydreigon, which you don't want, you probably prefer to be using offensively, not taking too much chip. So having this as just a reliable answer to water types is very nice. And it's going on a team that I think is pretty threatening. Being able to get in the Kartana, which I think is the standout to me on this team, just has incredible offensive pressure, and something like the Tornadus being able to pivot around, make sure you're getting into the right Pokemon at the right time. I think this team will be very scary.
We've talked a little bit about as other teams, how they're a little bit top heavy. Definitely for me, the top three up there at 200, 180, 180, and then everything else at 120 and below could end up bringing those top three almost every week, and then finding the right fits to go around it potentially here too. But I really like how the team ended up coming together. Was able to patch up most of the holes. Some things like Bronzong and Mantine weren't really on my radar at first, but I thought they just made a lot of sense considering what the team needed. We talked a little bit about Mantine not resisting ice, but if you're trying to catch some stray ice beams, maybe even non-stab, it's going to eat those up pretty well and pretty easily. So Mantine definitely, I thought, made a lot of sense there too. Another Defogger, take pressure off Tornadus and be able to help free that item up a little bit as well, so it doesn't have to run defog every single week. Pretty happy with how this turned out. I have my eyes on a couple of potential moves, but I think I'd rather kind of see how the team performs the first couple weeks here before moving along to finding other greener pastures potentially. Steve, what are you looking at for this team?
One thing that really stands out to me is the coverage of the 4x weaknesses on this team. Of course, with the Mantine adding the electric weakness, you also have the fairy weakness from the Hydreigon, the fire weakness from the Kartana, and the grass weakness from the Swampert. And all of these weaknesses are very well covered. Swampert being the only member on the team weak to grass with 6 other resists. In terms of fire, Kartana being almost the only weakness, of course. Pinsir is there, but it's a 20-point mon. I'm fine to ignore that if you are. 4 other resistances or immunities to pair with that. Fairy type against Hydreigon, there are 4 other immunities there. The electric on Mantine is maybe the most questionable, as the big Tornadus is also weak to it. But there are also 3 immunities in the Swampert, Nidoqueen, and Jolteon to pair with that, plus 2 more resistance. So all of these big weaknesses that opponents are going to look to exploit are all very well covered and will make for some very key pivoting games throughout the season.
Speaking of being a weak to freeze dry, that definitely wasn't motivated by that, but it is Glaceon at the final pick for the Birbs. Freeze dry, whenever a mod gets it, it does seem to be the name of the game, but do not discount just all the other good things about it. It is an evolution, so it gets a lot of benefits, namely having Wish and Heal Bell potential, as well as just having some very good stats. All the evolutions have a 130 somewhere in there, and for Glaceon it's the 130 special attack. And we've talked a lot about how tough it is to resist freeze dry or have any kind of switch into it. So boost that with something like a Specs, or boost up that meager speed with a Scarf, or be able to have it stick around a little bit with Boots. Actually, some nice, interesting options with the Glaceon for that special attacking role and be able to shred apart some teams that ordinarily wouldn't be able to. As for the team overall, of course I like it because there are some elements of my team from Season 8, but I think it goes a little bit beyond that too. I love all the versatility it's got with the different type coverages coming all throughout here. Yes, it seems like there's some overlap. You have 2 4x fire weaknesses. Yes, you've got a couple of big, strong psychic mons, but I think you cover it very well, and there are a lot of different things that each of those mons can do. Fairthorn and Durant, very different from each other. Latias and Necrozma going to be doing very different things. I would potentially like to see a little more pivoting in the team, which would really bring everything together here, but top to bottom, it's tough to say no to this team, and it seems like a very Michael-style team to me as well, Steve.
Yeah, definitely is with all these options here. Something that stands out as I'm looking at the team is the Ghost and Ground weakness. Both of those just having the 1 immunity and the Latias and the Obstagoon. Otherwise, having 3 weaknesses and the rest being neutral hits. Puts a lot of defensive pressure on those mons. Would like to see some additional support for them, but of course I am sure Michael will handle that through some crafty game plans to really take care of threats that might be able to abuse those weaknesses.
Yeah, I mean, the pickup here was I definitely wanted an offensive ice type looking at other people's drafts. And, Glaceon looked fun to use at 40. And that's really the name of the game with this team was I wasn't, trying to build a hyper optimized team. I've got a lot of, weaknesses overlapping, but I've drafted a bunch of Pokemon that I just wanted to use before Gen 8 closes out and we get who knows what in Gen 9. So I definitely have some transactions already on my mind, ways to fix up some of those weaknesses we were talking about, but I seem to think that after all of my drafts and then not end up changing them that much anyways. So we'll see where I go from here.
We're going to move on to the final pick of the Rockruff, and that is Steve the ever obnoxious to KO Type Null.
Type Null, this Mon, I myself am not very aware of it, but taking a quick look, the base 95 stats all around, except for the speed, paired up with an Eviolite, makes for impressive bulk. That normal typing, granting it only the weakness to fighting, otherwise neutral, really allowing it to use that impressive bulk quite well. I mentioned the low speed because of its ability to pivot here with U-turn as well as parting shot. Fantastic versatility there. Has some offensive capability as well, coming off the 95 attack with things like Swords Dance. A little lacking in healing, but things like Rest, of course, can work for it. So overall, just a kind of annoying wall that really solidifies this team's bulk. All in all, this looks like a fantastic team. Great mix of speeds all the way through. Maybe a little bit lackluster on the high side with Cinderace capping it out at 119. But that certainly isn't awful. With regards to the types, everything seems well balanced. No real weaknesses standing out too much. Maybe a little bit on ice, especially considering that big 200-point mon, the only really marquee mon of the team, Garchomp, having that 4 times weakness. With only a couple resistances to back it up. Rotom, Wash, and then Escavalier and Cinderace, as well as a couple other mons adding further weaknesses to it. So though, as usual, ice might be a little bit of a problem, especially freeze dry, giving you lose one of your resistances. But all in all, fantastic, well-rounded team. Has fantastic threats on both sides, breakers, setups, sweepers. Excited to see what the Rockruff are able to do in their inaugural season in our league.
Yeah, Type Null, might be a little one note in that it's a uber bulky normal type with the Eviolite, maybe running something like a Rest Talk set. You think of Silvally, which is this monster of versatility, and Type Null surprisingly doesn't get access to a lot of those utility moves that Silvally has. The Tailwind, the cheeky stab explosion, but the pure value stat-wise at this range is great, and it goes on a team that I think will make use of it perfectly. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Pokemon that cost 140. So this team is built so solidly around those really good value mons that can hang with the very high tier mons in terms of some of their roles. But he's got so many different Pokemon that he can bring each week that will all be threats in all kinds of situations. That I really love the way this team has come together.
Yeah, definitely the typings come together so well. A lot of great synergies between each other. If I had any nitpicking that I'd like to do, it seems a little bit weak to knockoff, not just Dark as a typing, but particularly knockoff. You think of ways to deal with Type Null, kind of looking at it in front of your screen. It's really knocking out the Eviolite to be able to actually damage it. But you see a lot of other mons that really, really appreciate their items, or are a little bit frail and don't like taking that extra chip along with it. We're talking about something like Girder losing the Eviolite or the Flame Orb before it gets off. Cinderace taking just a huge chunk and does not like to lose something like the Boots, Decidueye weak to it, Glowking weak to it, to give it a little bit of opportunity to be able to get the knockoff off. However, that being said, there's also just enough pivoting and enough raw stats and bulk on the team to potentially overcome that and get yourself into favorable situations even when you think the knockoff is coming. This is definitely one of my favorably constructed teams in the league this season. And moving along to maybe the most obnoxiously built team, but still very good and very scary, the Incineroar Michael are able to finish off their draft with the Inteleon.
Yeah, having the points to pick up a 100-point mon here in the final round, Inteleon is a great pick. Fantastic 120 speed, a 125 special attack, and the ability to run a cheeky, always critting set with something like focus energy, as well as being able to pivot. It's got not crazy special coverage, but it's got water, it's got ice, it's got dark, it's got flying and air slash. It's got solid options, and for this team, I mean, I love the addition of a more dedicated offensive piece to go with all of the bulk here. And boy, you said it, this team is obnoxious. I don't care how good you think your matchup is against this team, it's still going to be a slog to get through it. Only thing I really have to critique is, a little bit the focus on kind of one-dimensional Pokemon. We have Inteleon, which is, a fast, frail special attacker. We have Regieleki, which is a Regieleki. We've got Tangela, which is kind of Entei, doesn't have the craziest coverage in the world. So I think this team might find itself playing from a disadvantageous position sometimes with just the way switches and stuff can work. But God, it's got so many pieces to just freely switch around and find ways back into the game that it is going to be it's going to have some crazy long matches this season, I'm sure. And the coach is not entirely a stranger to those to start with.
Absolutely true. We know what this team is meant to do. The criticism I would have is it seems like it is potentially susceptible to some of those standard moves and tactics. This is probably another team that I would point out is pretty weak to knockoff. Definitely want the passive recovery on a bunch of these mons, the Ethiolites on a couple of mons, very much appreciated, but also things like toxic strats, aside from the top two, the Clefable and Jirachi. That is a really good way to wear down a lot of this team's members, especially some of the lower ones, something like the Tangela, Quagsire, as well as something like Buzzwole, as well as, of course, Taunt to stop the just constant train of wishes and regeneration and such. So long as coaches are able to kind of to keep those in mind, it could be a little tough for the Incineroar, but I think, as we've also said, Steve Matt has a lot of experience dealing with those, so I don't feel too bad for him on that regard.
Yeah, he's in both of the past two seasons, he, and unfortunately on the other side, has been me on both of those occasions, had over 100 turn battles that just huge stall fests. So no stranger to that. Really like the Inteleon pickup. In terms of speed, helps out breaking up that gap between the couple base 100s and the 200 of Regieleki, giving a little bit of diversity as he has very much the extremes covered, a little bit of gaps in the middle, but given the bountifulness of the extremes, probably can work around it. Also really like Inteleon as just that special attacker here, able to, as you guys mentioned, be a offensive piece to pair with the kind of bulky team. Someone that can go out there, gets put out some damage, U-turn out if it needs to into the bulky pieces. I think it fits the team very well here. And I mean, you guys have covered it. This team is bulky, annoying to deal with, and Matt really seems to be getting into that play style. So we'll see if he's able to pilot this during his comeback season.
And finally, the final pick in the draft, and the one that was the most points out of everything that was left. The Noctowls had 120 points, and with it they were able to snag the Gyarados, a physically offensive powerhouse with just a sky-high attack, 125, that can be boosted very easily with Dragon Dance, as well as Moxie. It can also go a rather defensive route too. Love the Intimidate sets with things like Taunt and Thunder Wave to be able to really annoy and bug people. I've also seen him use this, I believe, in his inaugural season in Season 7 pretty well with things like Power Herb Bounce, so look for a lot of interesting ways that Gyarados can be used here this season. Overall for the team, this is definitely another one of my favorites going into this season. I've mentioned the past couple teams being knockoff weak. I think this one is actually pretty strong against knockoff, which is really important for something like Slowking, which could invite that in rather easily. If there was any issue, potentially Electric coverage is a little bit lacking. You see maybe Komodo can switch into that, but otherwise a lot of the mons that you'd like to switch into it are not all that bulky. Things like the Diggersby, that is a big piece that you do not want to be taking those big hits. The Togedemaru, obviously not something that can come often, same with the Cradilly. But otherwise, really well-rounded team. At the beginning of the draft, we'd said this seems a little bit setup heavy, potentially the Kubota and Volcarona, but he's really come around to fill out the team really well with things like the Caparajah, the Diggersby, big defensive pieces like Slowking and Weezing that can come in whenever he needs them to. Really well-rounded team, and I'm looking forward to another really good Noctowl season here, Steve.
Yeah. Gyarados pickup here, also helping a little bit with the speeds, plugging up a kind of small hole, getting a nice spread, really no overlap, very little to no overlap on all the speeds. Just a great piece, and I love to see it on the team here. Outside of the Gyarados, the team really isn't even that weak to electric. Of course, there's the Gyarados and the Slowking, but outside of that, a lot of neutralities, but you mentioned some other weaknesses in resist. So it's not something that coaches may necessarily focus on against the team. So perhaps that won't be too much of an issue. But all in all, yeah, well-rounded team, and certainly will allow the Noctowls to have, I assume, another fantastic season.
Yeah, I love sweepers, and I love this team. Komodo, Volcarona, Weavile, Thundurus, Diggersby, Gyarados, all of them can set up in your face and completely ruin your day, but a lot of them can also just immediately start breaking down walls for the others. Pair that with the reliability of a Slowking, pair that with, just the speed and the priority secure of the Weavile and the Diggersby. I think this is a very solidly built team. I think it plays to the Noctowl's strengths, and I think they've set themselves up for a fantastic season.
And with that, the roundup of round 11, the final round of the draft. I'm going to spring this on you real quick, but I want you all to give me a couple of teams here that you're really looking out for, that you think are near lock to make the playoffs, or you're really looking forward to watch. And starting off, I do want to go back to the Seattle Steamrollers. I think Chad did a really good job constructing this team in particular. We know that he's been a little bit jaded by some of the rankings here in the regular season. This may be the time that he shines in the regular season. And the other team I really want to highlight are those Newport Noctowls. Perhaps the most consistent coach here over the last few seasons since he has joined in Season 7. Alf L's Jibby has just done a great job with constructing teams week to week. If it weren't for a potential misclick on an electric surge from Pincurch, we could be talking about potentially one of the best two-season stretches that we've ever seen. So those are two of my standouts. Steve, can you give me a standout or two that you can see from the draft?
I know something that a lot of us are excited for is to see the new Bren Rockruff in their debut season. Of course, really like their draft. Fantastic overall, and hoping that they're able to come join the league and make a big splash as they do. Certainly would say they are a favorite to make the playoffs. And if you were to force me to go with one more to leave as little easy picks for Michael as possible, I'd probably go with the Buffalo Bouffalant. Of course, yourself being a mainstay of the league here, the perennial 1 seed, although that is getting in danger with the success of the Noctowls in recent seasons. Still a fantastic team. Really like the defensive pairing of all those 4x weaknesses that very much are inviting in the attacks, except every other mon resists it. Like the team construction overall, and think you'll definitely have a good season and more or less be a lock for the playoffs.
Man, just picking all the teams. Well, if I had to go with a somewhat safe choice, I would have to go with the Wobbuffets. You always coach them fantastically, and you just seem to have all the pieces on your team. And going with a little bit of a more of a wild card pick. I really like the Lorraine Lyron. They just have some fantastic Pokemon, and I love the random little Hail Core they've got for themselves. Maybe not the most synergistic team drafted here, but with Aurora Veil and the pieces they have, it certainly seems like it could work for them.
Excellent. If you've made it this far, we appreciate you sticking around for the whole draft. However, we do have one more thing we need to preview, and that is, of course, the beginning of the season. We've got the Week 1 schedule in front of us. Starting with you, Steve, tell us which matchup you're very excited to see.
Well, I may be a little biased here, but the first thing that stands out to me is my Week 1 matchup with the Newport Noctowls. The Noctowls, of course, being one of the strongest teams coming out here in recent seasons. Last season when we played, it was a very close, exciting game. Came down to the end with the reveal of Extreme Speed on Raichu. Very much hoping for another close and exciting battle here that will define our seasons and kicking them off.
All right. Do you have anything that stands out to you for Week 1 here, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, the Noctowls Wobbuffets, of course, look good, and the Bouffalant Steamrollers, I think, are the other standout to me. It just, wouldn't be a season if these two weren't facing each other here. And, it's always a fun match to see between those two teams. Both excellent coaches, both excellent at maybe saving some of their tricks for the rest of the season. So it's always fun to see how these two teams meet very early in the season, then maybe meet again in playoffs, how matchups and game plans can change. So I think that'll be very fun.
And I will cheat a little bit and highlight a couple. The Birbs Agrons, of course, for me, we talked a little bit about how their teams look pretty nice right now, but they're both looking at potential moves, so this is a really nice test for both of them to see how their teams are working out, both in construction prep against each other, as well as in the battle itself. And I think the Rockruff and Close Combat Club definitely stands out to me quite a bit. To me, it feels like the Close Combat Club are the litmus test almost to see if a team should be or could be considered in the top tier of the other teams around here. With the Rockruff being new but having a nice reputation outside of the league, it seems like if they're able to handily close out a game against the club, then that could catapult them into immediate contention for a top team. So that's going to do it. Thank you to everyone who stuck around this long and made it through. Anyone who's looking for anything with the draft, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to both Steve and to Michael for joining me through the entire thing. We recorded this in several different sessions, and we were able to make it work. So big shout out and thank you to you two for sticking with me through all of this as well. Shout out to all the rest of the coaches. If they have any links or anything, or as any draft analyses come out, we will add them down in the description so you can go check them out as well. And otherwise, we will see you for the recap of Week 1.